One Great Blot, Ben Jonson's Unemblematic Poetics. James Loxley is Professor of Early Modern Literature at the University of Edinburgh. He's published widely on many writers and topics in 17th century English literature, most notably on Johnson, Marvell, and Royalist writing. He's also explored the concept of performativity in a number of publications and has more recently been involved in innovative developments in digital literary mapping. His current projects include an edition of Thomas Decker's The Shoemaker's Holiday for Arden, early modern drama, a monograph on Johnson and the idea of labour, and work on the cultural milieu of Catherine Phillips. Please, everybody, welcome from Edinburgh at 11 p.m. on Monday evening, yes. James Loxley.
Thank you very much indeed, Will, for that introduction. I hope I'm audible properly. If someone could give me an indication that everything's working, that'd be great.
Yep. Everything's
working. Fantastic. Good. Okay. Well, well, hello from last night. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and a particular delight and honour, obviously, to be able to speak at an event in Ian Donaldson's honour and in his memory. I mean, I heard about Ian long before I ever met him. I knew his work on Johnson, obviously, and on English comedy, hugely influential. But I also, when I first arrived at Edinburgh in 1997, which I think is the year that Ian's book, Johnson's Magic Houses, which blew my mind, came out. Ian had been at Edinburgh, and I discovered that he was very fondly recalled by particularly the younger, more junior members of staff. And their nickname for him was, in fact, the Don. So it was a great pleasure finally to have the opportunity to meet Ian and to have his support and encouragement when I was doing the somewhat daunting work of editing the manuscript account of Ben Jonson's walk to Edinburgh, which I was lucky enough to turn up in an archive in 2009. That came out at just about the worst possible time, I would imagine, for Ian, since his biography of Johnson was just about to go to press. But in his response to that, once I'd kind of gone public with that or approached Martin Butler and others about that, was extraordinarily generous, supportive, encouraging, and just helpful all round. And I know full well from what everyone else has always said that was the measure of the man. So as I say, it's a pleasure and an honour to be able to speak here today. I'm going to hopefully try and share my screen now, because I have a fair number of slides which I want to try and get through. So hopefully you should be seeing One Great Blot. I'm going to talk about Ben Jonson's unemblematic poetics, and hopefully what I mean by that will become clear as I go on. So I'm going to start at an end of sorts. The ending in question here is Ben Jonson's last completed play, The Magnetic Lady, in which Johnson refers to its continuity with his earliest comedies of humours, suggesting that with this particular work, he's bringing a life's labours to a geometrically satisfying conclusion. In other words, he talks about the closing up of his circle with this play. And in his biography of Johnson, Ian Donaldson writes, "What Johnson is spinning here is not merely another humours comedy, but a narrative about his own creative life, whose thread, as he knows, is shortly to be cut. Like the figure of the compass, which returns in a double capacity throughout the play, as a draftsman instrument that draws the perfect circle, and the mariner's instrument that points unerringly to the north, it suggests a degree of stability and cohesion within Johnson's work and life that he had never wholly achieved." And that seems to me an extremely concise and accurate judgment of what's happening at that point in Johnson's kind of scattered autobiography. Now, the idea of the emblematic circle that Ian Donaldson picks up here is a familiar trope of Johnson criticism, from Thomas Green's account of Johnson's centered self, which pitched centrifugal versus centripetal forces in the creation of Johnson's literary world, and indeed through Ian's own terminology of Johnson's loose and gathered selves, and also taking in perhaps the solipsistic community of the same that Stanley Fish spoke about in relation to Johnson's poetry in the 1980s. In all of these instances, the idea of the emblematic circle looms large. Now, a key to this, as Ian makes clear, is that the circle depends upon the instrument that draws it. In particular, here, of course, the pair of compasses, which are specifically echoed in The Magnetic Lady. Now, Johnson's interest in compasses, his move, as it were, from the emblematic circle to the emblematic use of the instrument that creates the circle, is entirely consistent with a longer emblematic history, or history of emblems, which Johnson was merely tapping into. We might cite Filippo Piccinelli's Mundus Symbolicus from the later 17th century, which includes, I think, 24 different emblematic uses of the compass in one of its books dealing with the emblematic use of mathematical instruments. It's not actually present as a resource in such a foundational resource as Alciato, though it is very present in Reaper and in others. Here are 4 separate emblems from Reaper's Iconologia, in which the compass features as a key figure. And of course, it would also be seen in other, perhaps more familiar resources for people of the time. In Wither's emblems, it appears associated particularly with labour, with work, and with constancy. So it is a well-known emblematic resource that Johnson is tapping into here, and an emblematic history, clearly, then, that he's also invoking. So with that invocation of the circle comes this sense of emblematics. And there are key reasons for the relevance of this to Johnson and his writing. The first of those one might want to draw attention to is his own attested interest in emblematics, including the emblematics of the circle. In his correspondence with William Drummond, we find an interest in different kinds of emblems as they are put to use. We see it very clearly in the language, the symbolic language of the court masque. We see it elsewhere in Johnson's writing. And we see it too in such things as his interactions with Alexander Seton, who was the Earl of Dunfermline and the Lord Chancellor of Scotland, who Johnson met and spent some time with on his visit to Scotland in 1618 to 19, whose country house out at Pinkie, near Musselburgh, Pinkie House, has a long hall, a long gallery with a barrel ceiling painted entirely in these extraordinarily detailed emblematic illustrations. Now, Johnson seems absolutely certain saw this and knew this, and spoke about it afterwards with Drummond. Now, relatedly, of course, and crucially, there's what Johnson has to say to Drummond about his own impresa, his own deployment in a description of himself, effectively, of compass and circle imagery. And this is, of course, very well known. As Drummond notes, his impresa was a compass with one foot in the centre, the other broken, the word de est quod duceret orbem, that which should draw or guide the circle or world is lost. And this is clearly something that has been seen as very important to Johnson's sense of himself, Johnson's autobiographical, as it were, life writing. But it does, in fact, I think, once we start to invoke this, it takes us into slightly more complex territory, perhaps, than we've been in hitherto. It once again becomes about the assumptions underpinning our reading of Johnsonian texts, which are, of course, the kinds of assumptions that Ian Donaldson did so much to ask us to question in his work on Johnson. So then, what about Johnson's compus impresa? Where would he see and know of these kinds of emblematic devices? Obviously, his association with the court would be the prime focus for these. Jousts and tilting several times a year, those events made use of impresas or imprese illustrated on shields that were presented to the monarch as part of the ceremony, effectively, of tilting. So we see that. He would also have seen them hung up in the Shield Gallery at Whitehall. I'm sure he would have shared his tutor William Camden's interest in them, which Camden recorded most specifically in his Remains of 1605, which has a whole section on imprese. He would have seen them elsewhere, such as in Peacham's Minerva Britannia, and Johnson's own writing for such occasions took him into the realm of the imprese, specifically the writing that he did for Prince Henry's Barriers and A Challenge at Tilt. In both of those instances, the impresa on the shield would have been a key feature. And here you can see a couple of illustrations by Inigo Jones of the kinds of costumes that are worn associated with Prince Henry's Barriers, actually these. And there's the shield with the blank space where the impresa would go. And on the other one, you can see on the full length portrait of the fellow there, you can see the shield. There's a scroll effectively where the motto would go, but the space where the illustration would be is blank. But you can nonetheless see how these shields echo the framings of imprese from such classic resources as Ruscelli's Imprese Illustri of 1566. There again is another one where you can see those emblematic resources framed by the shield, much as they are in Jones's illustration. So clearly, these things were familiar to Johnson. He knew very clearly and obviously from his own encounters with court culture what imprese were. And we know this again from his own Epigram 29 to Annual Tilter, which actually focuses on the impresa, the device that the tilter would carry on his shield. Now, so Johnson definitely knew and had an intimate familiarity with imprese. And he also would have known clearly of uses of compasses as part of the emblematic resources on which the makers of imprese drew. We have in Camden's Remains an account of one shield hung up in the gallery, we think, which makes use of a pair of compasses associated with a motto. And Johnson would also have known of this use of the compass as a resource for imprese. It's noted in Holgen's Aspects of the Emblem from 1986, and it is from a German tourist's account, effectively, of some of the imprese that he found hung up on the shields in the Shield Gallery, including this one, which features, you can just about make it out, it's a bit blotty, fittingly enough, the two legs of the compass drawing a circle and the motto that goes with him, which insists here very clearly on ending where you begin. So it's that sort of sense of the compass having completed a circle. Now this emblem, the same manuscript resources tell us, was associated with Lord Hay, who was a big figure at the Jacobean court and someone with whom Johnson had lots of transactions, writing for him and being hosted by members of his family or looked after by members of his family when he was in Scotland. So this is all familiar territory for Johnson. Now, as we see here, Hay's impresa emphasizes the proper functioning of the compasses. They draw a complete circle. And Holclough, when writing about this in 1986, associates it with Donne, obviously a valediction forbidding mourning, which and Donne himself had connections with Hay. So Donne completes the circle. But Johnson famously in his impresa does the opposite. The circle is not drawn properly or completed because the compass is broken. That which should complete the circle is lost. So how do we read this? How do we read this Johnsonian difference introduced into the realm of the realm of the impresa and its drawing on its use of emblematic vocabulary? Now, one thing to note is that the idea for this impresa occurs nowhere else in Johnson's writing. It's just recorded by Drummond on that occasion. We know that Johnson was fond of mottos, and he had his preferred one from Seneca that he inscribed on books and in at least one album amicorum, which is what you can see here. But the broken compasses impresa is only mentioned in his talk with Drummond. And it's also worth noting that it's only an impresa in his fancy. As far as we know, Johnson didn't do tournaments. He didn't tilt. He didn't have a shield, which he presented to the monarch. So it is an imagined impresa. It's the impresa he would imagine for himself, were he to have one, rather than something we actually used. So the crucial thing here then, I suppose, is also how does the fact that it's an impresa and not, say, an emblem or a coat of arms matter to how we might read it? Now let's pick up the implications of this last point first. Crucially, impresa are not emblems, nor are they heraldry. They are singular. And this is really important. It's really important, and it's so important that it's kind of, it sits at the top of Camden's section on impresa in his Remains, where he describes exactly what an impresa is and what it isn't as well. As he says, it's a device in picture with this motto or word borne by noble and learned personages to notify some particular conceit of their own. That word particular is important here. As emblems, that we may omit other differences, do propound some general instruction to all. And this is the crucial point, I think, in what Camden is saying here. Emblems are general. They represent some general meaning and convey it in a language that is generally and commonly understood. It's, as it were, impersonal. Whereas the crucial thing with an impresa is it's personal. It belongs to a particular individual. But insofar as it is personal and particular, or perhaps singular, then it also presents challenges of interpretation, since it is much more tightly bound to the person and their own meanings, as opposed to some general emblematic vocabulary or emblematic language. And that's a kind of crucial thing to understand, because that makes impresa at a certain level opaque in a way that emblems are not supposed to be. Now, Camden claims here, in fact, that impresa are not supposed to be either too simple or too complicated. They're supposed to combine the motto and the image in such a way as to indicate a singular meaning, but not be so opaque that it closes off all interpretation. But it's fairly clear from the language around impresa at the time is that that was one of the things that people saw in them quite a lot, is that they rebuffed attempts to interpret them, to read through the image and through the combination of word and image in order to reach the meaning that the person sporting the impresa had in mind. So we see, for example, in Camden's own account, the frank confession, I cannot imagine what he meant, which took for his device a small brook passing along the land mildly, etc., etc. In other words, he can describe it, but he can't say what it means when it actually comes to it. And there are other kinds of instances in the period which point to an awareness of a general darkness or obscurity around imprese, which people did not expect to find necessarily around emblems. So if the compass offers a myriad set of possibilities for meaning, then the broken compass fits in relation to this set as its opposite or its negation. In his work, in his most, possibly still the most detailed work on Johnson's impresa that's been done, Lester Berlin uncovers the one instance he could find of a broken compass in an emblem. Rieper, as you can see here, mentions another one in his Figuration of Despair in 1611, but he doesn't include an illustration of it. In both cases, what the broken compass signifies is related, unsurprisingly, to its emblematic meaning in its unbroken form. If the complete compass indicates completion, or the use of prudence and reason, the satisfactory encompassing of designs, then the broken compass indicates its opposite, going beyond one's capabilities in Corrozet's account, or Corrozet's use of it, and the loss of rational self-control in Rieper's use of it. So is this what Johnson's imagined impresa is doing? The answer, it seems to me, is both yes and no. Berlin reads it entirely within the understanding that impresa are interpretable, though not very persuasively. Johnson, I think, puts the emphasis not on that kind or mode of interpretation, but elsewhere. Now, this is something to do with the necessary obscurity or singularity of impresa. That means that we encounter them as both signs, a combination of words and images, and also as things, not the general concept expressed in an emblem, but a singular act of reference that may or may not be reducible to some thematic or semantic content. Let's take a famous example as an instance of this. This is Sir Philip Sidney's impresa, as described by Camden, or one of them anyway. Camden talks of the image in an impresa being its body and the words its soul, but Sidney scrambles this. The image is a word transformed into an image by being struck through, and it also has no motto. Its body is also its soul. Strictly speaking, the line of erasure is unnecessary. Speravi is already past tense. His hopes have already gone. But the addition of the line, with the addition of the line, it's readable as a pun, both textual and visual, as dashed hopes, exactly as Camden describes it. So what we see then here is a willingness in Sidney, at any rate, to play with the form of the impresa, to actually work with it in ways that doesn't just conform with what it is, with its given language, its given codings, and instead to offer something a little bit more complicated. What then of Johnson's impresa in the light of Sidney's playing with its form? On the one hand, as outlined to Drummond, it more readily conformed to those formal requirements with its complementarity of image and motto. The motto echoes Ovid, and in particular Ovid's account of the invention of the compass by Perdix in Daedalus's workshop. It takes us back to the creation of the compass as a tool or an instrument. It stresses the element of loss inherent in the reference to incompletion. This is a circle that will never be completed because of that loss. And that loss is juxtaposed with the image of the broken instrument. So I want to ask, how did it come to be broken? Was it, as in Corrozet, stress, strain, or overuse? And what is it now that it is incapable of fulfilling its function as a tool or an instrument? What is there now once the compass is broken? A broken compass, a broken tool, is no longer a tool. It's a thing, a lump, a brute remnant of a lost functionality, like a word without a meaning. So here's the question that I want to pose. Is Johnson's imagined impresa of interest to him because of this intrusion of thinginess into the necessarily abstracted realm of the emblem? Now, these are larger questions than I can definitively answer in the next few minutes. But in support of this way of seeing things, I might invoke Johnson's poem to the painter, Sir William Burles, in response to Burles's poetic address to him. And here is that poem as printed in the second folio of Johnson's works. I'm going to focus here just on the first 5 stanzas. Why, Johnson begins, in response to Burles's poem addressed to him, talking about how he's painting him effectively. Why, though I seem of a prodigious waste, I am not so voluminous and vast, but there are lines wherewith I might be embraced. 'Tis true, as my womb swells, so my back stoops, and the whole lump grows round, deformed, and droops. But yet the tun at Heidelberg had hoops. You were not tied by any painter's law to square my circle, I confess, but draw my superficies. That was all you saw, which if in compass of no art it came, to be described by a monogram, with one great blot, you had formed me as I am. But whilst you curious were to have it be an archetype for all the world to see, you made it a brave piece, but not like me. So here in these stanzas, we see Johnson thinking again through the imagery of the circle. But now it's pitched in terms of a painter's struggle to render or encompass, and that word is, I'm sure, not there by accident, his form, a struggle that is successful only insofar as it misses its object. Johnson cannot be rendered in a monogram, nor abstracted to an archetype. Instead, the only way to form him as he is through anti-art, through failure, error, or cock-up, to produce one great blot. What is a blot on a page? It's a failure of writing or drawing, an instrument, ink, escaping its uses to become an obtrusive thing. Here again, when imagining representations of himself, Johnson leaves us newly alert to the thinginess or materiality of his existence. As so often, it's a corporeal intrusion. And we might note here the pun on both waste and waste in line 1 of that poem, where his waste also obviously is a sense of waste matter. And this is the point I want to end on. If accounts of Johnson's impresa have often assimilated it to a classicist poetics of circles, centres, and centred selves, then they have done so not without remainder. Often that's been realised or recognised in an attempt to provide a kind of dialectic between, as it were, the centrifugal and the centripetal. And that's fine, I suppose, apart from the fact that that returns us to a kind of circularity in conception, which, as I say, I think there's a degree of resistance to in Johnson's own writing, a resistance that we need another language, perhaps, to account for. Now, that remainder, I suggest, points instead to an unemblematic poetics, given over to the passionate self, the embodied self, the suffering self in its working, its labour, and its being worked on, it's being laboured, as it were. This is a sense of a self as more than subject, as stuff in the world, not indefatigable, nor isolate, nor self-sufficient, but ordinarily and mundanely defatigable. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, James. Will you take questions?
Happily, yes.
Right. There we go. Hang on, I'll nip my other glasses. The campuses that I'm most familiar with, I think, are the Masonic, the Freemasons. Campuses there. I don't know if that's got anything to do with the iconography.
I think, yeah, I think it has to some extent. Absolutely. It's the same drawing on the compass as an instrument, as a tool, that we see in those emblematic uses. Some of those try obviously to obscure that element. Some of them are more obviously insistent on the kind of mechanics of it, as it were, the mechanical uses of a compass.
Yeah. Paul?
Oh, James.
Can you hear now, James? Can you hear Paul?
You probably can't.
I can, yes.
You can. Look, thanks very much. I was quite taken with particularly with the conclusion of your paper and that blot. It occurred to me that the poem itself is an answer to the painter who has sort of corporealized him into a blot. But the thing is, he's poet to the painter, and the poet is constrained to use typesetting. And typesetting followed by printing on paper is always in danger of blotting or smudging. So in a sense, I wonder whether there's some implicit meaning there that he thinks that his own meanings are likely to fail, partly because of the materiality of print itself, that there'll always be a gap between the identity that he wants to put forward, or the, as we would say, and the medium which inevitably baffles that intention. Do you feel that's there, or do you think it's hanging around?
Yeah, I think there's definitely scope for seeing that kind of attitude in Johnson's, both his relationships to his printers and his booksellers, and obviously also to the theatre companies that put on his work. So there's always a sense somehow that the mediator between him and his audience runs the risk of letting him down and getting on the wrong side of him in some way or another. And we know that he takes a keen interest, unlike, as far as we're aware, some other writers of the time, in seeing his work through the press, and is intensely critical at points as well of the ways in which his plays, for example, have been performed. So he is acutely aware of those kinds of concerns, I think. Yeah, that's true. I suppose for me here, it's a little bit more than just the sort of sense of a failure to communicate, or a failure for others to do his work for him in getting that communication across. I think there is still in him that kind of fascination, both with obviously the process of creation, but then also the flaws that are inherent within that, which I don't necessarily think he's seeing as somehow alien or opposed to himself. But actually as capable of in some way or another, however obscurely or peculiarly, giving some kind of account of himself as well. So I think it comes a little bit closer to home, perhaps, than seeing the medium as a sort of corruption of his original intention. I think it comes a bit closer to his sense of how creation works, of what the making of art actually is, and therefore what the makers of art are as well.
I think, James, I would relate that much more to a manuscript culture, the idea of the blot, than to a print culture, even though, of course, blotting occurs in both. But I would have thought it would be much more common in a manuscript culture, and the sort of thing that any writer with this sort of imperfect technology of the period was constantly sort of risking blotting, as it were. And I think, and it's also something that the painter and the poet share, as opposed to something that might be distinguishing one from the other. Don't you think that sort of the idea of the blot as spilling over into a kind of amorphous and ultimately sort of shapeless is always a risk with everything we do. We risk blotting.
I think that's it. I think
I remember as a kid doing finger painting and blotting and thinking, I was trying for this perfect image, and it's just been stuck. I know exactly how he feels when he sees one great blot.
Yeah, I think that's the interesting thing here is it's the one great blot is both, as you say, a kind of necessary risk of all kinds of working with creative fluids. That's just where it ends up. So it is a necessary risk. But as I say, it's the way he says, this is me. You want me? I'm a blot. Yeah, it's that. If you want to show me how I am, what you need is not the painter doing it right, or not the writer doing it right, because it is his own medium he's talking about as well. What you need is the point where it goes wrong, where the ink ceases to be a kind of medium of communication and becomes stuff out of place. And once you've got the stuffness of it there, then you've got something that Johnson is, I think he's alert to that in his writing in ways that we've sometimes accommodated or made sense of, but which I think shows a kind of interest in the material conditions of existence, which perhaps is worthy of a kind of renewed critical consideration.
Thanks, Hugh, Craig.
Yeah, I really like the blot idea. And I'm just wondering if you could say something more about like the poetics of the blot, not so much, not so much as a failure of communication, but a sort of alternative poetics, where it could be a sort of not intended exactly, but a desired kind of outcome, rather than just failure.
Yeah.
If it's a poetics, it's a different kind of creation, rather than failure or just sort of stasis, or blobbing something.
Yeah, no, I think I probably need to do a little bit more work to kind of actually justify my use of the word poetics there a bit more than I've been able to do so far. But I think the reason for putting that there is there's some connections in this that I've not been able to draw yet, not been able to draw here, partly because of time, but for me it does tie into a Johnsonian sense of labour and of work, which obviously ties into that understanding of poetics, which of course is the understanding he has as well of poetics as an act of making. So there is I think more to be said about the way that this insistence on the materiality of creation actually ties into a view of poetic creation, which puts, and again, this kind of runs a little bit against the grain, perhaps in sort of some understandings of Johnson, but not all of them, obviously, because they are many and various. But understandings which would see him more focused on the sort of the outcome rather than the process, or as the kind of guy who was ashamed of his upbringing as a bricklayer, which I don't actually, his early years as a bricklayer, the kind of which would see him as sort of pitched against the valorization of labour, as opposed to someone who obviously stresses labour, not just because of the sort of pedantic pains that it shows that you've taken, but as something which is also a mark of worth for other reasons, which is the kind of thing he talks about in the poem, in his epistle to Selden, which is actually one of the places where compass imagery occurs again. So I think there is something there. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely, it's something to do with a focus on the kind of processes of creation, and sometimes those which evade the kind of sublimation of those into a focus on either the abstract or the finished or the symbolic or the sheerly conceptual, the disembodied, as it were, and actually puts the focus back on the necessity of embodiment in various different forms to make it happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, one from Ian Higgins here, James.
James, yeah, it's really illuminating. I was just wondering, have you come across other germane literary usages of the broken compass? So to move from blots to compasses, sort of germane or you know, or pertinent later usages of this broken compass?
I haven't yet. No. Do you have any?
No, I don't. That's what I'm.
I mean, it's really rare. It's really. I mean, even,
the dumb compasses in the Pulp Fiction somewhere. But
yeah. No, I haven't yet. I mean, I need to do a bit of a further search. It's certainly at the time, and certainly in the kind of emblem books, compasses are relatively rare to start with, it seems. And then they become much more evident as a resource. So by the time that Reaper's Iconology is being published in its various editions in the early 17th century, they're everywhere, and that's very clear. But the broken compass is about as rare as it seems. As I say, Berlin in his book on Johnson. I mean, weirdly, Partridge wrote his book on called The Broken Compass and didn't actually deal with the broken compass much at all, whereas Berlin actually deals with it in some detail. But he only finds that one instance, that Corozet instance from the mid 16th century. As I say, looking through Reaper, there's that other instance in relation to despair, an emblem of despair where the broken compass features. But that's the only two I found so far. So I've managed to add one to where other people had got, but so far not so many. So if you come across any anywhere, do let me know. I'd be very keen to find out.
James, I wonder if I can ask you about Johnson and Shakespeare, and how Johnson's attitude to Shakespeare might have been emblematized. Or sorry, well, I'm just wondering how the idea of the poetics of the blot might apply to Shakespeare, and how Johnson saw his work vis-a-vis Shakespeare.
Yeah, and that's fascinating, and it's something that lurks in the background there, because obviously he talks about Shakespeare blotting a line, So, I mean, his attitude to Shakespeare is fascinating, because it's clearly something. Shakespeare, he clearly was. You could see just from the sort of changes in the different registers across the different instances where he engages with Shakespeare, both for a kind of a public audience and then more in private, either in discoveries or in conversation with Drummond. And you can see him wrestling, I think, with the kind of different conception, the different model of poetic labor and poetic activity that he sees embodied in Shakespeare. And you can see he's both kind of hugely impressed by another guy's technique, another guy's craft, but also slightly suspicious suspicious because it doesn't quite fit his own version of things. So, you know, at various points he says Shakespeare, famously to Drummond, that Shakespeare wanted art. But then in Discoveries, he talks specific, and in the poem on Shakespeare, he talks, that goes in the photo, he talks specifically of Shakespeare's art. So there are various points where he seems to be trying to assimilate into a kind of Johnsonian model, but he also seems to be acutely aware that can't quite be done. And there are the points where he has to say that, you know, people looked upon him as being sort of uncharitable in his critique of Shakespeare's flowing facility, as it were, that other people raised eyebrows at his lack of sympathy for that vision of how poetry worked. So yeah, I think more blots for Shakespeare.
That's wonderful. James, look, thank you so much for joining us and staying up so late in order to do that.
It's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure.
And we'll all say thank you to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed.
Right, David McInnis is Associate Professor of Shakespeare and Early Modern Drama at the University of Melbourne. He's author of Shakespeare and Lost Plays, Cambridge 2021, and Mind Travelling and Voyage Drama in Early Modern England, Palgrave in 2013. He's the editor of Decker's Old Fortunatus for the Rebels Plays series, and with Matthew Stegel and Misha Teramura, he's the co-editor of the Lost Plays database, which he founded with Roland L. Knudsen in 2009. David has also edited a number of books, including Lost Plays in Shakespeare's England and Loss and the Literary Culture of Shakespeare's Time. Travel, Drama, Early Modern England, the journeying play, and Tamburlaine, a critical reader. He's currently editing Tamburlaine. Anyway, please welcome David McInnis from Melbourne.
Thank you very much, Will, and the HRC for organising this event. I hope everyone can hear me. Someone will no doubt jump in and tell me if they can.
David, no problem.
Perfect. Apologise again for not being there in person. I'm still feeling a little bit sick and wouldn't be much fun to be in the room coughing and spluttering over everyone. So I'm grateful that we organised this event in such a way that participation remotely is possible. I'd like to thank the previous speakers, especially Grazia for her touching speech yesterday, and those in other time zones like James just now in Edinburgh. I'm going to stay vicariously in Scotland and speak about what I regard as rather obscure lost plays, one of them in particular, the Gowrie play, the Scottish themed one, which is probably the better known. And this gives rise to what I've thought of as the paradox of Ian, this subject matter, that no matter how obscure the topic, Ian Donaldson was always across it and could offer useful insights and recommend readings without even reaching for his own notes or files. Yet the paradox is, simultaneously, he listened and rapped as if only hearing about your topic for the very first time. The material on the Spanish Maze play in particular owes a substantial debt to Ian's musings and insights. So thank you very much for having me today. On 19th of May 1603, the Lord Chamberlain's men became the King's men when King James I declared via royal patent that he had licensed and authorised the company to use his name as their patron when playing comedies, tragedies, histories, interludes, morals, pastorals, stage plays, and such others in public, when the infection of the plague shall decrease. The prevalence of plague, which James alluded to in this patent, led to an indefinite extension of an earlier ban on public performances that the Privy Council had imposed in anticipation of Elizabeth's then imminent death. Although there are records of occasional performances by the company at court during this period, the opportunities for public performances were severely limited. One of the most puzzling aspects of how the now royal company conducted its business following these uncertain times is their decision to acquire the tragedy of Gowrie, a play about an attempt to assassinate their new patron, for performance sometime in the late autumn of 1604. In this paper, I ask whether that decision might be understood better in the context of a performance choice made 2 months later in that Christmas season, when the King's men offered a play called The Spanish Maze at court. No scholar has attempted to offer an educated guess about the specific subject matter likely dramatised in that lost play, performed on 11th of February 1605, Shrove Monday. But the possibility I propose, though highly conjectural, is appealing in that it offers a kind of missing link between Gowrie and Macbeth, as plays that engage with political controversy and the king's interests. Macbeth seems designed to appease the patron of Shakespeare's company, with its favourable, though historically inaccurate, portrayal of James's ancestor Banquo, its oblique allusions to gunpowder plot associates such as Father Garnet and the Jesuit practice of equivocation, and its interest in witchcraft, a subject of personal concern for James. But Macbeth was not the company's first or only attempt to capitalise on the identity of their new patron by dramatising highly personal stories that related to him. Shakespeare scholars have credited Macbeth with innovations that had actually been developing over a period of time and a number of plays in the company's repertory. So part one, the tragedy of Gowrie. The inhibition on public playing was lifted in early April 1604, and by the late autumn of that year, the King's men had evidently acquired a new play that contrasted strikingly with the vast majority of their extant plays, in that it was steeped in recent history. It's the first new history play acquired by the company in their first 5 years under their new patron, for which there is any kind of documentation. And it was played during the company's second Christmas as the King's Men, 1604-5. The first Christmas had, of course, been disrupted by plague. A letter by John Chamberlain to his close friend, the diplomat Ralph Winwood at The Hague, dated 18 December 1604, provides the documentary evidence. Chamberlain says, "The tragedy of Gowrie, with all the action and actors, hath been twice represented by the King's players, with exceeding concourse of all sorts of people. But whether the matter or manner be not well handled, or that it thought unfit that princes should be played on the stage in their lifetime, I hear that some great councillors are much displeased with it, and so is thought shall be forbidden." There's no corroborating evidence to confirm that the play was subsequently censored, but neither is there any evidence of further performances, despite the apparent popularity of the two recent productions noted by Chamberlain. The narrative, which is well known to all, must have depicted the kidnapping and failed assassination attempt of James VI of Scotland at Gowrie House in Perth on 5th of August 1600, via the plans of John Ruthven, the 3rd Earl of Gowrie, henceforth referred to simply as Gowrie. On the morning of 5 August, as James was hunting in Falkland, the king was approached by the Earl's younger brother, Alexander Ruthven, who held a private conversation with the king out of earshot of any witnesses. Alexander allegedly shared tantalizing news about the location of a hidden treasure, and the king followed Alexander to Gowrie House to view that treasure. At Gowrie House, after the king had dined, Lennox and other members of the king's household were invited to eat. At the conclusion of the meal, one of the king's party inquired after the king's present whereabouts, but after a fruitless search of the dining chamber and courtyard, he could not be found. Another of Gowrie's household, however, announced that the king had gone riding. No sooner had the party walked through the gate to the street in search of the king that Lennox heard the king's own voice emanating from a window in the turret above, where James could be seen crying, red in the face, "I am murdered, treason, my Lord of Mar, help, help." One witness reported seeing James forcibly pulled back into the room from the window. Lennox led most of the party back up the stairs to the room where the king was apparently held hostage, but could not gain entry. Two of the king's men detained Gowrie and accused him of orchestrating the attack. John Ramsay heard the king's cries independently of the rest of the group and gained access to the chamber via an alternative approach. Once inside, he discovered Alexander Ruthven wrestling with the king, whilst another man stood poised behind the king. Ramsay stabbed Ruthven in the face and neck, and James hurled him down the stairs. Erskine and the others rushed up the stairs where they stabbed Ruthven again, giving him his death wound. Gowrie, who had escaped Erskine and initially fled, now returned to the scene with two swords drawn, but Ramsay overcame and killed him. The mysterious other man in the turret seems to have slipped away quietly. In the aftermath, none of Gowrie's household or relations were able to provide any evidence of treasonous intentions. But on 15 November 1600, the Earl and his brother Alexander were nonetheless deemed guilty of treason posthumously by Parliament. Now, these are the state-sanctioned details of the narrative. Interpretation of reported events is another matter, and a great deal turns on what Alexander allegedly said to the king during the private conversation before the hunt, and on what transpired in the locked turret before the king appeared at the window crying murder. The king's own account of the affair was published in early September 1600. Both the Earl and his brother Alexander were no longer allowed to defend themselves or to offer alternative narratives. Louis A. Barber sets out the argument that far from being the ruthless and treasonous conspirators that King James would have them remembered as in his version of the events, the Ruthvens were the political and actual victims of James's scheming. James's version of events met with significant skepticism at the time, as Arbuckle summarises, but the alternative, that James manufactured an excuse to have the Ruthvens killed, is also distinctly problematic. In a letter to Cecil dated 2nd of September 1600, Sir William Bowes expressed an altogether simpler view, that an initially amicable interview in the turret became heated when conversation touched on the execution of Ruthven's father, whom James had denounced as a traitor. Ruthven's father was a Protestant nobleman, William Ruthven, who in 1582 had kidnapped James and unlawfully detained him to prevent James from accepting Catholicism. James, worried and finding himself unarmed, resorted to crying treason, thus precipitating the whole calamity at Gowrie. Whatever the truth of the matter, this seeming rashness of the alleged Gowrie conspiracy, coupled with the improbability of luring the king, unarmed and unattended, to his confinement with the vague promise of hidden treasure, to say nothing of the extraordinary convenience of the Ruthven brothers being killed before they could offer a counter-narrative, all combined to rouse deep suspicion amongst the general populace. As if to cement his version of events as the official and inviolable account, James, while still in Scotland, initiated an annual commemoration of the failed conspiracy, declaring the 5th of August a national holiday. To return to the London theatres in December 1604, why would the King's Men acquire a Gowrie play? For one thing, within the history genre, its subject matter would have been cutting edge for its timeliness. The dramatisation of Elizabethan succession anxieties had peaked at the turn of the century in anticipation of the Queen's imminent death, for example, Hamlet. And some playwrights had already begun mining the prehistory of the Stuart dynasty for stage-worthy material in anticipation of James's possible succession, for example, the Robert II King of Scots play in the Admiral's repertory in September 1599. Gowrie was breaking important new ground by covering much more recent material and portraying events immediately preceding the Scottish king's accession to the English throne. The King's Men had invested heavily in Tudor history plays throughout the 1590s. They were now complementing and continuing this investment by turning to Stuart history. At the same time, it was also an important departure for the company, inasmuch as they had rarely attempted to bring contemporary events to life on stage. A stage adaptation of the Gowrie story also had the potential for sensation in a different way, through the unexpected revelation of necromancy. The Gowrie's conspiracy pamphlet, published in Edinburgh in 1600, made special mention of the fact that after the conspiracy had been thwarted and the Earl killed, quote, His Majesty caused search the said Earl of Gowrie's pockets in case any letters that might further the discovery of that conspiracy might be found therein. No such evidence was found to incriminate the Earl in the conspiracy plot, but something far more astonishing was discovered in his pocket. Quote, a little closed parchment bag full of magical characters and words of enchantment, wherein it seemed that he had put his confidence, thinking himself never safe without them, and therefore ever carried them about with him. This quasi-Kabbalistic enchantment device, said to guard its possessor from harm, is in some ways analogous to a motif in Macbeth, in which the eponymous character is led to believe that he bears a charmed life, which must not yield to one of woman born. Gowrie also related to a different subset of repertorial offerings, in that it was in some sense a true crime play, whose closest theatrical relatives might be those domestic tragedies that dramatise conspiracies and intrigues culminating in murder motivated by personal grievances, Arden of Faversham or A Warning for Fair Women, for example. A stock device in domestic tragedy, the corpse that bleeds in the presence of the murderer, could have been given a new twist in the lost Gowrie play. The Gowrie's conspiracy pamphlet provides haunting preternatural details after the magic enchantments are discovered on the Earl's body. Quote, while they were upon him, his wound whereof he died bled not, but incontinent, after taking them away, the blood gushed out in great abundance, to the great admiration of all beholders. If sensational contemporary events were proving popular in the theatres, a Gowrie play might have seemed like an attractive proposition of the King's Men. Perhaps part of its appeal for the company was the fact that a dramatisation of the King's own experiences served as a kind of reminder that the company had a significant new patron. This story, it might have been implied, was the exclusive domain of the King's Men. In Shakespearean Playing Companies, 1996, Andrew Gurr wrote the play off as an aberration in the otherwise confident repertorial programming of the King's Men. He said, Tilney as censor must have approved it for staging, and as a play about an event from the new King's earlier career, it may even have been designed for higher things altogether. Its staging in December, not long before the court season was underway, may indicate that the company, and conceivably in the first place Tilney, thought of it as a new play suitable for presentation at court. If so, they miscalculated disastrously. Just as he comes close to acknowledging the ease with which the offence could have been made, even a seasoned master of the revels could approve Gowrie's performance before any offence was detected in it, Gurr simultaneously offers an unduly harsh conclusion that the performance decision was a disastrous miscalculation. In a subsequent treatment of the play, Gurr's criticisms hardened. He now conceived of Gowrie as part of the company's deliberate attempt, quote, to get closer to the royal sentiment in their second season of royal junketing, but deemed the attempt a quote unquote fiasco, that in 1604 misplayed the role that King Lear filled much better at court in 1606. Gone is any sense of the play being designed for higher things, and gone too is the charitable spreading of blame to include the master of the revels. Gustavo Turner offers an evaluation of Gowrie that is more respectful of the company's business acumen, noting that the play was chosen and devised to ensure the success of the incipient company, and that it was a calculated decision by seasoned players who were already familiar with controversy via the performance of a Richard II play for supporters of the Earl of Essex's attempted revolt. Says Turner, Their main intention was probably neither to flatter nor to offend James, but to create a spectacle that would have caught his fickle attention. I share Turner's more positive valuation of the company's commercial shrewdness, but I query the investment that previous scholars have placed in the nature of the political and representational offences. In a 1992 biography of Shakespeare, Dennis Kay remarks on a lost Gowrie play in terms of, quote, the temptation of staging the king and his known interests and the limits of such representation. He considers the Gowrie play a useful caution against excessive realism, going so far as to declare that a line was drawn at Gowrie, a direct representation of the king in an unmediated, unambiguous form. In Kay's view, after this watershed moment, if the company wanted to perform plays which touched the king closely, they would need a more oblique, suggestive approach to guard against charges of excessive directness. But his comments dwell on John Chamberlain's pondering of whether it be thought unfit that princes should be played on the stage in their lifetime. But the problematic depiction of living royalty is not the first thought that occurred to Chamberlain. Chamberlain seems more concerned with, quote, whether the matter or manner be not well handled. In the case of matter, this implies a failure in the way the narrative of the lost play was presented. Greenblatt comes closer to the mark when he notes that the king's men may have noted that the king had gone out of his way to reward anyone who actively supported his version of the bloody events at Gowrie House. One of the most distinctive elements of the cultural reception of the Gowrie conspiracy is its polarising effect on public sentiment. James had insisted that the Ruthven's deaths had resulted from a treasonous attempt to assassinate the king. The general populace was not entirely convinced. Chamberlain says nothing of James's own response to the news of the Gowrie play, but it would be surprising if the king's men elected to limn the Ruthvens in a positive light and risk undermining the official state line about the events. Was it an incredible, verging on propagandistic interpretation of the sensational events in Perth that Chamberlain referred to when he queried whether the matter or manner be not well handled? Obviously, there are limits to how much can be inferred from the scanty evidence, but I think it's helpful to move away from the established critical position of assuming that the likely portrayal of a living prince on stage is the primary reason for the Gowrie play generating concern among councillors. Moreover, as I'll suggest in a moment, it may be possible to see the imprudent decision, whoever's it was, to depict a royal assassination attempt on stage in Gowrie as more than a regrettable aberration in the company's repertory during the early years of James's reign. It's part 2, a tragedy of the Spanish Maze. Although Gowrie has recently garnered significant scholarly attention, a play performed by the king's men at court less than 2 months after Chamberlain's letter to Ralph Winford remains neglected. The accounts of the Office of the Revels show that during the 1604-5 Christmas season, the king's men performed 11 plays, including on Shrove Monday, a tragedy of the Spanish Maze. I wonder very quickly if I can share that on my screen, because Heather Wolfe's here, and this is her wonderful Shakespeare documented project, which includes a digitisation of Tilney's licensing records. Down the bottom here, we see on Shrove Sunday, Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, again by command performance, a couple of days later, and in between here, on Shrove Monday, The Spanish Maze, a tragedy of the Spanish Maze, a play which otherwise received barely any attention. For obvious reasons, scholarly attention has been fixated on the plays explicitly attributed to Shakespeare, including 2 performances of The Merchant of Venice, before and after The Spanish Maze. A result of this Shakespeare focus is that scholars have not paid attention to the lost play by an unknown author or authors, or hazarded a guess as to its subject matter. Perhaps the scholarly reluctance to engage with this lost play is at least partially fueled by an awareness of how historical events may have limited the dramatisable options available to the playwrights. 6 months prior to the Shrove Monday performance at court, the king's men had served their new patron in a non-theatrical context when they were summoned to Somerset House in their royal livery to attend upon the Spanish delegation during crucial diplomatic talks that culminated in the Treaty of London and the end of the Anglo-Spanish conflict that had precipitated the Armada of 1588. Given this historical peace accord and the king's men's implicit role in the ambassadorial visit, Martin Wiggins notes that the lost play is unlikely to have presented generalised anti-Spanish sentiment, and therefore also unlikely to have been a product of the Elizabethan war years. An assumption of neutral or pro-Spanish sentiment rules out a number of options for subject matter, drawing on recent geopolitical events. though Lois Potter has suggested that perhaps the play recalled the recent peace negotiations themselves. What if the King's Men hadn't quite given up on the prospect of appealing to royal sentiment and capitalising on sensational news after their problematic Gowrie play, though? The title, The Spanish Maze, is both vague and, as I suggest, possibly very specific. It could invoke a labyrinthine structure such as a hedge maze, popular throughout England and Europe. By metaphorical extension, maze could apply to any situation that could be characterised as knotty, complicated or confusing. For example, John Lilly's Sappho and Phao, 1584, subtly associates itself with mazes by including an epilogue that expresses a concern that the play has been somewhat circular. It says, "They that tread in a maze walk oftentimes in one path, and at the last come out where they entered in. We fear we have led you all this while in a labyrinth of conceits, diverse times hearing one device, and have now brought you to an end where we first began." That play implies bewilderment or confusion more than the comforting circularity associated with Shakespearean comedy's resolution of social discord. Indeed, as Mary Moore observes, the labyrinth symbolised both conscious craft and perplexity during the Renaissance. But I would like to explore the possibility that the maze of the Lost Plays title could have evoked something much more precise for Londoners and courtiers, namely the maze, the Copley family's manor house in Southwark. The reference is oblique to us, but would not have been lost to audiences in 1603-4. Such a play might focus on Sir Thomas Copley, 1532-84, who converted from Protestantism to Catholicism in 1563, was imprisoned for his recusancy, and subsequently fled to England without license in 1570, though he fled England, without license in 1570, though he claimed to remain loyal to Elizabeth and continued to correspond with her, William Cecil and others from abroad, despite his new faith. During Copley's time on the continent, King Philip II of Spain gave him a Spanish pension and ennobled him with the title Grand Master of the Maze, i.e. the Maze in Southwark, a title or office that is explicitly linked to the family's manor house. The Spanish kings bestowing on Copley of a title that references the maze thus provides an unexpected conjunction of the terms Spanish and maze. As an exiled Catholic in the employ of the Spanish king, Copley would make an interesting subject for drama at a time when recusants still hoped that James would restore the old faith. Such events of the 1560s and 70s, though neither recent nor topical, would furnish a playwright with an oblique means of broaching contemporary concerns about Catholicism in England. However, topicality would have been provided by the subsequent generation of the notorious Copley family of the Maze, who continued to fuel controversy, as Ian Donaldson reminded me. This is probably one of the last things I wrote that Ian had a chance to offer feedback on. The Spanish Maze might have been about more recent controversies connected with Thomas's third son, Anthony, who was caught up in what's called the By-plot to kidnap James and force him to grant toleration to Catholics in 1603. These events, which took place about 18 months before the performance of the Spanish Maze at court, were well known to Londoners, including the aforementioned letter writer John Chamberlain, whose missive to Winwood provided the details of the Gowrie play's performances. The same people who took an interest in Gowrie took a natural interest in the By-plot. Both attempts on the king's life were sensational news. Anthony Copley played a role in what was a highly sensitive religious moment in England, when the Catholics themselves were hopelessly divided and driven often to self-denial. Born in England, but having stolen away to Roland to join his exiled parents when he was 15 years of age, this Copley spent 2 years in Rome with a Jesuit kinsman, before returning to Flanders with a pension to serve the King of Spain's interests in war, which had led to his arrest in England. Whilst under arrest, he proved his loyalty to the English crown by disclosing the location and identities of English Catholic fugitives, but he never quite rose altogether above suspicion. He was fiercely anti-Jesuit, but an advocate for Catholic toleration. It was by siding with secular priests and against the Jesuits, including William Watson and William Clark, that he became involved with the failed By-plot attempt to capture James at Windsor Castle and forcibly extract a promise of toleration. The plot was thwarted on the 24th of June 1603 when Jesuits, including Henry Garnet, informed the government and armed Catholic support failed to materialise. On the 2nd of July 1603, James issued a royal proclamation for the apprehension of Anthony Copley, knowing that he hath dealt with some to be of a conspiracy to use violence upon our person. with the likely result being peril to our life or danger or innovation in our state. James further observes that Copley had been sought for but not found. So, as it seemeth, he lurketh very closely, awaiting opportunity to attempt his treasonable purposes, or to procure other of our subjects to conspire with him in so disloyal a fact. When his own sister refused to harbour him, Copley confessed to his role in the plot and implicated the other conspirators, his testimony leading to their convictions and ultimately executions. James's remarkable handling of the conspirators seems ready-made for theatrical representation. On 11 December 1603, the diplomat and letter writer Dudley Carleton provided John Chamberlain with details of the events following the plot's failure. The priests, Watson and Clark, were very bloodily handled and cut down alive before finally being killed, their quarters and heads displayed publicly. George Brooke was beheaded next. Sir Griffith Markham, the Lord Grey, and the Lord Cobham, in that order, was subsequently named in warrants for execution, but here James began to orchestrate an extraordinary series of events. As Peter G. Platt observes, Carleton clearly saw the theatrical nature of the event. Carleton relates that a fouler day could hardly have been picked out or fitter for such a tragedy. He proceeds to describe how each of the three men were led to the scaffold in turn. Whilst Markham made his devotions and prepared himself to the block, the executioner conferred aside with a mysterious Scotsman, John Gibb. Gibb had received a warrant from James stipulating that the previously warranted executions were not to go ahead. Returning to the scaffold, the executioner informed Markham that since he was so ill prepared, he should yet have 2 hours' respite, and led him away to the Great Hall. Grey was then brought out for execution, but when he finished his confession and prayers, the sheriff stayed him and said he had received orders from the king to change the order of the execution, and that Lord Cobham was to go before him. Grey too was led away, confused. Cobham, who was now to play his part, similarly made his final preparations and was similarly stayed and led away. Finally, the three conspirators, ignorant of each other's fates, were brought together on the scaffold, and in Carleton's words, looked strange upon one another, like men beheaded and met again in the other world. Carleton continues in his letter. Now all the actors being together on the stage, as use is at the end of a play, the sheriff made a short speech unto them by way of the interrogatory of the heinousness of their offences, the justness of their trials, their lawful condemnation and due execution there to be performed, to which they assented. Then saith the sheriff, see the mercy of your prince, who of himself hath sent hither a countermand and given to you your lives. The audience erupted into applause, and the experience was made of the difference of examples of justice and mercy. That James was pleased with his theatrical strategy is evident from the fact that he subsequently called all three men into his presence, where he explained to them his rationale, which again drew applause from those present to hear it. Carleton concludes by noting how close the plan came to inadvertent catastrophe. But one thing had like to have marred the play, for the letter was closed and delivered to him unsigned, which the king remembered himself and called for him back again. In relating these astonishing events, Carleton alluded to previous correspondence and noted that this was part of the same play and that other acts had come betwixt to make up a tragical comedy. Platt calls it a description of the theatricality of mercy and equity. Apparently, because his confession had secured the conviction of his fellow conspirators, Anthony Copley was pardoned on 18 August 1604. If the Spanish Maze play dramatised these events, it would have been an auspicious selection for performance on Shrove Monday, justice and mercy being an appropriate topos for Lent. And audience members would have noticed a neat complement to the two performances of The Merchant of Venice, with that play's culmination in Portia's distinction between justice and the quality of mercy. The King's Men's Spanish Maze was performed at court on 11th of February 1605. The Master of the Revels approved it for court performance, after which there's no suggestion, as there was for Gowrie, that it would be banned. Even though both plots that I've discussed in this paper were historical attempts to assassinate the reigning monarch, the byplot differed from the Gowrie conspiracy in a number of significant ways that would make censorship less likely. The Presbyterian William Ruthven had kidnapped James in 1582 to prevent the king embracing Catholicism, and the implicit suggestion from those who accepted the king's official narrative about the Gowrie conspiracy of 1600 was that William's sons Alexander and perhaps even John, the Earl of Gowrie, had harboured similar desires when they had the opportunity for a private interview with the king 18 years later. Anthony Copley, by contrast, though anti-Jesuit, was in favour of Catholic toleration, and his father, Sir Thomas Copley, was famously a recusant. If the Spanish maze was about nefarious dealings of the pro-Spanish family who occupied the maze in the Southwark, the religious affiliation of the antagonist would be less controversial. Perhaps, more importantly, the official accounts of the biplot had not attracted the kind of aspersions that hung over the Gowrie conspiracy, and the actions of Copley and his associates were roundly condemned. If the King's men sought to express support for their patron through valorising his deliverance from conspirators, this was an altogether safer way to do so, building on the Gowrie precedent, but cautiously so. A dramatisation of the biplot would not require the depiction of the king himself on stage in order to showcase the king's benevolence in issuing pardons, or in order to celebrate the successful aversion of a serious attempt at a political and religious coup. It would retain the company's apparent interest in aligning with royal sentiment, as Gurr calls it in the context of Gowrie, but with reduced risk of it becoming a fiasco. Although audiences in the Christmas season of 1604-5 could not yet have known it, Anthony's younger brother John Copley was soon to be entangled in the gunpowder plot, ensuring that the family's notoriety continued. In short, the Copley family was filled with colourful characters, and their association with the maze in Southwark, as well as their labyrinthine pro- and anti-Catholic contrivances, would have given delicious point to the play's title. All this is highly conjectural. What it offers is a plausible interpretation of the otherwise opaque noun maze, and a subject matter that makes sense of the adjective Spanish, without running into the political problems that Wiggins notes would make a dramatisation of generalised anti-Spanish sentiment impossible at this date. Much more evidence is required before I could place my proposed subject matter on Terence Jungen's taxonomy of the possible, plausible, probable with any degree of confidence. A further encouragement for even entertaining my conjecture, beyond the plausible interpretation of the key terms in the play's title, is that it works as part of a narrative arc, shaping the company's repertory, joining with what is already known about Gowrie to give shape to the company's most successful handling of a Jacobean assassination attempt fueled by religious controversy, the gunpowder plot in Shakespeare's Macbeth. Stanley Kozakowski was right to note a resurgence of interest in the king's wondrous gift of royal survival at the time that Shakespeare was writing Macbeth. But if I'm right about the subject matter of the Spanish maze, there may have been a wider interest, almost a vogue, for such conspiracy or survival stories on the Jacobean stage, in which case Macbeth grew out of the company's sustained interest in their patrons' close escapes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Thank you. We'll just take any questions from the floor about all of that.
I can start us off.
Thanks, Paul.
David, thank you for a fascinating and in some ways thrilling paper. It's the story that you told, the likely narratives, which come together so nicely at the end, are surely a form of kind of familiar narrative fiction on your part. It's a form of sleuthing. It's literary sleuthing, but it involves the generation of the narratives in themselves. So it occurs to me that you're creating a new genre here, aren't you? Your narrative, I think, is an adaptation of a non-existent work. Normally, we understand adaptations, don't we? Normally, to have something in common with the source work, usually some characters or together with some plotting devices, or some storyline. And adaptations can, one after the other, an adaptation can be adapted from a pre-existing adaptation, so that ultimately an adaptation several removes may have nothing in common with the original, but it is nevertheless generically an adaptation. So I'm sorry that this comment perhaps doesn't lead us anywhere. It's just me giving vent to the ironies and paradoxes of your paper. Thank you.
No, thank you, Paul. It does lead a couple of interesting places, actually. One is a cautionary reminder about how flexible and variable adaptations can be. And if we were to look at Orlando Furioso and think about how an English dramatist might adapt that for the stage, we might get something close to Robert Greene's adaptation, for which Edward Allain's actor's part survives. We probably wouldn't get very close to Shakespeare's As You Like It, and yet they both use the same source material to very different ends. So everything I say is noted explicitly in terms of conjecture and the limits of responsible inference. I attempt in adapting source material that was demonstrably available to dramatists at the time, I attempt not to introduce things that couldn't have been known to them, weren't widely known or circulating, such that I can at least remain within the realms of possibility. And within that, we can narrow those odds slightly, I hope, by coupling this kind of sleuthing, as literary sleuthing of available source material, to what's known about company commerce and the kinds of things that the playwrights and their companies were prone to dramatizing at this point in time in terms of their responsiveness to the repertorial offerings of other companies. Because we have this unique situation here, quite unlike what classical scholars deal with the abundant loss of classical drama, where we have a repertory system. We have highly interactive companies and playwrights who compete with each other in a commercial sense for a limited fixed pool of playgoer patronage, and have a stable sense of commercial strategies they deployed to gain that patronage. We have a bit of a safety net, or something that encourages me to conjecture in certain ways on the basis of past behaviors. The other interesting thing that comes out of what you just said, though, inventing a subgenre or a different genre here, this is what this work on lost plays often seems to do. It reveals to us trends in the drama of the day that aren't so legible from the surviving examples. In this instance, I'm positing, and I think Gowrie is a certainty, the Spanish Maze is where it gets conjectural, but I'm positing a greater prevalence of these plays that are invested in the patron's stories of near escapes than perhaps we would think of if we focused merely on a surviving play like Macbeth. Another example is in the 1590s, there seemed to be this vogue for seemingly obscure or impossible biopics. There was a play about Tasso, about Pythagoras, about Sir John Mandeville, things that just sound inherently unlikely or unsuitable for dramatization, and yet they were. So there are entire genres that seem to have been lost to us because we don't have surviving exemplars to demonstrate what they would have been like, but that doesn't mean they never existed. So thank you for those prompts, Paul.
Thanks, David. Can you hear me? I've got a question coming through the Q&A.
I can hear you.
Right. Thank you for a fascinating paper. How might Measure for Measure fit with your argument? The theatrical aspects of the sparing of the victims in the Spanish Maze makes us think at once of that Shakespeare play.
Yeah, so I agree entirely, and that's it's around the same time actually. So there is some interest, I believe, in these kinds of topoi. At this point in time, it seems to work well with the way James is styling himself as a monarch. And there have been plenty of Jacobean readings of Measure for Measure, of course, and seeing James's persona and his values read into the logic of that play. So I think it's absolutely of a piece. It's less demonstrably engaged with recent sensational events in Jacobean England, although I believe, and I'm out of my depth here, but recent work, I think Gary Taylor and Matthew Stegel and others about Measure for Measure's afterlife and adaptation and stage history has suggested there's some slipperiness about that play's nominal setting, which may strengthen the case for it being a spatial temporal displacement of the English court itself or London society. So I think you're absolutely right. I think very clear points of reference there and connections, but less explicitly about James and royalty perhaps. So it's not unusual, I've found in the work I've done on Lost Plays, to see a similar concept being reprised and refined. It's not that there'll be a flash in the pan, one thing gets tried once and afterwards abandoned. Companies tend to keep toying with an idea and varying it. And sometimes that means attenuating the threat somewhat and making it a bit more palatable or safer for production. And I think Measure for Measure is probably the play out of those four that moves furthest away from topicality, immediate, obvious topicality, and becomes a slightly safer option in some regards.
I wonder if, David, I can push you a bit there and ask you if you think that we have sort of radically underestimated the topical dimension of Elizabethan and Jacobean drama.
Yeah, I think we have, and I think that we only get that sharper understanding of what the early modern stage was doing by understanding it in the context of the whole. And so my argument with Lost Plays is that they represent the majority of drama from this period, and that anything we say based on the surviving examples is necessarily based on minority evidence and therefore potentially misleading or distorting of what took place on the public stage. So one way of thinking about that relationship is about the way heavenly bodies exert an influence on each other, the way there's gravitational fields that force a planet to have an irregular orbit or to otherwise act in a way that it wouldn't, all things being equal. And I think you can see that effect in certain plays, perhaps even Measure for Measure, where if you start looking at the gravitational pull of the lost plays and the way they formed part of the repertorial scene that was known to playgoers attending something like Measure for Measure, then we start to witness pressure points or moments that bear greater scrutiny that we need to pause, and even textual scholars could unpack a little bit more in light of that stage context that has hitherto been largely invisible.
Okay. Thanks, David. Hugh has a question.
Hi, David. Craig speaking. Look, love the paper. I'm very interested in the idea of representing more contemporary material on stage. And I wonder if you could say some more about that. Did you say that the Chamberlain's Men or the King's Men, on the whole, this would have been unusual for them to represent contemporary events? And I'm thinking also the general, I mean, the Shakespearean side is, in my opinion, a general reluctance to come too much into the contemporary, apart from Merry Wives. You know, unlike Johnson, for instance, doesn't represent contemporary London, etc. So can you just give a general context for that idea of companies and how much they represented contemporary events or you know, close to contemporary events?
I can. I think Chamberlain's Men in particular, we struggle because of the lack of, or the loss of documentary evidence. We don't have a Henslow's diary equivalent for what was going on at the Globe or any of the playhouses that Shakespeare's company occupied in the 1590s. Whereas for the Rose Playhouse, Henslow's meticulous accounts, though incomplete, offer a much richer picture of the repertorial possibilities of the Admiral's Men. And so we do see in that company greater engagement with recent events or political events, as we do the Lord Stranger's Men earlier in the 1590s. The Chamberlains don't seem to have had all that much from what we know of. They may have staged Alarum for London, which was printed in 1602, which is a dramatisation of the sack of Antwerp, so 1576. So it's still, you know, a 30-year remove, I guess. But besides that and some of the domestic tragedies, perhaps, there's not all that much they really engaged with that we could call topical. If we buy into the authorship attribution of Ardna Faversham to Shakespeare, in part at least, and I'm compelled by those arguments, it's quite possible that that otherwise unattributed play belonged to the Chamberlains at some point, in which case, again, they had a domestic tragedy which dramatized events from 20, 30, 40 years earlier, but nothing as contemporary as Gowrie, or even the Spanish Maze, if I'm right about that. So the Chamberlain's Men don't seem to have been interested in doing that documentary approach to playing in a way that some of the others did. Around 1601, we have plays about the New World, Conquest of the West Indies from the Admiral's Men, and they'd earlier had a New World tragedy and things like that as well. So a very different style, I suppose, and political interests. We don't, from the available evidence, have that similar sense in the Chamberlain's repertory, or the King's repertory. My guess is they must have been responding in kind. It's that old analogy of the playing companies being like commercial network television nowadays, where Channel 7 runs with the news at 6 o'clock, Channel 10 decides to have a soapy instead, or maybe to run the news also. Do you compete for the same patronage with the same kind of offering, or do you distinguish yourself? I suspect the Chamberlains probably started distinguishing themselves on that front at least. They would have still had perhaps a tragedy, but rather than being a recent historical tragedy, it may have been something more classical or foreign or whatever it happened to have been. The great frustration is we just don't have enough information to get a glimpse of what the full repertory would have looked like for Shakespeare's company.
Thank you.
But then if we did that, you wouldn't be invited to speculate so imaginatively. So we would miss that. Everybody, please thank David for an excellent talk.
Thank you, everyone. Lovely to see you from a distance.
Heather Wolfe is curator of manuscripts at the Folger Shakespeare Library. She currently co-directs the multi-year $1.5 million research project Before Farm to Table, Early Modern Foodways and Cultures, a Mellon initiative in collaborative research at the Folger Institute. of the Folger Shakespeare Library. Her first book, Elizabeth Carey, Lady Falkland, Life and Letters in 2000, received the first annual Josephine Roberts Scholarly Edition Award for the Society for the Study of Early Modern Women. She's written widely on the intersections between manuscript and print culture in early modern England and edited the Trevelyan Miscellany of 1608. The literary career and legacy of Elizabeth Carey in 2007, and with Alan Stewart, letter writing in Renaissance England in 2004. The most recent research explores the archival history of Shakespeare's coat of arms. And the social circulation of early modern writing paper and blank books in England. Her essay, The Material Culture of Record Keeping in Early Modern England, co-written with Peter Stalibras, received the 2019 Archival History Article Award from the Society of American Archivists. She received her BA from Amherst College, her MLIS from UCLA, and her PhD from the University of Cambridge. Please, everybody, welcome Heather Wolfe.
Well, thank you, Will, so much for inviting me to this wonderful symposium in honor of Ian. I'm grateful to Will for finding a time slot that was during my normal waking hours. I'm just sad that the time difference and the fact that I'm on spring break right now with my children have prevented me from attending yesterday's sessions. I first spent time with Ian in the middle of Texas, where, because of a series of unusual events, he served as the internal examiner of my Cambridge PhD. We are both excited to engage in a gown-free viva at Texas A&M rather than in his much more formal rooms in Cambridge, and celebrated afterwards with a Texan steak dinner with the English faculty there. It couldn't have been further from the experience we would have had in Cambridge, and that was a good thing. I had no idea that a viva could be so much fun and so energizing, thanks to Ian's and Margaret Ezel's great questions and suggestions. And although it was 22-ish years ago, I have this clear memory of him stepping into my mother's big SUV, because my mother came for the viva as well, on her way to the steakhouse. And he commented that Texas felt strangely familiar to him. Big cars, big slabs of meat, big everything. I think it was good for both of us to be out of Cambridge. In my half hour, I'm going to first share my screen. Let's see. And I will be, let me just see. Does that look normal to you, like a slideshow?
That's it?
Yes, okay, good. So I'm going to be first giving a brief history of early modern manuscripts online, which is a grant-funded project from a while ago to democratize access to manuscript transcribing and transcriptions. And then I'll discuss two case studies of transcription projects we're engaged in that have sort of taken on a life of their own. And then end by pondering the practices of citation and scholarly editing in a digital world. Just shift some things around here. Okay, so first, MO. From 2014 to 2018, the Folger had a grant from the Institute of Museum and Library Services in the US to develop something we called MO, Early Modern Manuscripts Online. This grant allowed us to further develop our existing transcription platform, which we refer to as Dromio, which was created by Folger data architect Mike Poston. And that grant also enabled us to develop a prototype MO website, which was created by Mike Poston and Rebecca Niles, and I'll show you that in a second. During this time, we held virtual and in-person transcribathons with participants from around the world. And we partnered with Victoria van Heining at Zooniverse and Philip Durkin at the Oxford English Dictionary to create a crowdsourcing site called Shakespeare's World. And the first transcribathon we held was at Penn in 2014. And so, of course, someone baked a cake to celebrate it, which is in the bottom left of that slide. And that first transcribathon lasted 12 hours. We taught hundreds of people to read secretary hand through a number of venues: formal instruction, a series of sessions we called practical paleography, which is ongoing, and the development of various teaching aids, which we shared widely. We hoped that the addition of millions of newly discoverable handwritten words that record the experiences and voices of women and non-canonical, non-elite, and marginalized people would contribute to a reassessment of long-held assumptions about literacy, domestic arrangements, social networks, and self-determination in early modern Britain. The whole grant was an experiment. I think we actually coined the word transcribathon in our grant proposal. And Shakespeare's World, which was the Zooniverse crowdsourcing project, was one of the first non-scientific projects that Zooniverse had engaged in. And actually, as they were thinking through how to set up a crowdsourced text transcription site on the Zooniverse platform, they kept on going back to their Penguins project, which had people sort of looking at hundreds of thousands of photographs of penguins and marking the different penguin species or breeds in the photos. And they thought they could do that with words in manuscripts as well. Many people thought that that experiment would fail because how could you expect the general public to make decent transcriptions of manuscripts in English secretary hand who hadn't had rigorous in-person training? Shakespeare's World proved them wrong. The project attracted nearly 4,000 registered volunteers and an unknown number of anonymous participants who transcribed over 11,000 digital images in 4 years. There were a handful of super users who also provided hundreds of tweaks to our finding aids and catalog descriptions. So they weren't just interested in the transcriptions they were finding on the Shakespeare's World platform, but that they were then linking to our Folger website and going into our catalog and our finding aids to learn about the collections in greater detail. And often because they had transcribed these manuscripts and were so close to them, they noticed mistakes that had been, in our records for many decades. Some of the volunteers distinguished themselves so much that we made them moderators in the discussion section of Shakespeare's World. So I'm going to show you a couple of slides now, just so you get a sense of these two platforms. This is our Dromio transcription interface. So this is where we had held our in-house teaching and transcribing sessions. So this is what a transcription window looks like, and you can move it all around. And there are all of these buttons for adding XML tags to different words and abbreviations. And then Dromio also has a collation interface, which sorry, my daughter just wandered into the room. A transcription or a collation interface, which allows us to put different people's transcriptions of the same manuscript on top of each other, and the differences show in red. And so they can self-correct as we go through together. So we've used this, and we've had pedagogical partners use this in teaching. And then we have the vetting interface, which is similar to the collation interface in that it's putting the words on top of each other, but it's also putting the XML tags on top of each other. And anything that's in red, it's showing the sort of majority rules of all the transcribers' transcriptions, so it should be fairly accurate. But if you hover over the word, you can see other possible transcriptions that people have provided that are not as authoritative as the one that shows here. And then for Shakespeare's World, they had a fairly similar, or we developed a fairly similar interface for that as well. But one of the neat features of this was it allowed people to transcribe just not at the page level, but at the individual word level. So they could place dots on either side of the word or the line that they were transcribing. And they could create a crib sheet to help them as they went through a series of manuscripts and got used to the handwriting of the writer. But the tag set was fairly similar. One of the great things that emerged from Shakespeare's World was the discovery of antedatings to words that appeared in the Oxford English Dictionary. So when contributors found a word that seemed to them a bit early to be used, or the Oxford English Dictionary would run through our transcriptions and also be able to identify words in that way. They were flagged and we discussed them, and then we prioritized those documents for adding them to the MO website so that the OED could point to an authoritative transcription / edition of the manuscript that used that word. And so this was one of our first ones, White Lie. And you can see we were able to antedate it by almost 200 years. So before MO and Shakespeare's World, we thought that OED thought that 1741 was the first time that White Lie appeared. And in a manuscript of the Folger, it appears in 1567. And this actually made the headlines because of Trump. I'll just end there. And so people looked to the OED for the etymology of White Lie and were able to cite our manuscript. Another exciting find was a usage of the word partner to mean a person linked by marriage to another. And so previously they had thought that Milton's Paradise Lost was the first reference to partner with that usage. And we actually have some correspondence at the Folger that runs from around 1577 to 1603. So a series of about 12 letters in which two people, Richard and Anne Broughton, refer to each other as partners and to their friends and family as partners. So that was an exciting antedating as well. We also made it into the New Yorker magazine because people were so interested in the volunteers who were getting involved in this project. And because we didn't really know the volunteers, who they were or where they were coming from in Zooniverse, we just knew them by their usernames, which often had no connection to their actual names. This journalist, Roberta Kwok, reached out. And so we actually learned, that there was someone from Australia, there was someone from Scotland, there was someone from Germany. There were people from all over the world who were some of our super users in this project. So this was all wonderful and amazing, but the process of getting high quality transcriptions out of Shakespeare's World and out of Dromio and onto our MO platform required a lot of steps. So they ultimately, a number of manuscripts from this first grant-funded project ended up here, and they were highly encoded in using the TEI standard, the text encoding initiative, which is a form of XML. And we rendered the transcriptions in diplomatic, semi-diplomatic, and regularized form. And you could view the letter next to the image of the letter next to the transcription. And you could download the PDF and download the XML if you wanted. And because the images were in a AAA F viewer, they can be exported very easily, and it's easy to hop between them and flip them around because some of the writing appears upside down, especially on letters from this period. So this was very exciting. But if you later found an error in a transcription and wanted to correct it, it was not easy to make the change, and it was something I couldn't do myself. We had to go through our digital media and publications people and they had to change it in multiple places, and they wanted to batch them. And many of you have probably had the experience of having like a typo or something incorrect out there, and you just want to correct it as soon as possible. And we were not able to do that. So we ended up having thousands of transcriptions that didn't make it onto the website by the end of the grant because of all the work that needed to happen after each document had been fully transcribed and vetted. For a mass transcription project, we were spending far too much time debating over brevigraph types and trying to work out completely ambiguous ink marks. And this simply was not scalable. So when that grant ended in 2018, we had hundreds of transcribers who wanted to keep transcribing. I did not want to stop them. After all, we were a community, and the work they were doing was so valuable, even if we didn't yet have new funding, or an elegant strategy for getting the transcriptions out of our transcription platform. In addition to the 11,000 openings transcribed by Shakespeare's World volunteers, roughly 19,000 additional transcriptions of additional digital images have been produced using Dromio between 2014 and 2020 by hundreds of Folger docents, staff, paleography students, our pedagogical partners, Transcribathon participants, and volunteers. And several of those people migrated over from Shakespeare's World after we sunsetted it in 2019. And even in the past few months, hundreds of additional images have been transcribed. We've really capitalized upon the pandemic, keeping people at home and needing something to do. So we knew in the next unfunded phase of EMO, which is now, we needed to switch strategies. We needed to find a way to make our tens of thousands of very good transcriptions, in fact, almost perfect, available as quickly as we could, and make them easily correctable if people noticed errors. If they weren't shared as perfect TEI encoded transcriptions, that was okay. If they weren't searchable via normalized spellings, that was okay. That's why as soon as the transcription is vetted now, we add it to our digital image database. And you can see that here. So in the 25 months since the Folger quietly launched the manuscript transcriptions collection in our digital image database, we now have over 11,000 images that are fully transcribed and searchable in that way. And they've been viewed over 63,000 times, or roughly 2,500 views per month. And of course, there's been a marked increase in usage during the pandemic. And there are also deeper ways to explore the full text of these manuscripts as well through back-end access. So what else can we do with our transcriptions? They are now full text searchable, and their discoverability, as long as one understands that search must happen using original spelling, not modernized spelling, has been transformed, allowing people who can't read secretary hand to have access to our manuscripts. These texts can also be used for machine reading purposes, topic modeling and linguistic analysis, for example, to observe patterns not visible to slow readers such as human beings. And their XML markup can be enhanced for any number of display and search possibilities. But these are also texts that, by their very nature, as encoded transcriptions, have been edited, and they need to be shared in this capacity as well. So I'm going to take you through some slides now relating to two projects that, as I said at the beginning, sort of took on a life of their own. And the first one is our recipe book project. And I'll just give you a brief overview of that. So we have, let me make this screen disappear. We have roughly 125 early modern English manuscript recipe books at the Folger, and we think that that's the largest collection of recipe books anywhere from this period in English in manuscript. And for many years, well, recipe books have been growing in popularity. there's a group called the Early Modern Recipe Online Collective that has been very interested in using them in teaching. And they were one of the first groups. It started as 6 women at 6 different universities in the States and the UK. They were some of the earliest adopters of Dromio in a classroom setting. They, because of their interest and their classrooms of undergrads and grad students who are interested in working with them, we prioritize the digitization of our recipe books. So over 100 of them have been digitized so far and transcribed. We were hoping to have all of them done by now, but because of the pandemic, our digitizers haven't had access to our photography lab. 78 of these have been fully vetted, so that's thousands of pages, and they are now full text searchable in our digital image database. So you can search for any ingredient or anything. Just you can do a keyword search for these 78 recipe books. Right now, through the Before Farm to Table project, we have a digital postdoc who is transforming these transcriptions also into PDF reading copies. And that's not a great phrase, PDF reading copies, but what we mean by that is she's transforming the XML into HTML through the use of a style sheet so that you get just a very straightforward semi-diplomatic transcription that's highly accurate of each of these recipe books. And the group of people, it's hundreds of people who participated in these transcriptions, and I'll talk about a little bit more about how we acknowledge them in the last part of this talk. So you can see, for example, now you can go into the digital image database, and if you're looking for the use of oranges, you can type in orange, and you can see that there are 778 appearances of that word. So that doesn't include all the alternative spellings of orange, which I could have put in as well, and that number would go up to over 1,000, I'm sure. If you click on any one of these individual images, the transcription will appear in the gray area on the left side, so you can see where in the manuscript that word appears. These reading copies, this is a preview of what they will look like. Again, it's just very clean text. It's a semi-diplomatic transcription, so we're maintaining the lineation, the original spelling, the punctuation, the capitalization or lack thereof, and any deletions and insertions as well. The one thing that makes them semi-diplomatic, or one of the things that makes them semi-diplomatic instead of diplomatic, is that we're expanding the abbreviations with the added letters being italicized. And then if you looked at the XML, you would see also that, when we're expanding those abbreviations, we're usually lowering a superscript letter. So that's in the XML tags, but doesn't visibly display. And then this is a mock-up of the landing page for all of the reading copies that will be linkable from this page, which is part of the Before Farm to Table project that was mentioned in my introduction. So they will be available there. So that's the first case study, and I'll come back to that in a second. And then the second one is John Ward's notebooks. And this one happened much more organically and unexpectedly. So John Ward, imagine like a geeky Samuel Pepys from the 1650s, 60s, and 1670s. John Ward was a vicar of Stratford-upon-Avon, and he was also a physician. And in these notebooks, 16 out of 17 of which survive, and 13 out of those 16 which are digitized, he includes research notes from his medical training, and he also just includes thousands of random thoughts, things he's trying to remember to do, things he's read, things he's heard. So there's gossip, there's body talk, but there's also plenty of serious questioning of faith. There are is a ton of Latin. Maybe 15% of it is in Latin. He uses Greek. They are fascinating to read. And in my paleographical teaching, we always, on the last day, we do John Ward. His handwriting is notoriously difficult to read. And in my 20 years at the Folger, we've received numerous fellowship applications from people who say, you know, I'm coming to the Folger because I want to edit John Ward's notebooks. And then they come and they would see them, and before we digitize them, and run away in fear, because they are just very challenging to read. And I'll show you some images from them soon. During the pandemic, within 2 weeks, I just decided, let's do, you know, I knew there was a core group of people out there who loved John Ward and found him very amusing, and this stuff needs to get out there. So I organized a happy hour that met first every Tuesday and Thursday at 5 p.m. And since September, it's just met on Thursdays at 5. And so we've met 63 times together, and then some other subgroups formed as well, called Ward Core and Practical Paleography, John Ward Breakout Room, and they have also worked together to transcribe these manuscripts. And amazingly, we are probably 16 or 17 pages from being done. So out of these 3,473 pages, we're that close to being done. So here's an example of a Latin medical recipe that I was assigned last week in the John Ward Happy Hour. But then you get things like this, and this is why the Folger acquired these in 1928. Actually, Mr. and Mrs. Folger acquired these before the Folger even opened as a library. It contains, he was a vicar and doctor in Stratford upon Avon, I should have mentioned, and so he knew some descendants of Shakespeare, and he's also famous for providing the only known account of how Shakespeare died. And this is: Shakespeare, Drayton, and Ben Jonson had a merry meeting, and it seems drank too hard, for Shakespeare died of a fever there contracted. So some of the classes that I've taught have created editions of just, you know, a group of 10 pages, say, of John Ward's diary. So here's one of these editions, and here's what they've provided. They've glossed all of the names and the references as well in it. So we have a couple of these floating around. But then this group during the pandemic just really, this is what I mean by this project taking on a life of its own. In addition to transcribing, you can't just transcribe John Ward. There's so many, he uses so many proper names and nouns, and mentions so many local people and so many authors, and was so widely read that our group decided we need a spreadsheet to contain all of this information, because if we don't do it while we're in the thick of it, while we're transcribing it, it just seems like a waste of time to do all the transcription, even though in order to, you know, be sure about a transcription, you have to look up and find out who the person is he's talking about anyway. So they created this, what they call John Ward's bookshelf, and we have hundreds of references in here to books that he's quoting from or mentioning. And so we're imagining what his bookshelf might have looked like. And then John Ward's acquaintances, just to get a sense of his social circle. So anytime he mentions, oh, I was talking to Ned Morgan the other day, and he told me about this new plant that he has in his garden, we put those references in there. And then anytime he mentions any family members, there's a biography page. So this spreadsheet is you know, part of the scaffolding that this group is creating in the hopes of creating an online scholarly edition after we're done with the transcription. Another one of our transcribers, who is a radiologist and professor at the med school in West Virginia, is also a Latin expert who teaches Latin. And so he created this huge glossary of all the abbreviated Latin words that John Ward uses in his diaries. So the rest of us rely heavily on this because for most of us, medical Latin, early modern medical Latin is not our strength. And we can go here and we can actually get through a transcription because of this scaffolding that he's created. They also, you can see this is page 3 of a 24-page alphabet, which provides all examples of all the different letter forms that he uses for different letters, like the letter E. What else do I have here? Oh, and then also they've created common tags, XML tags that we need for expanding abbreviations in John Ward's notebook. So people can go here, copy and paste, and stick it back into their transcription. So that's case study 2. That's where we are right now. And in the next week or so, we will be finishing all 13 of his digitized notebooks. So similar to, and this I'm concluding and then I'll be done. Similar to the participatory archives movement, crowdsourcing represents a potentially transformative shift in how access to manuscript material is created and who creates it. We can upend the power structure of the archivist, cataloger, curator, disseminating partial information to others through privileged access to collection material, and work together to create an open and transparent framework for accessing material at all stages. Through transcription opportunities, libraries and volunteers become partners in a collaborative effort to unlock the text of digitized manuscripts and make it freely discoverable to anybody with an internet connection. And in our experience with it at the Folger, learning and discovery flow in multiple directions. I've learned so much from our volunteer transcribers. Individuals who may never have previously engaged in our programming or visited the Folger, in fact, are now co-creators of content that helps the Folger reach even more people like them. We have found that user engagement is that much greater when a person is invested in making a transcription and the slow, careful reading associated with that process, rather than just reading a transcription. We've learned that creating better access is about inviting others into the process of content creation, opening up our reading rooms virtually, and inviting volunteers to connect with each other and with other archivists, librarians, catalogers, researchers, and collaborators all over the world. So my burning question for this audience today is, how do we properly acknowledge all of this editorial labor that happens outside of the typical scholarly and institutional structure? So these are some of our attempts here. You can see in the bottom of this slide, transcriptions made by Shakespeare's World volunteers, MROC participants, transcribathons, but nobody's actually named by name. It's just categories of contributors. We've written blog posts about the incredible work that they've done and what we've learned through working with our volunteers. We've created lists of transcribers where you can click on a manuscript that has been transcribed, and then it opens up and all of the usernames, so the names that people use in Dromio, appear here. And so this serves, I know we have students who put their transcriptions on their CV, and this is a way of verifying that information on their CV. We've also tried to acknowledge that transcription is one small part of editing. And I'll just say, none of these attempts do justice to the expertise of each and every contributor. This is a start at thinking about the editing that happens at the digitization stage, where I can't tell you the intense conversations I've had with our digitizers about blank pages and my argument for we have to digitize those as well, and what is truly a blank page or not. The taggers, the people who developed the style sheets, like Mike Poston, the conversations I've had with him about just anything having to do with abbreviations, for example, Like, he is an editor. The vetters do have a higher level of like trying to create consistency across the transcriptions in terms of making the tags consistent. So I've looked, to many other online projects like Ben Jonson, like the Casebooks project at Cambridge and the Hester Poulter project at Northwestern. And the citations are long and complicated, and it makes me kind of dislike the practice of scholarly citations in general and the expectations of what the credentials of an editor of a scholarly edition should be. Editors are not just scholars. They are so much more than that. And as far as I'm aware, John Ward's notebooks and the Recipe Books project will be some of the first crowdsourced, highly reliable, citable editions of primary source material, which are also viewable alongside images of the source manuscripts. I'm amazed by the work of my co-collaborators, and I hope that their work will lead to new paradigms for the crediting of such scholarly expertise. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. That was fascinating. I'll send you a letter of mine and see if you can actually transcribe that. Maybe that's the worst handwriting in the world. That was wonderful. So many things, so many aspects to it as well. I think that the whole process, and I doubt that anybody in the room hasn't actually been involved in at least 2 or 3 of those activities that you're talking about. As I look at least. Okay, have we got questions here for Heather and the work that she's doing?
Or answers.
Right. Okay, Dorothy.
I was just wondering if there's a margin of error in the transcriptions. You could have a situation where particular words were very contentious, exactly what they might mean, and what a transcriber would do in that situation. Do you make a judgment?
Leave it with a question.
Absolutely.
Make a judgment.
So, yeah, so I always say that paleography is an art, not a science, and that no 2 transcribers will transcribe the same page exactly alike. So it is there. I mean, there's bias, and there's some things in handwritten manuscripts that were never meant to be exactly one thing. Like, they were indeterminate from the beginning. So we have no way of creating closure in some of those situations. So we have an XML tag for unclear. It's the unclear button, and it highlights it in yellow. And so we'll have transcribers, if they transcribe something that they're not 100% sure of, and they'll make mistakes that they think are right too, but if they are consciously aware that their word is not right, they'll give it that unclear tag, highlighting it in yellow, and then as vetters, we'll go through and those will jump out at us, and we can leave them unclear. And one of the things that I really like about online editing is that, yes, we've had multiple eyes going over these things, but other eyes that haven't yet touched this manuscript might see something that might help us unlock one of the mysteries. And so we're trying to create a platform where it's super easy for someone to contact us and say, like, actually that word should be whatever, and then I can go in and verify it and add it. But I do think, I think using this method we've been doing of triple blind, at least 3 people transcribing a single page, and then collating it, and then vetting it, and then looking at the PDF, there are plenty of mistakes that still make it through, but we're like 99.5% accurate, I think, in these transcriptions. And if there's 1 error per page, that's not too bad. And hopefully it's not a substantive error, it's something very minor.
Got to have a blot.
Yes, how do you tag a blot?
Yes. Thank you so much, Heather. It was fascinating hearing this account of the projects. It makes me think, when you're talking about the the uncertainties of transcription, particularly with John Ward's notebooks, that in a sense we don't actually read what's on a page so much as project the meaning onto the page and then check to see whether our projection was correct. And so, I mean, I'm just sort of summarising in a way the 1970s German reception theory. I wonder whether, does that ring true for you?
Not entirely, no. I mean, particularly with John Ward, what's been fascinating, just spending, at least an hour a week with him, and sometimes many more hours a week, you do start to get, become very familiar with a person's quirks. And you start to notice that, wow, in 1648, like this person's handwriting has evolved over the years. He changed the way he made his E's. What else? When he starts a new notebook, he'll start with, you can tell like he's going to be neat and organized in this notebook, and then this gradually breaks down. Like any of our composition notebooks that we have, or like we have a system and we're going to stick with it and we're going to be the most organized people ever, and then that system breaks down because it's just not sustainable. So I don't think there's too much projection, but there's a flexibility of thinking that needs to happen, and this really comes through in like his O's and his A's. You can't distinguish between them, and sometimes an O will actually look like an A and an A will look like an O, and so, but if you transcribe it with what it looks like, that's not what he meant at all. He just didn't distinguish between the two. And so there is some judgment and projection going on there. We're like, okay, we know John Ward, we know he's doing the OA thing, and so we're going to spell it the more acceptable form of the spelling, rather than assume he was doing this strange spelling and using an A instead of an O in this situation. But that sort of decision, we couldn't really make that until we'd gone through hundreds of pages and felt quite confident that there were no instances of that sort of distinction in his mind happening.
Thank you. Just you, Craig, has a question here.
Can't help asking, what about those other three notebooks? Can someone go in and, without photographing them, can someone go in and transcribe them there on the spot, or is there some way?
Yeah.
It's worrying. It's clearly worrying.
I'm really curious to go back to them now. So we have our catalog descriptions of them, and the problem with them, the reason we couldn't digitize them was because they're suffering from iron gall ink damage, where the iron level was too high in the original ink, and it's burned through the paper, basically. And so anytime you turn a page, you risk having flakes come out. And really, conservation techniques haven't yet evolved to the point where it's worth the risk of taking the volume apart to try and repair it, until we can be, there's lots of amazing iron gall ink damage research going on right now by conservators. So I hope that day happens. And I think there are less invasive ways to digitize as well that would allow us to safely do it. So, well, certainly once we have fully vetted these 13, we will go back to those 3 and work with the conservators and our digitizers and think about ways to do it. And if it has to be like bad cell phone pictures just to get the images up and have other people who can verify the transcriptions, and so be it. But I think we're at the point where it's time to revisit that again, and to find that 17th one, which is still not, it's probably out there somewhere, but if his name's not in it and it's a singleton, it's probably not identified as being by him.
Thank you.
I think you missed the point here that he was actually offering to come over.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen, thank you so much for your contribution and for finding time for us in not only your busy, but your disarticulated timetable. Really appreciate your coming into this, and I know that Ian would appreciate it as well. Thank you, Heather. Paul Eggert is Emeritus Professor at Loyola, University Chicago, and the University of New South Wales, and a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Humanities. Paul is a scholarly editor, book historian, and theorist of the editorial acts. His latest monograph, The Work and the Reader in Literary Studies, Scholarly Editing and Book History, 2019, CUP, was his latest work. It followed the biography of a book, Henry Lawson's While the Billy Boils, by Sydney University Press, a lovely 2-volume edition, and Penn State University Press. That was 2013. And the book he's best known for is Securing the Past, 2009, CUP again. He was general editor of the Academy Editions of Australian Literature. He edited the titles in the Cambridge works of D.H. Lawrence and works of Joseph Conrad series, edited certain titles. Please welcome everybody, Paul Eggert. He is the co-conspirator and co-organiser of this lovely symposium.
I would like to reverse the well-worn convention of the homage. Instead of starting with some remarks about Ian Donaldson, I intend to try anyway to lead you there. And to make them the end point rather than the starting point. So the paper I'm giving today is it's a fairly modest affair. It's a sort of history of a survey, and a somewhat superficial survey of scholarly editing of literary works in Australia. We haven't done this yet, but you can see where my homage might end up already in my saying that. Charles Batten, 1813 to 1884, seems to have started off the scholarly editing of literary works in Australia. He was a classical philologist, a textual critic, and professor at the still new Sydney University from 1867 to his death in 1864. I'm just going to hand this around. You might want to look at where I've bookmarked to. His second, this is the book that's come around, his second revised and enlarged edition of the Philebus of Plato, as the title page says, with introduction, notes and appendix, together with a critical letter on the laws of Plato and a chapter of paleographical remarks, was published in London by Williamson Norgate in 1878, 11 years into his tenure at Sydney University. Its first edition had appeared in 1855. Batten's editions of works of Euripides and Plato had appeared from 1851 to 1866, before he left England for Sydney. And the year after he arrived, an Australian edition appeared of Plutarch's Lives of Sertorius, Eusines, Agesilaus, and Pompey, with a preface by Charles Batten, published in Sydney by Reading and Wallbank printers, 1868. In more recent times, Batten's tradition has been carried on in Australia, for instance, by such scholars as Anthony Doyle, who taught at Monash University for 20 years until 1989 and edited works by Virgil and Seneca, Kevin Lee, whose name came up in conversation last night at the dinner, Kevin Lee at Sydney University, who edited works by Euripides, and Graham Clark here at the ANU, whose 4-volume Letters of St. Cyprian of Carthage appeared from 1984 to 89 in the Ancient Christian Writers series from Newman Press in New York. In modern European languages, there have been a number, including Colin Duckworth editing Flaubert and Ernest Renan, 1959, 1963, Angus Martin editing the 16th century correspondence of Fabio Mirto Frangipani, 1984, and Margaret Sankey's editing of Cyrano de Bergerac and the Abbé Jean Paulmier, 1995-2006.
Now, the next one, wait for it, the related field of scholarly translation is also well represented, with Sydney-born Gilbert Murray, 1866 to 1957, Regius Professor of Greek at Oxford from 1908, with his verse translations of Greek drama, and with the big chronological leap, more recently such scholars as James Grieve with Proust and Stathis Gauntlet with modern Greek literature. Now, Australia has not been short of editors in Old and Middle English either. The famous, if contentious, George Kane and E. Talbot Donaldson editions of the A version and the B version of Piers Plowman appeared in 1960 and 1975, respectively. But it was an Australian, George Russell, at the University of Melbourne, who edited the C version together with Kane. It finally appeared from the University of California Press in 1997, 14 years after Russell's retirement from the University of Melbourne. Several years later, Lawrence Warner, who was then Executive Secretary of the Academy of the Humanities and an Old English scholar himself, and I got George up to the Australian Scholarly Edition Centre here in Canberra for a belated celebratory lunch. He'd been living down on the Murray River in Mildura since his retirement and had fallen out of touch with the academic world entirely, he told us. Rather touchingly, he said that he'd assumed that the edition that had consumed so many years of his life had sunk like a stone. This is not an uncommon sentiment amongst editors. The lunch, anyway, showed George that this was not the case. And in fact, a check on Google in January this year showed me that the edition is still in print nearly a quarter of a century later. So have heart, editors. And live long, by the way, that's the other thing. Editions linger, and in a way that very few works of literary criticism or literary theory linger. Like the slow food movement, editions, we might say, are a form of slow scholarship, and they're all the richer for it. Disciplines invest a significant amount of their human resources in creating editions of the fundamental works that they study, and the payback eventually comes. Now, in the field of Old Norse Icelandic, Australia has been fortunate to have nurtured some productive scholarly editors, the best known perhaps being Margaret Clunies Ross, Sydney, whose collaborative 9-volume project of the skaldic poetry of the Scandinavian Middle Ages is nearing completion after many years. And in Old English, in addition to George Russell, there have been, amongst others, Bernard Muir of Melbourne, and more recently, Dan Anelzak of Sydney. Of Middle English editing, there have been various Australian exponents, including Greg Kratzmann, formerly of La Trobe, Stephanie Trigg, who's with us today in Melbourne, and Cootamundra-born Peter Robinson, who has been one of the movers and shakers in the digital scholarly editing world. Although his career has been spent in Brisbane and Canada, his innovative digital Canterbury Tales project, with its several predecessor projects, have helped bring medieval English editing into the 21st century. Now, there have been many Shakespeare editions, as you perhaps unsurprisingly, prepared by Australians, e.g. by Penny Gay, John Colmer, Alan Brissenden, Adrian Coleman, Jerry Wilkes, Andrew Reamer, and others. The Chalice Shakespeare series at Sydney University went that extra step from 1980. These were editions aimed at the student, quote, student or non-specialist reader in Australia, with some apparatus and annotation. Now, traditionally, editors preparing new titles for such a series see their work as scholarly, and typically they take account of the intended audience as well. They benefit from the work of previous editors, taking note, perhaps critical note, of the believed transmission of the text, choose one of the original printings as the basis of their reading text, and finally arrive at emendations that they see as necessary and provide annotation aimed at the envisaged audience. Australian scholars have also been responsible for editions where a more fully critical attitude to the textual transmission is central to the task, and where undertaking collations of the relevant printings to sort out that transmission is a prerequisite. There is a continuum, though, between the two types of edition, from the classroom edition to the full-scale critical edition. Australian scholars have produced a great many editions of this latter kind, the full-scale critical edition, for many different publishers, though usually British and sometimes stemming from their PhD studies in Britain, a once common phenomenon for Australians training for an academic career. Taking the two types of edition together, we can see that 16th century and 17th century writers have figured prominently amongst Australian editors. For example, Tony Gibbs's 1972 Oxford edition of Sir William Davenant's The Shorter Poems and Songs from the Plays and Masques. Tony was professor at Macquarie University. Tim Mayer's Rebels Plays edition of Ben Jonson's The Alchemist appeared in 1967, and Much Ado About Nothing in the New Cambridge Shakespeare in 1988. And Alan Brissenden, here at the ANU, Alan Brissenden's edition of Thomas Middleton's A Chaste Maid in Cheapside appeared in 1968 and 1974, once again aimed at the student market. Both Mayers and Brissenden hail from the University of Adelaide. Another South Australian, Eust Dalder, at Flinders University, was a prominent editor of 16th century poet Sir Thomas Wyatt, the collected poems appearing from Oxford in 1975. Brian McMullen at Monash University, a founding member of the Bibliographical Society of Australia and New Zealand, or BSANZ, in 1968 edited The Comedies of John Crown, a critical edition for Garland, New York. Oh, sorry, that was the edition appeared in 1984. A notable exception in that the press was an Australian one was David Ormerod and Chris Wortham's edition of Marlowe's Dr. Faustus, the A-Text, published in 1985 by the University of Western Australia Press. Now, naturally enough, or inevitably, guess whose name figures here? Ian Donaldson. His edition of Ben Jonson's poems appearing in the Oxford Standard Author Series in 1975, and again in a much expanded form incorporating two of Jonson's plays and other material in 1985, and once again in 1995. And if only to show there is a Johnsonian pattern emerging in this history, Jerry Wilkes at Sydney University produced his 4-volume edition of Jonson's plays for the Clarendon Press in 1981 to 82. Like Donaldson's, it was based on several volumes of the famous Harford and Simpson edition of Jonson's complete works. Following Wilkes's edition, Philip Ayres's edition of Jonson's play Sejanus appeared in 1990 from Manchester University Press. Ayres worked at Monash University. From the spread of universities I've been mentioning, you'll be starting to appreciate that editorial duties were fairly widely shared in Australia, especially among the older state universities, and many of those established in the 1960s. And to prove that the 17th century editorial gig continues unabated, in 2020, an annotated critical edition of Thomas Decker's Old Fortunatus appeared in the Rebels Plays series. And of course, it was David McInnis, who we heard this morning, who was the editor. Finally, I must mention, and once again from Monash University, Harold Love, surely one of Australia's most distinguished and accomplished editors. His edition with Robert Jordan of the works of Thomas Southern was published by the Clarendon Press in 1988, and his solo magnificent edition of the works of Rochester was published by Oxford in 1999. To edit in this period is to face the endemic problem of attribution, often caused by the scribal circulation or by pirated or anonymous printings. The pioneering efforts of John Burroughs and then Hugh Craig at Newcastle in developing methods in computational stylistics to face this problem have become increasingly important, indeed crucial to many editors. Harold Love was one of their collaborators, and his Rochester edition was an early beneficiary. Now, there are slimmer pickings for this account of Australian editors as soon as we hit the 18th century. At the ANU, Ian Higgins is co-general editor of the Cambridge edition of the works of Jonathan Swift, of which a number of volumes have so far appeared, and 3 are forthcoming under his own editorship. He also co-edited with Claude Rawson the Norton Jonathan Swift, The Essential Writings, for class reviews, and it appeared in 2010. Clive Provan of Monash University, whose name will come up under Australian literature in a minute, co-edited with Martin Batterston of Virginia, the correspondence of Henry and Sarah Fielding for the Clarendon Press in 1993. As regards the 19th century, Australia has been blessed with a multitude of scholarly answers. Christine Alexander from UNSW, University of New South Wales, with the Brontes, which has recently led to the complete novels of the Brontes project for Cambridge. Virginia Blaine from Macquarie, with Surtees and Wilkie Collins. Peter Edwards from the University of Queensland with Trollope. Margaret Harris from Sydney and Judith Johnson from the University of Western Australia with George Eliot's journals. Graham Tullett from Flinders with a number of critical editions of works by Scottish writers Sir Walter Scott and James Folger. And Will Christie with the letters of Francis Jeffrey to the Carlyles. Going on.
You had to throw that.
It's a sop to the cream.
Exactly.
Jim Dolan from Curtin University edited the 1998 Penguin edition of Thomas Hardy's Test of the D'Urbervilles. This led him into the Cambridge Complete Novels and Stories of Thomas Hardy project, whose first title, Tim's edition of Return of the Native, a full-scale critical edition, is due out this month. How that series will position itself in the market against the Clarendon edition that began appearing in the early 1980s with its wonderful 1983 Grindle-Gattrell edition of Tess, a quintessence of eclectic final editions editing, of which Dolan's 1998 Penguin edition of the novel was in effect a critique, remains to be seen. Editions with competing editorial rationales have been unusual for 19th century writers, whereas with Shakespeare, of course, it's the order of the day, which with each new Arden, Cambridge, Oxford or Northern series. Now, as I reach the 20th century in this account, I find an example of my earlier remark that good editions linger, and that the payback for the discipline's investment in editions eventually comes to pass. I myself write on Joseph Conrad and D.H. Lawrence, and it's a heartening fact that the main specialist journals use the Cambridge editions of the works and letters as their default sources of citation for all of the scholarship and criticism that they publish. The Lawrence edition of his works finished in 2018 with its 40th volume, the first of which had appeared in 1980. Of those, 9 were edited by Australians, 4 volumes by Bruce Steele at Monash, including Kangaroo, the Australian novel, 3 by Christopher Polnitz at Newcastle, that's Lawrence's poems in 3 volumes, and 2 by me, including the other Australian Lawrence novel, The Boy in the Bush. Recent companions, like, Edinburgh and Cambridge companions to D.H. Lawrence, have adopted the same citational method as the Lawrence journals. And this is in a sense more important, although it's been slow to arrive, the analysis by literary critics of versions rather than of works has become a common and accepted mode of approach, one that the editions in Lawrence's case, and increasingly now in Conrad's case, have made possible. Now, much the same, I think, could be said, much the same series of remarks can be said of the Cambridge Conrad Works project, which has 2 Australians involved. Roger Osborne at James Cook University and I edited Under Western Eyes in 2013, and Roger has virtually finished Nostromo solo. I should also mention Brisbane-born Warwick Gould, who spent his career at the University of London. He co-edited volume 2 of Yeats's collected letters and also Yeats's folklore and early prose fiction. The gradual lifting of copyright restrictions has allowed other modernist authors to become contenders for complete works editions. But so far, I'm not aware of any Australians being involved in the recent commissionings by Oxford, Cambridge, and Edinburgh University presses of series of complete works in print form of a number of modernist authors, including Henry James, Virginia Woolf, Dorothy Richardson, May Sinclair, Wyndham Lewis, E.M. Forster, and Evelyn Waugh. Interestingly, no Australian appears on my list for American writers in complete work series published by American university presses. Which may have something to do with the paucity of connections established with those presses via doctoral work at the relevant universities. although I have to admit it's quite possible that I've overlooked one or more. In Australia, the institutional and financial support for the scholarly editing of literary works was relatively thin. The Australian Research Council, ARC, does its best, but is no equivalent of the US National Endowment for the Humanities. There was and is no ongoing society devoted in Australia to the scholarly editing of literary works. Conferences have been relatively few. I can remember only the 1984 editing conference at the HRC convened by Chris Eade, where in fact Ian Donaldson spoke about Ben Jonson. The 1989 Editing in Australia conference at UNSW Canberra, the 1993 conference at Sydney called The Textual Condition with the subtitle Rhetoric and Editing, and then the more ambitious 4Rs conference at the HRC in 1994. Although the series of 6 smaller book logic symposia from 2010 to 2014 helped to fill the gap, as did and does the annual conference of the Bibliographical Society of Australia and New Zealand, which occasionally includes papers on editorial matters. Even today, there is no equivalent of the MLA Committee on Scholarly Editions to vet and award the MLA seal to new critical editions before publication. And nor did an association for documentary editing develop amongst historians spontaneously as it did in the USA. The bibliographic establishment certainly was active here from 1968, but it was small in comparison, inevitably perhaps. Consequently, the conversations and disputes about competing methodologies of editing, which became especially sharp in and after the 1980s in the USA, did little to guide Australian editors, except those who chanced upon or who entered into the debates from afar. By and large, at least until the 1980s, new editors here were forced to reinvent the wheel afresh every time, allowing themselves to be guided by publishers who generally knew little about the matter, or more promisingly, by general editors with some experience of these dark arts. As a result, most new editing of Australian writers, turning now to Australian literature, took place with relatively little bibliographic analysis, which could lead and did lead to embarrassing results. Commercial publishers of Australiana usually reprinted on the much honoured principle of sending to the printer whatever copy was nearest to hand had these results. Most new editions, if aiming to be scholarly, were facsimile reprints or new typesettings, with the editor's involvement restricted to the provision of a new, mainly biographical, literary critical introduction, together with a fairly rudimentary note on the text or texts chosen for reproduction. Such titles were usually aimed at the classroom setting, once Australian literature began to be a respectable subject matter for university courses from the 1960s. The University of Queensland Press Portable Australian Authors series, although later portable, was dropped after a complaint from Norton, who had the Norton portables. Generally edited by Laurie Hergenen, was of this kind, of this student classroom edition kind, when it began in 1976 with selections from the works of Marcus Clarke and Henry Lawson. It had the useful effect of bringing back into print many works from the colonial past and earlier 20th century. The textual comparisons undertaken by the editors were minimal, and no formal report of textual variation appeared. But at least the question of textual transmission was opened up as a problem, even if attention was curtailed. By later in the series, for example, in Cliff Hannah's selection of John Shaw Nielsen's poetry in 1991, a broader obligation to survey the transmission was emerging. Braver choices of source texts began to be made, and chronological ordering of the selected contents allowed the chosen writer's shifts in interest to be followed, at least to some extent. Nevertheless, before the Academy Editions of Australian Literature began to publish its first titles in the mid-1990s, the situation as regards full-scale critical editions of Australian works was dire. There had only been 2. The first was Thomas Reeve's The Poetical Works of Henry Kendall, published in 1966 by the Library Boards of South Australia, where Reed, born in 1902, had served as Anglican bishop in Adelaide since 1957, but all the while nurturing a scholarly interest in Kendall that went back to the 1930s. Colin Roderick's full-scale 3-volume variorum edition of Henry Lawson's verse was published during 1967 to 69. It was supported by extensive annotation and textual commentary. The publisher was Angus and Robertson in Sydney, who by then owned all of the Lawson copyrights. Roderick, born in 1911, had worked for the firm for 20 years from 1945, during which time he developed and published on his Lawsonian interests. Only relatively late in his career, in 1965, did he become an academic, taking up a new chair in Australian literature at James Cook University in Townsville, from where he retired only 11 years later. Now, in 1972, his edition of Lawson's short stories and sketches duly appeared, with the promise of a commentary volume to come. That volume did not appear until 1985, and when it did, it was a disappointment. It had largely to do with Roderick's decision to adopt an editorial methodology that, overseas, had been discredited for some decades. He was entirely unaware of the radical shift in the understanding and implementation of the notion of final intentions that, from the 1950s and 60s, from the University of Virginia, Fredson Bowers had energetically promulgated. Roderick resorted to the earlier form of intentional editing associated with R.B. McKerrow's editions going back to 1904. In Roderick's case, this editorial orientation had the practical effect of excluding from attention the early newspaper versions of Lawson's stories when Lawson was at his peak, in favour of the heavily copy-edited forms that subsequently appeared in collections in his lifetime. If the ground was to be opened up further for scholarly editing of Australian works, new approaches were clearly going to be necessary. That soil was tilled in the mid-1980s at, of all places, the Royal Military College, Duntroon, here in Canberra. Work on the Oxford Companion to Australian Literature was proceeding there in its growing English department. Because of the necessarily encyclopedic coverage of the research, previously overlooked literary talents from the colonial period onwards were coming to light. The visit in 1984 of Peter Shillingsburg from the USA, then a member of the MLA's Committee for Scholarly Editions, together with the lectures he gave at Duntroon, later published as Scholarly Editing in the Computer Age, helped Harry Heseltine hatch a plan for what he called the Colonial Texts series. It would put into practice some of the insights of the new editorial theory movement. The first few titles in the Colonial Text series, published by the University of New South Wales Press, had relatively simple textual transmissions for the editors to deal with. But by the time the fourth, much more complex edition had been published in 1995, with several more to follow of comparable difficulty, some hard thinking had been done and implemented. That fourth title, The Silent Sea, by Catherine Martin of 1892, existed in 3 printed states, 2 Australian newspaper serialisations, one in Melbourne, one in Adelaide, and a 3-volume Bentley London first edition book form. Each one had radiated from the triplicate Bentley proofs that Martin revised differently for their different audiences. The editor, Rosemary Foxton, later Campbell, proved something that Shillingsburg and I had theorised ought to be possible, that is, to reconstruct the text of the lost proofs, the closest that could be got to the text of the lost manuscript from which the proofs themselves had been set. I remember well the whiteboard drawings on which this ambition took shape. It was daring, but it worked. And we were lucky to have such a good editor. That reconstruction would form the reading text of the edition, and the sets of revisions that Martin was responsible for would be recorded at the foot of the page. This was an early form for us of a version or versionist editing, one intended to open up the authorial history of the work rather than finalising a text of it. The ferment of thinking behind results such as this fed directly into the series that the Australian Academy of the Humanities commissioned around this time, the Academy Editions of Australian Literature. The series was the first major English language editorial project to start its operations, needing to face up to the challenge of the changed climate in editorial theory. I'm just going to circulate one of the volumes, Australian plays for the colonial stage, 1834 to 1899. And you might want to look at the pantomime, The House That Jack Built, which I've got marked there. You'll see, if you've never seen one before, an enfolded text. which I can talk about later. The colonial text series had been aimed at lesser known works of fiction, but granting them full-scale scholarly attention. The Academy Edition series, in contrast, which would be published by the University of Queensland Press, was aimed at the more established classics of Australian literature, although the choice was, as always with such undertakings, conditioned by the availability of suitable editors and by copyright considerations. There would be 10 titles published between 1996 and 2007. Well, I can tell you it was quite a ride. Because it was not a complete works series, every edition had to be separately conceptualised and designed to capture the peculiarities of the textual transmission. The introductions were extensive and much new research was reported in them. The standards of editorial endeavour were the highest so far achieved for Australian literary works. The volumes themselves, as you can see, are good lookers, and nearly all extend to well over 700 pages, with full-footed page apparatus, explanatory notes, historical and biographical appendices, maps, etc. The volume that's going around, Plays for the Colonial Stage 1834 to 1899, was edited by Richard Fotheringham. It's particularly substantial, including ample historical illustrations together with editions of the music used in the plays. Pleasingly, the two novels by Henry Handel Richardson published in the series spawned a whole separate series of critical editions of the remainder of Richardson's works at Monash. It went forward, edited by Bruce Steele and Clive Provan. Originally, there were going to be 12 titles in the Academy Edition series, but 2 were left for later when funding ran out. One of those was an edition of Henry Lawson's short story collection of 1896, Wild Billy Boys, on which I collaborated with Elizabeth Webbing. It made good the failures of Roderick's edition by choosing the early versions as reading texts and allowing comparison with the later copy-edited versions via a footer-page textual apparatus with commentary. The would-be 12th title, Charles Harper's Complete Poetry, is still in progress as a digital archive and edition, or what we're calling a critical archive. If you want to look at it, it's at charles-harper.org. Harper's spelled with a U-R, if you don't know. Editions, although intended to last for many decades of use, inevitably reflect their period, not only ideologically, but also technologically. Although it's not true that university presses are abandoning the print edition format, the advent of the digital edition is definitely upon us. The medium is particularly useful for situations where more needs to be presented and reported than will fit within the bounds of one or more books. We made an early start in 2003 when, as part of its occasional publication series, the Scholarly Edition Centre published a full-scale variorum edition of John Shaw Nielsen's collected verse, edited by Margaret Roberts, then Chief Librarian at Launceston City Library. It was typeset as a long sequence of A4-sized pages gathered into PDFs, meaning that it could be searched but also printed off and bound as if it were a printed book. But if the full capacities of the digital realm were to be exploited editorially, much more technical innovation was called for. Especially the archival and editorial functions would need to be combined through the presentation of images and transcriptions of original source materials, as we've just been seeing. Collation of the text of each work would need to be done automatically. That's a crucial matter if you think about it for an editor, thereby setting the stage for collaborative interpretation of the materials and ultimately permitting competing editions to be based on them. So this is, in fact, the aim of the Charles Harper Critical Archive. But mention must also be made of the parallel presentations of materials in the early modern Women's Research Network, another Australian project which, as we know, Will Smith has been hard at work on with her various collaborators. Now, this swing to the digital is my segue now to Ian Donaldson's crowning achievement, the magnificent Cambridge edition of the works of Ben Jonson. Co-journal edited, as we know, with David Bevington and Martin Butler, and involving over 50 scholarly collaborators. It was published in 7 volumes in 2012 and then appeared in a much expanded form as the online edition in 2013, the year in which Ian turned 78. It was a remarkable late flowering by any standard. And I might just add in passing how long-lived Jonson editors have typically been. Harford lived, I think, till 87. So the contract had been signed in 1902 for the Oxford Ben Jonson. It was finally completed in 1952, but Hartford published the first volume in 1926, a mere 24 years after the contract, which is heartening for any editors around the room, and who have been military. And then Simpson, he'd taken Simpson on in the meantime, Percy Simpson, I think he's the one, I think he lived to 87. He then involved his wife, Evelyn Simpson, who lived to a ripe old age as well. So there you go. Be that as it may, when you enter the Cambridge Ben Jonson online edition, you do enter another world. The remarkable thing that you notice straight away is the provision of the high quality images of the quarto and folio printings of the plays, masques and poems, and also a generous selection of the most significant scribal and holograph manuscripts, together with the old spelling transcriptions of the printings. There were about 750 manuscripts or manuscript collections to deal with, as well as the early printings of the poetry collections that Jonson prepared himself, and those of the plays, sometimes in quarto and then in the famous folio of 1616, and then the second folio and duodecimo forms published in 1640, 3 years after Jonson's death, in the preparation of which he could possibly have played a part. The edited texts, which are modernised reading texts, can be set side by side in a window containing the collation entries and commentary on them, and the explanatory notes with bubble icons in the reading text alerting you to their presence. A double click reveals them in a pop-up window. Or the icons can be toggled off to leave you with a clean reading text. Alternatively, the notes, collation and commentary can occupy a pane next to the reading text and synchronised with it, so that as you scroll the reading text, the Windows notes scroll with it. The underlying TEI tagging allows this to happen. XML TEI tagging allows this to happen. But TEI can get in the way of other things. So neither the old spelling transcriptions that they make available in the online edition, nor the images scroll with the reading texts or with the notes. An automatic collation, still the holy grail of digital editions, was not achieved. It remains a necessary challenge for the next generation of digital editors. The editorial work appears to have been done for the print form of the edition, although I'm open to a correction on this. As far as I can figure out, it was done for the print form of the edition, and then there was a lot more added to the online form, rather than the book form being developed as a process subset of the online form. The latter, I understand, was the aim, and is where, for workflow purposes, future projects eventually want to be, even if we're not there yet. The tools just weren't there. Although by abandoning TEI in the Charles Harper Critical Archive, we think we're getting a lot closer to achieving it. On the positive side, like any project with a content management system, the Ben Jonson Online has the capacity to store, to organise and to serve up a variety of content types. The works themselves in their different facsimile, transcriptional and edited forms, various kinds of scholarly commentary written by the participating editors, images and annotated transcriptions of original bibliographical records, a chronological timeline, and a calendar of performance of Jonson's plays up to 2010. Because of this digital management system, there's no particular restriction on the length of the introductions and essays on texts of each work. More historical and bibliographical information can be recorded than could be accommodated in the book form. The net result is that this online project is both a special purpose archive and an edition. For the Johnsonian scholar, it is really an embarrassment of riches. In what reads almost like a gasp of surprise, Percy Simpson, of the famous Hartford and Simpson edition of Johnson, had commented in 1947 that now, having access to the collations of the poems and the prose works, he said, is, quote, to penetrate into Jonson's workshop, to stand behind him, as it were, and to peep over his shoulder. It is, quote, to throw a flood of light on his working methods. Now, what an estranging feeling it must have been, I think, to stand at the edge of this previously forbidden shore, and to do so while new criticism, with its intent focus on the finished verbal icon, was burgeoning. Critics are in a much better position to grasp the opportunity now, because the general editors and editors have the courage to think through to their editorial consequences the relatively recent discovery of the enduring scribal culture of Johnson's age. They broke away from Hufford and Simpson's nearly exclusive editorial reliance on the texts of the first and second folios. Over time, as scholars become used to the online edition as well as to the printed form, it must surely change the way in which literary criticism of Johnson is conducted. The many ways in which he was deeply interlocked into his own period will also be better understood. This is what good editions should do, and given time, they can do. Perhaps this is a good point to offer my final reflection that, and I think this is the homage, that Ian Donaldson's editorial and general editorial achievements come out of what is at least a continuity, even, can we say now, a tradition of Australian scholarly editing. That last phrase has never crossed my lips before, and I'm surprised to hear it doing so now. But writing this selective bibliographical history has laid it bare. Characterising that tradition would properly and sympathetically and adequately would require more quality time spent with a wider range of editions than I've had the opportunity to do. But my hunch is that Australian editors have, paradoxically, often drawn strength from their geographical distance from the great editorial and publishing centres, making many of them resistant where occasion demands to established blanket solutions, and thus willing to chance their arm methodologically. Ian Donaldson was very much in that swing. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. You stay there, because I've got some comments online that I'd like to read, if that's okay with you in the room. Just a few reminders of other editions. As you can imagine, people out there have been sort of thinking while you're talking.
Yes, good.
Janet Hadley Williams is reminding you of works in older Scots that's edited by her.
Yes, yes,
right?
Good.
Paul Saltzman, Ros Smith, this was this yesterday, but Ros mentioned Paul Saltzman's early modern editing work.
Yes.
It's also been important for recent prose fiction, digital editions of Lady Mary Roth. And there are a couple of questions I'll come back to there. The American one is interesting, I think. You said that very little. The only one I could think of would be Sarah Gleason White's editions of William Faulkner's film scripts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes. But there are probably others as well. Right, what have we got? A couple of other Oz editors.
Oh, good.
Rod Thompson, multiple editions of medieval Latin works. Mary Dwyer Visio-Pauli.
Oh, yes, right? Of course, I knew about that.
And most of all, says Peter, Prushaw, the only non-Italian ever to be allowed to edit Dante in the Edizione Nazionale.
Yes, of course.
Right?
Yes, wonderful. Great.
Yeah.
Great.
So there are.
I hope we can keep a copy of those.
Keep coming.
Yes.
Keep coming, folks.
I think this document has to be collaborative because no one person can bring it all together or has, like myself, such a fallible memory.
Now, Alastair, I've got one question, and then I'll come to you, and then I think we'll finish if that's okay, because we need to get away. This is from Ross Smith as well. Why is it that some editing work doesn't seem to linger or gain traction, while other editing work lives on, do you think? And do you think Category 1 funding restrictions for editions will affect the Australian involvement in editing in the future?
Well, I guess the latter one is in a sense the more worrying one. The former one, I suppose, editions are sometimes sort of rites of passage for literary critics, literary historians, often done soon after their PhD, and often having been the subject of the PhD. So there's a kind of extra force other than a market need, which is pushing some of those editions through. Also, I think too, it comes down a little to the distribution capacities of the presses that publish them. Unfortunately, it's just a fact of life that some of the big university presses do distribute effectively throughout the Anglophone world, and some of them worldwide. And there's that reputational factor of the presses that carries some editions through and others not. But I think we have to be realistic about the fact that literary syllabuses are increasingly restricted. Fewer courses are offered in Australia, and I think this must have an effect on the actual usage of editions. Nevertheless, as I say, editions linger. They bide their time, and their time is not necessarily any particular one is not necessarily right now. I've been in this game long enough to appreciate this, and I do believe it to be true. When it comes to the ARC and its Category 1 funding, I'm afraid I've been out of the ARC swim now for about 7 years while I was away overseas, and never intend to apply for an ARC grant again personally. So I haven't had that close, that sort of intimate sense of angst about it. But I remember we had to fight pretty hard within universities to have editions accepted in the annual research reports as the equivalent of A1 books. And through the Academy of the Humanities English section, that battle was often won, and I think should be continued into the future. As regards the ARC's rules, I really don't. Ros knows far more about it than I do.
Thanks, Paul. And Alastair, please.
Paul, can I ask a slightly sceptical historian's question?
Ooh.
Is the history of literary editing always bound to be, to some extent, a Whiggish history of literary editing?
Better editions.
Yeah.
Better editions.
Yeah. Look, I think that by arranging the paper chronologically as I did, the intention was to get sort of like a first survey, and I can assure you that most of the paper is actually in the footnotes. But a Whiggish history. Maybe the Whigs are sometimes right.
Oh yes. And there are giants whose shoulders people stand on.
Indeed. But I think too, when it comes to this kind of the history of this particular subject matter, that steps are taken gradually. They do depend on courses teaching the necessary skills, whether those courses are undertaken here or in overseas universities, and they do depend a lot on happenstance, on opportunities that are seized, on people being prepared to sacrifice their weekends year in, year out to do that sort of editing, because it is unrelenting. The satisfaction of having done it, though, I think most editors will tell you after they've picked themselves up the floor from exhaustion, will tell you it's a quiet, palpable satisfaction, and so long as editions do linger, I think that satisfaction will be there. And as editing has been carried on since the ancient library of Alexandria, we know it will never cease.
Now, just to wind up, Paul, I have one serious correction.
Oh, good. Yes.
And one comment for all the panelists. See, the serious correction is from, I take it from Peter Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
Alas, I was not born in Cootamundra.
Which one is it?
That was Don Bradman. Oh. But he is touched by your comparison. That's from Peter in Saskatchewan.
Was it that low then? When I wrote through I wasn't 100% sure. He'll tell me. Yes. Okay, and now a quick one from Heather, who's had to leave and duck out very quickly. She just wants to thank all her fellow panelists. Thank you very much. She really enjoyed the occasion and was grateful to be part of it. Okay, I think we should wind up now. Just before we do
lunch.
Just before we do, would you mind if I had a couple more minutes?
Oh no, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Go.
Well, this actually will embarrass Will.
Oh, don't. No. Let's go have a look.
Will does not want any kind of formal thanks. He hates the very idea,
Yep.
and yet I've sat here today looking at Will, and his palpable pleasure, his enjoyment, his peculiar laugh. He really gets into it. He's somebody whose enthusiasm for what we've been doing in this day and a half is palpable, and it's just so heartening that the Humanities Research Centre here has had someone to direct it with such art, with such commitment, with such enthusiasm, and with a capacity for hard work, for looking at the details. Like he wanted to compliment me or to let you know that I was a whatever organiser. I was just a helper. Will, as the speakers know, did the hard work. I was a sounding board, that's what I was. And then as I noticed, because I was keeping an eye on Will just to see it, and I soon realised I had to do nothing. He had it before I'd even thought that there was a gap. Will had filled it. And I'm sure, well, I know that this is the way that he's conducted himself in the 5 years that he's been head of the HRC. And the link, the final homage I would like to make to Ian is to say that the ideal Humanities Research Centre that Ian established, which was forward-looking, which was outward-reaching, which was utterly committed, which created such reputational value for the ANU all around Australia at first, because it was the only Humanities Research Centre, if those of us old enough to remember. It was a model and an example, and finally a reputational value around the world of the very highest kind. And I would, in my opinion, Will has continued that tradition, and in difficult times during COVID, was determined not to allow it to falter. And I think that when Will retires, which is awfully imminent, as in
3 days,
that I hope that the ANU will be able to find a replacement director that is half as good as Will. So could we perhaps have...
The Real in Literature, George Eliot, Virginia Woolf. Peter Holbrook is Professor of Literature at the Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences, Australian Catholic University, Melbourne. From 1996 to 2020, he taught at the University of Queensland, where he was also, for a time, Professor and Director of the UQ node of the Australian Research Council Centre of Excellence for the History of Emotions. He remains an Honorary Research Fellow at UQ, and his publications include Shakespeare's Individualism, Cambridge 2010, and English Renaissance Tragedy, Ideas of Freedom, Bloomsbury 2015. Please welcome Peter Holbrook from Brisbane.
Hello, thank you. Will, can you hear me there?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. Well, first off, I'm very sorry that I'm unable to be down in Canberra with you. I had my plane ticket all booked and all that, but it wasn't to be because of the recent outbreak here. I should say that it's a real honour to speak at this event. Everyone said that, but I'll just say it again. When I went to Yale years ago to do a PhD in English, I kept hearing about this person whom I'd never met called Ian Donaldson, because it seemed that everyone just about at in the English department at Yale had, of course, heard of him, but many of them had actually visited the HRC and had had a wonderful time there. And And I think that gets back to what Paul was saying just a moment ago about the reputational value of the HRC. And yes, it's great to see that institution still thriving. I also, my supervisor at Yale, G.K. Hunter, turned out to be a huge fan of Ian's, and he was a hard man to please, actually, so that said something. Just two things I want to second that have been said. The first is something that Stephanie said about Ian. It really was extraordinarily valuable to have him as a shrewd and warm source of advice and support on the advisory board of the Centre for the History of Emotions. And finally, something that Simon Haynes said yesterday about, I guess you might call it the sort of critical tact of Ian. I saw that when I hosted him for a talk at University of Queensland a few years ago. Two things I remember about that. First of all was the typically delicate, light touch, the critical tact, as I say, of his presentation, and also his fantastic suit. He was so beautifully turned out. Anyway. So yes, he was a friend to many scholars in Australia, and that's in a way what I want to talk about today, friendship. So I'll plunge right in. Social and political movements are strong to the extent they seem to describe the world as it really is. During the early to middle years of the last century, socialists could claim to have a general theory of the nature of reality in the form of dialectical materialism, and of history in the form of historical materialism. Together, these two doctrines divulged the true nature of the world. So it was thought. The stadial conception of history, from the passage from feudalism to capitalism to socialism to communism, inspired the worldwide working class movement because it seemed to show not only that socialism was desirable, but that it was in some sense inevitable, built into the very fabric of human reality. One could derive an ought from an is. Socialism and communism were not only the ways in which human beings should live, they were systems immanent in the very structure of social reality. So socialists weren't merely wishful moral idealists, they were the ultimate realists. In this respect, of course, they were very like their sisters and brothers in the early Christian movement, for whom the kingdom of God was in some sense already here, like Jesus's grain of mustard seed, which a man took and sowed in his field, the least of all seeds, but when it is grown, the birds of the air come and lodge in the branches thereof. Needless to say, such realist language, if we can call it that, has dropped out of favour among the cultural left in recent times. The collapse of actually existing socialism is one reason for that change in mentality, of course, and so is the historically associated rise of hyperliberal capitalism across the globe since about 1980, with the Reagan and Thatcher political revolutions. From a socialist point of view, history has actually gone backwards since then, and at lightning speed. So much for the stadial conception of history. Associated again with this historical development has been the emergence among intellectuals of various forms of cultural relativism and skepticism. It's difficult to generalize about such things, of course, but to go out on a limb here, I'd venture to say that the general mindset of leftist intellectuals from the 1980s onwards has been more characterized by misgivings about words like nature and reality than it has been enthusiastic about them. A form of culturalism, if you like, has been the temper of the times among progressive circles. And to add to my already broad brush claims here, I'll simply note that this mindset has characterized a period of almost total defeat for the socialist left. Now, if any of the above is true, one might ask, where might we find the kind of view of reality, the view that derives a robust ought from a certain is, that socialists once cleaved to, and which gave them hope and spirit and conviction about the rightness of their cause, and which meant even that they were prepared to die for it? I want to suggest that one such place might be in certain authors of the English literary tradition. I'll just reiterate that this seems to me an important question, because being able to say that your politics connects up in some deep fashion with the way things really are is a very powerful psychological position to be in. The late Mark Fisher, in his Capitalist Realism, makes exactly this point. One of the reasons that hyperliberal capitalism now prevails across the globe is that since the Thatcher-Reagan revolutions, a new theory of the real has come to dominate social and cultural life. Basically, the theory of there is no alternative, that a social system based on winner-take-all competitiveness may not be the world we'd all like to live in, but it's the only possible world because it reflects most accurately how human beings are. Ultimately, then, we might conclude from this situation, all real politics comes down to a struggle over human nature. That is to say, a quarrel over what human beings are really like, what reality perhaps in general is like. And of course, so I want to suggest that attending to certain English authors is one thing we can do if we're serious about countering the there is no alternative ideology that Mark Fisher challenged. Of course, claims that literature connects to reality are central to this tradition of writing that I'm invoking here. I'll begin with Shakespeare. The author, Dr. Johnson, hailed as the poet of nature, a view of Shakespeare that's been canonical, I think. For Johnson, Shakespeare was a great writer, despite glaring failures of taste and judgment, because he showed life as it truly was. Johnson, you recall, said that Shakespeare held up to his readers a faithful mirror of manners and of life, giving us at last human sentiments in human language, in scenes so faithful to human reality that from them a hermit may estimate the transactions of the world, and a confessor predict the progress of the passions. So Shakespeare is so truthful about human life, Johnson is saying, that even the pious hermit, a complete stranger to the ordinary passions, would have no difficulty understanding his fellow human beings from a perusal of his works. Now, this view of poetry and drama is virtually identical with that of Shakespeare's own most beloved character, I'd venture, Hamlet, who of course defines drama as holding the mirror up to nature. I don't have time to argue this in any detail, but I would contend that this is indeed Shakespeare's theory and practice of drama, that is, fidelity to life. There is, of course, another view, advanced by no less a figure than Ben Jonson, which is that Shakespeare wasn't much concerned about reality, that he's really the maker of fanciful and essentially romantic, mouldy old tales and tempests that make nature afraid. And this view perhaps finds an echo in that type of criticism that's preoccupied with the conventional and, as it were, the self-consciously literary character of Shakespeare's work. But, and again, I can only sketch out my position here, I think that's a mistaken approach, because it seems to me that everywhere in Shakespeare, what we find is an impatience with convention, a desire to open out from artifice and falseness, to seize what is truly and actually there, the actual human being freed of, I suggest, distorting social determination. And this I take to be the essence of Shakespeare's radicalism. Theodore Adorno once claimed that authentic artworks have consistently felt the urge, as if in need of a breath of fresh air, to step outside themselves. It's this orientation towards an outside that Adorno identifies with true art, what he calls memorably the artwork's gesture of stepping out into the open. And it's this stepping out into the open that I identify with the critical impulse in Shakespearean writing. That is, I interpret Adorno as saying, all genuine art seeks to look outside the distorting views of the damaged and exploitative world it's made in. And as I say, I hold this to be a key characteristic of Shakespeare's art, its restlessness with forms of life that are distortions of what the dramatist takes to be the true reality of human existence. To seek the thing itself, to quote King Lear, is necessarily to reject the lendings, again Lear's word, the falsehoods of socially determined, also distorted life. As a side note to all this, the view that the truest poetry is the most feigning is also attributable to Shakespeare. We find it in the mouth of the arch-ironist Touchstone in As You Like It. Touchstone, the courtly wit, is a sort of deconstructionist avant la lettre. I recall my old teacher at Melbourne University, Howard Felprin, quoting that tag with relish. For Touchstone, everything is just what Hamlet bitterly calls, in response to Polonius's inquiry as to what he is reading, words, words, words. Touchstone is very entertaining or playful, as critics of the 80s and 90s were fond of saying, but he hardly has the last word in the drama. His plebeian interlocutor, Corin, brings him down a peg or two. "You have too courtly a wit for me," he says in response to Touchstone's frivolous paradoxes and incessant one-upmanship, and his salty observation that, "Sir, I am a true labourer. I earn that I eat, get that I wear, owe no man hate, envy no man's happiness, glad of other men's good, content with my harm, and the greatest of my pride is to see my ewes graze and my lambs suck." It's a powerful speech that's given to this yokel, whose apparent shallowness is grist, of course, for Touchstone's mill. But it's worth attending to what this true labourer says. His life is characterised by fellowship. He doesn't hate others, doesn't envy their happiness. He's pleased by others' happiness indeed. He's devoid of pride, egoism, self-assertion. The greatest of his pride, as he says, is to see his flocks flourish. The weighty simplicity, kindliness, and lack of affectation in what Corin has to say here speaks for itself. It's Touchstone, with all his arty superciliousness, who is shallow. The whole scene has, I think, the true Shakespearean signature, namely the interest in and respect for common life and its realities. Shakespeare's gardens, imaginary gardens, have real toads in them, to invoke Marion Moore. It's always the real that is the true object of attention and the true desire of the plays. It's what drives the effect of intensity, excuse me, of that moment at the end of, excuse me, The Winter's Tale, when Leontes exclaims of the statue of Hermione, "Oh, she's warm." It's the desire for the living, actual warm woman rather than the cold statue or image that's so characteristic. Where else might we find the commitment to the real as against the false and artificial that I'm defending today? Well, I want to explore this idea vis-a-vis some works by George Eliot and Virginia Woolf. I want to suggest that both of these authors share with Shakespeare this characteristic yearning for the real. And as with him, I want to suggest that this real is in each case a radical force. In other words, the real in these authors is not merely a dead empirical fact. It's alive with moral, political force and meaning. This realism is well on display in both A Room of One's Own and 3 Guineas. To begin with, there's Wolfe's attention to the material conditions of art, the famous £500 a year and A Room of One's Own. Wolfe repeatedly draws our attention to the humble, everyday realities that undergird the creative life, but which much so-called art, of the airy Touchstone kind perhaps, prefers not to acknowledge. Novelists, for example, omit to tell us what is eaten at lunch. But one cannot think well, love well, sleep well, if one has not dined well. She wonders about certain topics neglected in polite discourse, such as the effect of poverty on the mind. Her focus throughout is on the material conditions that help or hinder intellectual life. And this is captured in the great image of the spider web, how imaginative life is necessarily conditioned to everyday common reality, conditioned by common reality. Fiction, Wolfe says, is like a spider's web, attached ever so lightly perhaps, but still attached to life at all 4 corners. Shakespeare's plays, for instance, seem to hang there complete by themselves, but when the web is pulled askew, hooked up at the edge, torn in the middle, one remembers that these webs are not spun in midair by incorporeal creatures, but are the work of suffering human beings and are attached to grossly material things like health and money and the houses we live in. Intellectual freedom, the essay never forgets, depends upon material things. Now, this wonderful passage from A Room with a View should be directly compared to this by George Eliot from chapter 3 of book 4 of The Mill on the Floss. It's Eliot ironically apologising for her writing the history of unfashionable families, such as that of the Tullivers. In doing so, she says, one is apt to fall into a tone of emphasis, which is very far from being the tone of good society, where principles and beliefs are not only of an extremely moderate kind, but are always presupposed, no subjects being eligible, but such as can be touched with a light and graceful irony. But then good society has its claret and its velvet carpets, its dinner engagements 6 weeks deep, its opera and its fairy ballrooms, rides off its ennui on thoroughbred horses, lounges at the club, gets its religion done by the superior clergy who are to be met in the best houses. How should it have time or need for belief and emphasis? But good society, floated on gossamer wings of light irony, is a very expensive production, requiring nothing less than a wide and arduous national life, condensed in unfragrant, deafening factories, cramping itself in mines, sweating at furnaces, grinding, hammering, weaving under more or less oppression of carbolic acid, or else spread over sheep walks and scattered in lonely houses and huts on the clay or chalky cornlands where the rainy days look dreary. This wide national life is based entirely on emphasis, the emphasis of want, which urges it into all the activities necessary for the maintenance of good society and light irony. It spends its heavy years often in chill, uncarpeted fashion, amidst family discord, unsoftened by long corridors. Under such circumstances, there are many among its myriads of souls who have absolutely needed an emphatic belief, life in this unpleasurable shape, demanding some solution even to unspeculative minds. What Eggert draws our attention to is the way that a refined, privileged, beautiful life depends on these unpleasant material realities, the hard, inartistic work done in factories and on farms, upon productive labour that is anything but beautiful. I think of this passage as Shakespearean because it displays Shakespeare's own sensitivity to how the high is supported and conditioned by the low. One of the reasons that Hamlet is such an attractive character is because he continually brings this unidealizing, truthful perspective into play in the refined and corrupt court. The passage from Mill on the Floss follows on from Maggie Tulliver's enthusiastic reading of Thomas à Kempis, in whose fervent piety she finds consolation for the new miseries afflicting her family, hence Eliot's unironic, untouchstone-like emphasis, belief, and principles, and her own irony towards the claims of light and graceful irony, which tends to be more available, as she says, to those enjoying a life supplied with claret, numerous dinner engagements, and so on, than to those without such advantages. But my general point is that the passage displays Eliot's characteristic endeavour to bring the high in relation to the low, the grand to the simple. Good society, with all its refinements and delicacies of feeling and thought, is not to be understood for Eggert without reference to that lowly workaday world that sustains it. Its gossamer-like beauty is no less tied to the humble material sphere than is Wolfe's spiderweb of high culture. But this focus on the material basis of a beautiful life is not the only sense in which the real is essential to Eliot's fiction. Earlier in the novel, Eggert responds to her well-born reader's objection that this, after all, is a sordid life, this of Tulliver's and Dodson's. Here, in her novel, Eggert admits, the reader is indeed confronted with the most prosaic form of human life, characterized by a crushingly provincial narrowness of view. Surely it's right to apologize for presenting to the reader, for his or her consideration, these Emmet-like Dodsons and Tullivers. But Eggert insists, she does not really need to apologize at all, for we need not shrink from this comparison of small things with great. For does not science tell us that its highest striving is after the ascertainment of a unity which shall bind the smallest things with the greatest? In natural science, I have understood, there is nothing petty to the mind that has a large vision of relations. and to which every single object suggests a vast sum of conditions, it is surely the same with the observation of human life. Now, Eliot's insistence on the scientist's commitment to a large vision of relations, and on that same scientist's striving for the ascertainment of a unity which binds the smallest things with the greatest, this is not only a case of getting things right, which the reference here to science may lead us to believe. And it takes me to my general point about Eliot and Wolfe, and indeed Shakespeare. Wolfe insists on the collective conditions of art. Masterpieces, she points out, are not single and solitary births. They are the outcome of many years of thinking in common, of thinking the body of the people, so that experience of the mass is behind the single voice. Moreover, the new female writer of her ardent hope might light on small things and show that they were not small after all, almost unknown or unrecorded things. Again, the high is to be referred to the low, the unpretentious. And Wolfe wants, of course, to have done with what she sees as a certain assertive egoism of masculinist writing. The I of such writing is like a dark bar that shadows and obscures everything else. It's not just then, so the issue here is what she calls the blindness of egoism and the aridity of I. It's not then just that Wolfe or Eliot refuses to understand, as I'll argue, refuses to understand the so-called high without referring to the lower. It's rather that she doesn't think of the egoistic life as the true one at all. She looks out of her window and sees a man and woman getting into a cab, and the idea of a natural unity between the sexes, a natural fusion and cooperation between them occurs to her. The spiritual cooperation and harmony between male and female. She thinks that some marriage of opposites must be consummated. And this emphasis upon the unity of male and female is part of even of a larger claim, which is this, that what Wolfe calls the common life is, as she says, the real life, not the little separate lives we live as individuals. For the emphasis in Wolfe is all on this common life, on connectedness, against divisions, against borders. Remember, the essay begins with her wondering about the injunction not to walk on the grass, not to come into the library, on the idea that I'm better than, indifferent to her or him, and so on. The key thing for Wolfe is connectedness. And we've seen that for Wolfe, the highest things in life are profoundly conditioned by the everyday and the remarkable and the unremarkable. So this is not just a matter of accurate description, it's a vision of reality that discloses a moral and political truth. It's this intuition that the world is only properly seen under what Eliot calls the large vision of relations, or as a unity. It's the emphasis on connectedness, on relatedness that's central in both authors. The unity that's uncovered is not just then a matter of how the world is, but how it should be, morally and politically. In Wolfe's Three Guineas, we see an even more remarkable insistence upon unity. The secretaries of three worthy societies have written to her. They're each asking for a guinea to support their respective causes, one to prevent war, another to re-establish a women's college, another to help women obtain employment in the professions. But for Wolfe, none of these causes can be thought of properly as separate from one another. And indeed, neither can these causes be thought of without reference to other seemingly unrelated matters, such as a photo on her desk of dead bodies and smashed houses, a scene from the Spanish Civil War. Then another photo comes into play for her. This time a photo of professional life is played out in places like St. Paul's and Westminster Abbey and so on. So a procession in which all of the uniforms of professional life, splendid ornate ribbons, fur, plumes, and so on abound. And this brings to mind for her all the rules about who can wear what, gold wire, braid, cockade. There are so many distinctions to be observed, so many splendid ceremonies to be gone through when one kneels, when one sits. and then to the photograph of an elaborate academic procession with all of the various honours and badges of distinction and importance. That's another photograph that draws Wolfe's attention. And she wonders whether the distinctions of dress and standing in these ceremonies are not somehow related to the destroyed houses and corpses in the other photo, whether these solemnities are not part of the same system ultimately that rouses competition, vainglory, ambition, jealousy, and indeed the disposition towards war. So that in the end, one cannot think about the professions and what they are for, or education and what it's for, without also thinking about the shattered bodies and houses, the problem of war. The problem then is what the colleges, including the Women's College, is for, what it will aid or retard. And the truth is that in the form of cultural criticism that Wolfe is practicing here, the high cannot be thought of, the civilized, refined, cannot be thought of except in relation to such horrors as what's going on in Spain. And what she discovers is that all the marks of distinction that the professions and the educational institutions foster are really connected to that horror. And this way of seeing things dialectically as connected, however remote from each other they may seem, has, again, a moral political upshot. For her hope is for a unity, the sort of unity that the voices of the poets answering each other assures us of. That is, of a unity, as she puts it, that rubs out divisions as if they were chalk marks only, and reflects the capacity of the human spirit to overflow boundaries and make unity out of multiplicity. For this unity is what is real, and we'll attain it only when, Wolfe says, freedom from unreal loyalties, loyalties that divide us all one from another, is finally achieved. When that happens, she says, we will find that natural beauty, not the beauty of pageantry and ceremony, which encourage false and unreal attitudes and miserable distinctions of rich and poor, clever and stupid. That true beauty will then be the object of our affections. So what I've been stressing is just this sort of sense of togetherness and connectedness that we find in Wolfe and in Eliot, such that the apprehension of connectedness is the fundamental, is a sort of fundamental strong claim that lies behind both Wolfe's thought, those two essays, but also I want to suggest, or I will suggest, or I'll gesture towards actually, Middlemarch, Romola, and other novels by Eliot. And I'm going to sort of end on this by just saying that in those novels, in Romola, for example, or in Middlemarch, the connectedness of human life is, as it were, a natural law. In that novel, Romola, human sympathies are declared to be the very life and substance of our wisdom. And why is this important? Well, that takes me back to what I was beginning with. All serious political struggle is a struggle over the nature of human nature. If you can convince people that human beings are basically selfish, well, it's all really over for a more solidaristic universal politics. But what I hope to have shown, hinted at anyway, is that egoistic competitive life is really, at least for Eliot as for Wolfe, a less than human one. As Albany has it in King Lear, unless justice changes forever the world of that play, it will come. Humanity must perforce prey on itself like monsters of the deep. But what Eliot, Wolfe, and I would wager other writers of the English literary tradition show us is that that monstrous future that Albany dreads need not and should not happen, that the true life for human beings is the life of fellowship. And believing that the opposite to this true life is false and unreal, a distortion of the way we should live, is a strong basis on which to challenge it. So thank you. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Peter. Much to think about. Much to think about. In that, the connection between three. I suppose my first response would be to ask how far this recognition, implicit or explicit recognition of our necessary fellowship with the rest of humankind can be so, as it were, universally acknowledged, and yet so hard in a way to develop institutions and systems that don't break down and don't eventually fragment and antagonize each other in a way that sort of, and I'm wondering how far any of your writers might have dealt with that aspect, or at least that developed aspect of that recognition. If the recognition is, where do we go from there, so to speak? How do we develop from that? Because in itself, I think it's hard to deny. It's just very hard to practice.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Look, what I was trying to get at is, it's obvious one can point, I mean, I'm not saying this is obvious, I'm saying it's important to note that, you know, there is a Eggert, Wolfe, Shakespeare have a tragic sense of life.
Yeah.
So this sort of notion of fellowship is kind of odd in a way. That's what I meant by comparing it to sort of the kingdom of God in the Gospels, that a sort of apprehension of the way things truly are, if looked at in the right way, doesn't sort of necessarily, I suppose, exclude an equally forceful apprehension that that's not the way they are, and that's actually not the way they're going, and that there's nothing kind of inevitable about achieving this sort of imminent reality. You know, in a room of one's own, at one point, Wolfe defines great art as being at enmity with unreality. And she says that great art, you know, shows the world bared of its covering. And I think what for her, and I think this is true for Eggert too, you know, what when you take away that covering, what you see is what's sort of wanting to come into being, which is this this sort of life of fellowship and of service to and care for others. In Middlemarch, Caleb Garth has a sort of moment where he's kind of the ideal boss, isn't he? He's the good boss. He's not an exploiter. He thinks of his own relationship to his men as a mode of fellowship, and he says at some point, you know, things hang together. And I think that's sort of the intuition that so often you find in Eggert's work, you know, this idea that things hang together, that they hang together, that it's almost as if, you know, something I didn't have time to talk about, but, you know, Whitehead is a philosopher that, you know, is kind of gives a sort of physical expression of this. You know, he says that the cosmos, everything in the cosmos is sort of reaching out to everything else. Everything wants to be with everything else. That's the sort of that's the sort of fundamental fact about reality. And that's, I think, yeah, but I agree that, you know, you're right to point out how this isn't achieved. You know, that's where fiction comes in. You know, that's where the stories come in.
We've got a number of questions, Peter. I'm going to start. I cannot remember which way. I think Dorothy, and then Alastair, and then Satendra, and then Stephanie. Okay, so Dorothy, please.
I'm just going, this is in a way ending on what Will was saying, but if you go back to what you were saying initially about, you know, the way things proceeded in the 20th century, you know, the broken dreams of socialism and communism, and, you know, emerging into total wars and revolution, a world of chaos and destruction. The idea that it's a world of broken dreams, what do you pluck out of that? And you're saying, well, what we need to go forward, as demonstrated in these various writers, is that a new kind of realism that it somehow is anchored in human nature. Something fundamental to being human is to reach out for communality, connectivity. Now, I think arguably that's a transcendental notion too. It's a question again of dreams, of what you need to realise that going forward is a striving towards universal morality, towards the structures that promote that, a critique of the limitations of liberalism, for example. So it's an intellectual and moral endeavour, but it's an endeavour, and it's a transcendental one that reaches beyond what it means to be human. You know, in the real world. I mean, the real world is a very sloppy notion, I think, in the way that to be human is also to strive to be more than human, is to reach the dreams.
Yeah. I guess as I was just thinking about these writers, I was just struck by how easy, you know, this language comes to them of that if you, yes, as Wolfe says, if you lay bare the covering, what you see is connectedness. You know, Whitehead is a good example. Once again, I didn't get a chance to talk about him, but, you know, he wants to make actually a cosmology out of this idea, you know, that for him, the cosmos is actually sort of socialist. It's characterized by coordination, and a key word for him is togetherness. And that is a word that is very like, quite consciously for him, the word fellowship or sympathy for Eliot. I think also for Wolfe. I mean, she doesn't use that word exactly. But yeah, it's sort of, that's what I was really struck by, that what would it make, how would it make things different if we actually, the beginning point was not the isolable individual, but rather, yeah, togetherness, fellowship and so on. And it just seems to me that when you look back to older works of literature, you often find this idea that the starting point is actually sort of togetherness.
Peter, thank you for a splendid paper. It's wonderful. I was thinking of the Bloomsbury group as a group.
Yeah.
It seems to me that that togetherness that you're talking about, only connect, is fully borne out in their attitude to World War I, in Leonard and Virginia's attitude to the Spanish Civil War, and so on. There's a wonderful letter that Virginia wrote to Colonel Strachey, Lytton's brother, as he was dying, which goes like something like this: although we may fight like cat and dog, we are one flesh when it comes to the pinch, which I think really sums that up wonderfully.
Yeah.
But I have a sort of counterpoint to that.
Yeah.
And that is, when Lytton Strachey was asked about Virginia Woolf's novels, he said this: it's the lack of copulation I can't stand. In other words, the lack of a certain real flesh and blood, an ethereal quality. And I wonder how you fit that in.
That's really good. I wish I don't know why I didn't use the only connect. Yes. Yeah, it is a bit sort of abstract in some ways. That image of the woman and the man getting into the car, I think I talked about that. She sees oneness in that. It's not exactly physical. It's more sort of moral and ideal. Yeah. I'd have to think about that. I mean, one thing I would say is mentioning Bloomsbury is really important, because the individuality of the Bloomsbury circle, and, you know, that's something I'd have to sort of mix in here. And I think I can do it. I think I'd go back to a text like Oscar Wilde's Socialism and the Nature of Man, where he basically wants to argue that socialism will issue in the true individuality, you know, that will free us from material constraints and sort of allow us to live like the Bloomsbury set, you know. But yeah, very, very good point about the thank you. I'll think about that more.
Well, if we go back to Leah, that population thrive.
Peter Sir Donaldson, thank you for a very complex paper talk, and I am speaking from Canberra, which has long complexities at the moment of realities of many kinds. Now, may I ask, from Shakespeare to George Eliot to Virginia Woolf, if the invention of Australia in the last 230 years has in any significant way changed our sense of reality as compared to what we get from a very Eurocentric point of view, especially from English literature.
I didn't quite get that bit about the invention of
Australia.
Sorry?
Australia. Is there any Australian writer who gives you a different sense of reality?
Yes. Okay, that's a really good question. Well, actually, I mean, I'm venturing into all sorts of territory here that people in the room are much more expert about than me. But I have begun to think about this in relation to Patrick White, actually, because I think that White also has a kind of, and to use the word that came up before, a sort of transcendental conception of the human, which is about love. You know, that love is the central kind of thing about the human and the need for love and so on. And what I mean by transcendental, it's a great big theory about the human. And that's the real thing, you know, that's the real thing about human beings, not anything else. So I'd have to think about that more. But thanks for reminding me, because I did that.
You made me very happy. He was hoping you'd take Patrick White. He was looking forward to that. So don't you worry, you said exactly the right thing. Please.
Thanks. Hi, Peter. Nice to see you.
Hi, Stephanie. Yeah.
A very open question. I don't have a hidden agenda. I'm just generally curious about the relationship with material, the importance of material culture and material objects, the life of objects in what you're saying. So I take your point that Eliot is really interested in the unartistic life, the workaday, which is often about material culture, the making of things. But we also know that a lot of her satire is about the excessive love of material things and a critique of bourgeois culture and so forth. And then with Wolfe, there is that emphasis on the numinous. You know, her theory of narrative is that, as you know, life is not a series of gig lamps symmetrically exchanged. It's a series of these fleeting moments. So I'm hearing in your two main authors, leaving Shakespeare aside, a kind of movement towards and away from the role of material object, material culture in our lives. So yeah. Is that true that they differ, or that they occupy self-contradictory positions in relation to material culture? And then I'm also just struck by that metaphor used in the previous question, where things hang together. So yeah. Life is then modeled as it's seen as the way that things relate to each other. So I guess I have a question, and I guess that question is how your argument either chimes with or is a challenge to the life of objects in material culture, object-oriented ontology, or the contemporary emphasis on the role of objects, which often has the agenda of diminishing the role of the human.
Yeah.
So with that relationship between human and material culture, can you just unpack that a little bit more?
That's a really good question. I don't know enough about object-oriented ontology. I know that I need to find out more about that because, you know, as you guessed, behind this lies a sort of environmental type of thinking, and that's why I'm sorry I ran out of time. I didn't have time to talk about Whitehead, but he's very much behind, as I understand it, that movement in contemporary theory and philosophy, which slightly sort of puts the human in this larger framework. At a guess, I would say that Wolfe is quite friendly towards that way of looking at the world. I would say that Eliot not so much, because I think she does hold to a more, you know, traditional sort of humanist notion of the person. And I also think that she is a, you know, she's a moralist in a way that isn't quite as evident in Wolfe. What I mean by that is that she thinks the life of fellowship is something that needs to be striven for. It is there, but it's sort of, it requires a sort of stern moral self, rather like the person of course, Dorothea Brooke or Romola in that novel, because Romola has to sort of turn her back on a corrupt, courtly, egoistic world embodied by her bad husband, Tito, and then devote herself to a life of service to others, which she does during the plague that afflicts Florence. But that's a really good point, and yeah, all I can say there is I take I take your point there that I've got to think a bit more about that current movement, which I'm sort of aware that I need to do that, but haven't done it yet.
It's a measure. I'm after time. Is it a short one? It's a very short one. Okay.
Yeah, very short. Peter, you said that Wolfe said that to see the real, you need to move the covering. So in her Angel in the House, she Wolfe said that to be herself, to be herself, a woman has to kill the phantom within her. In other words, her conditioning, the way society has taught. She has to kill that to be herself.
Yeah.
So would you see that as her suggestion?
I think it's completely, that's really germane to what I've been saying. I should have brought it in, I suppose. I mean, the whole thing about Three Guineas, which I think is one of her very greatest books, is that it's an argument against distortion or conditioning, like you're talking about in that essay. And it's a question of finding oneself, but a self that is understood as in relation to others. I think that's what she insists on in that essay. And so what she doesn't want is to replace, she doesn't want the new female writer of her dreams, you know, to be like the old one, basically, you know, an egoist. She imagines a different kind of, actually a different kind of human. But it's already there. It's kind of there. It just needs to be uncovered, brought out, you know? That's the idea, I think.
All right, thank you, Peter. Thank you very much. You can tell by the question.
Thank you very much.
All right, Alastair is an emeritus adjunct of the Humanities Research Centre here at the ANU. For many years, he was a member of the History Department at the University of Sydney. He's also taught at Cambridge and Victoria University, New Zealand, and he's written on the English Civil Wars, the Enlightenment, the French Revolution, European nationalism, and the English Marxist historians. He's still trying to finish his book on the historian and apostle, G.M. Trevelyan, and his sparring partner, Lytton Strachey. You couldn't tell, could you, from that last question, entitled The Pedestal and the Keyhole. Wait for it, folks, but wait for Alastair MacLachlan.
From that brief summary of my lifetime's endeavours, you will gather.
You gave it to me.
You will gather that I'm a jack of all trades and a master of none. Rather like Lytton Strachey, but at a lower intellectual level, I might say. You'll notice that I've given my title a query, which doesn't appear in my abstract, and that will become obvious in the course of the paper. In his splendid La Trobe lecture of 2006, Matters of Life and Death, The Return of Biography, Ian Donaldson referred to what he called a surprisingly new cultural phenomenon, namely the return of biography. In it, Ian explored some of the rich variety of contemporary biographical writing. But he also listed a number of what he called anti-biographical dissenters. And alongside the usual suspects from Paris's left bank, he mentioned Virginia Woolf and Lytton Strachey. So in talking of biography and its relationship with imaginative literature, I should start with Virginia Woolf, whose essays on the subject have achieved almost canonical status. But before I do, let me start with an exchange of letters. In August 1918, Lytton Strachey's old mentor and fellow Cambridge apostle, the historian G.M. Trevelyan, wrote to congratulate him on eminent Victorians. In reply, Lytton said he hoped to do something more creative in the future. Trevelyan's response was typically emphatic and maladroit, and I'll let his words speak for themselves. A work like Eminent Victorians required a lower level of talent than poetry or novel writing. A failed poet himself, who doubted his creative powers, but fully subscribed to the romantic idea of artistic inspiration, Trevelyan placed imaginative writers on a pedestal. Poets and novelists were often geniuses. Historians and biographers could only be superior craftsmen. As an historian, naturally enough, he saw biography as a type of history, answerable to the facts and dependent on documentation, but more limited in scope, being more personal, human, and intimate. Of its various subgenres, literary biography had the advantage that men of letters often wrote extensive correspondence to guide the biographer. And he singled out Lockhart's 7-volume Life of Sir Walter Scott and his father's Life and Letters of Lord Macaulay as exemplars of what he saw primarily as an exercise in information retrieval and commentary. Boswell's Life of Johnson, he acknowledged, was the finest literary biography in the language, but he could never serve as a model, since the veracity Boswell achieved was based on innumerable conversations over the years with the doctor. As Macaulay once put it, and we wouldn't accept this position today, Boswell was simply a superior early modern tape recorder. But in Virginia Woolf's estimation, Boswell revolutionized biography. Thanks to the obstinate veracity and his ability to recreate a sense of Johnson's immediate presence, she wrote, we are freed from servitude to the documentary record. We no longer maintain that life consists in actions and in works, it consists in personality. Yet it was a revolution unfulfilled, for in Virginia's view, as in Lytton Strachey's, the Victorians saw a regression in aesthetics. Thanks to their thanks to their artistic wrong-headedness, Victorian biography was a party-coloured hybrid. Boswell's idea that writers were as worthy of celebration as public figures was kept, but personality was distorted by an overriding concern with what her father called moral character. The result was Reticence in 3 volumes. Personality escaped, for 2 contradictory processes were at work: documentary accumulation and covering up. Virginia Woolf was, of course, Virginia Stephen, daughter of the eminent editor of the Dictionary of National Biography, Leslie Stephen. Biography, as Ian Donaldson puts it, cast a shadow over her early years. It gave her a twist in the head as she listened to her father's chair rocking to and fro over her head at night as he wrestled with his tasks as DNB's editor and major contributor. It placed a dreadful strain on his family, and much of what she subsequently wrote on the subject was striking Daddy dead. Stephen defined DNB as a compilation. His successor, Sidney Lee, called it a monument, a mosaic, an industrially elaborated composition. DNB, added Lee, looks askance at the character sketch and assumes that a man, and it was of course nearly always a man, possesses the average virtues of a son, a husband, and a father. The public career was what mattered. As Richard Holmes puts it, biography in the hands of Lee and Stephen erected a great wall of China around the outposts of truth-telling. Thus far and no further may knowledge go. But the 20th century, said Virginia, brought a rebirth, a culling of the documentary overload of Victorian lives so that biographers lose half their weight and 4 stout Victorian eminences could be compressed into one slim volume. She's writing about eminent Victorians, of course. More importantly, the author is no longer the serious, sympathetic companion toiling slavishly in the footsteps of his hero. He is an equal. He preserves his independent judgment. He chooses, he synthesizes. He has ceased to be a chronicler. He has become an artist. But he was an artist constrained. Lee famously defined biography as the truthful transmission of personality, and saw an unbroken continuum between the two elements. But in Virginia's view, they were irreconcilable modes of knowing and writing. On the one hand, there is truth, on the other, personality. And if we think of truth as granite-like solidity and personality as rainbow-like intangibility, and reflect that the aim of biography is to bring the two together into one seamless whole, we shall admit that there's a problem there. Granite and rainbow would not mix. And in the last analysis, the truth of fact and the emotional veracity of personality were irreconcilable. Granite and rainbow, truth and personality, fact and fiction, and finally in her 1939 essay on the art of biography, craft and art. Virginia Woolf's lapidary divides define biography as a partly coloured hybrid still, precariously balanced between irreconcilable possibilities. She also saw it as an irreducibly middlebrow node. And although she had a lot of time for lowbrow and of course gloried in the name of highbrow, she had no time whatever for middlebrows. Middlebrows were sterile hybrids, rather like the mules who stopped the fertile flow of literary history she described in 3 Guineas. All biographies and memoirs, all the hybrid books which are made up of the facts, she wrote in 1926, serve to restore to us the power of reading real books, that is to say, works of the imagination. Defined by its qualitative difference from real books, biography was an impossible art, functioning at a lower level of intensity as a sort of mental breather, where the reader could refresh the tired faculty of imagination prior to immersion in a real work of true literature, like, shall we say, The Waves. Her friend and rival, Lytton Strachey, was a literary critic and a biographer, though the subjects he primarily wrote about were none of them literary figures. He did, however, write about 30 to 40 short essays, or miniatures as he called them, on poets, novelists, playwrights, and historians. But he started life as a belletristic historian, and what he has to say about history applies also to his view of biography. In an essay on Lord Macaulay, he asked, "What are the qualities that make a historian?" a capacity for absorbing facts, a capacity for stating or narrating them, and a point of view. His method was in fact Macaulay's method. Deep immersion based on wide reading around his subject, materials then committed to memory and boiled down into a structure which had already formed in his head and arranged itself into finished paragraphs. Looking at the manuscript versions of his writings, one is immediately struck at how few alterations there are. When writing, he would think out a whole paragraph or an essay in his head before putting pen to paper. It was this that explained the fluidity and coherence of his work. For as Desmond McCarthy explained, biography to Lytton was above all an interpretation, a record not of facts, but of the biographer's liveliest response to them. In the preface to Eminent Victorians, he famously listed its three elements: selectivity, the explorer of the past will row out over the great ocean of material and lower into it a little bucket, with which he will bring up into the light of day some characteristic specimens. He was highly selective in his choice of people: a worldly ecclesiastic, a harsh humanitarian, an obtuse educationalist, and a maverick crusader. Selective also in his choice of episodes. Three of his quartet were only glimpsed at for a very small portion of their lives. Gordon, for example, in his last days at Khartoum. So he wrote, the wise biographer will adopt not the direct method of scrupulous narration, he will adopt a subtler strategy, attacking his subject in unexpected places. He will fall on the flank or on the rear. This was 1918, and the military metaphor was quite deliberate. To avoid stalemate on the narrative Western Front, he probed the soft underbelly, the obscure recesses, as he wrote, hitherto undivined, which cut across the lamp-lit pathway of the professional career. His Victorians were always depicted, or frequently depicted, at their most unguarded moments, in the act of unwitting self-portrayal. The aim, as he put it, was to lay bare. So, for example, Dr. Arnold was shown in puzzled communication with the Almighty over the moral evils of trade unions, Jews in Parliament, and Unitarians in Boston, artfully chosen morsels which revealed him to be essentially an ass. 2, a becoming brevity, a brevity which excludes everything that is redundant and nothing that is significant. Here he was referring to the doctrine of significant form, which Bell and Fry enunciated in their manifesto of modernist art. A biography should be as long as Boswell's or as short as Aubrey's. The method of enormous and elaborate accretion which produced the life of Johnson is no doubt excellent, but failing that, let's have the pure essentials. What he hoped to achieve by this pure essential snapshot technique was instant revelation of character. He was not interested in the gradual unfolding of a career, but in personality, as Susan Sontag put it in a famous essay on camp sensibility, caught in a state of incandescence. What is most remarkable in the history of Manning's career, he began in his essay on the Cardinal, is the persistent strength of innate characteristics. The life of the subject was seen as a finished specimen rather than as something changing in specific contexts over time. Qualities and habits were considered in essence rather than in sequence. Actions and opinions invoked as illustrations of an innate disposition or DNA. There's a parallel with Freud is obvious here, I think. 3, the biographer's need to retain his freedom of spirit. Biography, like painting and novel writing, was not an objective and reflexive genre, but a discursive and rhetorical one, an autonomous creative work with its own form and internal coherence. Hence his comment to Sidney Lee in 1918 that biography, like portrait painting or even more caricature, depends on the combination of truth and aesthetic judgment, aesthetic arrangement. Like history, biography was not an accumulation of facts, but the relation of them. And so, for example, he wrote about Queen Victoria, not to provide fresh information about her life, but to shape it into a coherent and probable narrative, and to produce an artistic impression. Art, he explained, is the great interpreter. It alone can unify a vast multitude of facts into a significant whole, clarifying, accentuating, suppressing, and lighting up the dark places with the torch of imagination. Or as he explained to his friend Max Beerbohm, the prince of caricaturists, the whole of art lies there, to pulverize the material and to remold it into the shape of one's own particular absurdity, what we would say perhaps point of view. In a 1939 essay on the art of biography, Wolfe reproached him for concocting too much in Elizabeth and Essex, trying to turn a craft into an art. In Victoria, she claimed, he had submitted to the limitations of biography, to the granite of fact, which she told her diary at the time made it almost unreadable to her, but which in 1939 she declared as its essence. In Elizabeth, she said, he had tried to produce something of the intensity of poetry and the excitement of drama, and yet keep the peculiar virtue that belonged to fact. But the combination proved unworkable, fact and fiction refused to mix. Elizabeth never became real, but she was never really fictitious either. The history and biography, the documentation was too thin. For dramatic fiction, the characters were too withdrawn and opaque. Lytton has challenged her view of biography by deploying the techniques of a playwright, a novelist, a psychologist, a librettist, even a Baroque artist, to capture the inner life of his protagonists and imaginatively to resurrect the drama of their relationships. But biddable and apologetic as he often was, easily browbeaten by his Bloomsbury peers, he retained his doubts as to, as he told Carrington, he was anything more than a glorified index maker. And when he was abused as an absconding middlebrow by Virginia and Bloomsbury bigwigs in 1929 for composing what they saw as a Mills and Boon romance, he practically stopped writing. He turned to editing, and he edited Greville's memoirs in 7 volumes, although it wasn't completed until after his death. Shortly before he died, Lytton told his brother that he hoped to write an autobiography which would reveal his true sexuality to the world. After his death, James Strachey, translator of Freud and a professional psychoanalyst, planned a very long life of Lytton with all the letters, which would have done what he believed Lytton had intended. But James's gay pride life was derailed by the difficulties of writing about homosexuality in the 1930s, while his efforts to enlist biographers was disabled by the sheer size of Lytton's papers and the scandalous nature of some of the material. It wasn't until the 1950s that he found in the young Michael Holroyd someone willing to take on the job. Like Boswell, Holroyd had access to a vast archive, not conversations, but 30,000 letters and unpublished papers. To an impressionable young man who had immersed himself in Lytton's archive and identified himself with his subject to such an extent that Lytton soon began to exert over my imagination a potent spell, My work, he wrote, held something of the excitement of an archaeological discovery. The Strachey papers seemed like a lost way of life, gradually emerging into the light. Published in 1967, when consenting male practices first were legalized in Britain, and dubbed the first post-Wolfenden biography, Holroyd's Lytton Strachey proved a publishing sensation. He later described it as a joint enterprise. Literary biography, he said, is an opportunity for the subject to write in collaboration with the biographer a posthumous work. Yet at the time, there were limits to his identification with Strachey. He claimed to have treated Lytton's love affairs as he would those of any heterosexual male. But this was to ignore their transgressive nature and the aphrodisiac qualities of fear and secrecy in a country notorious for criminalizing sexual abnormality. Where James Strachey sensed in Holroyd's cool tolerance an unconscious dislike of his subject on conventional grounds, Leonard Wolfe, his closest friend, Strachey's closest friend probably, found a literal mindedness and a lack of humour at odds with the laughter, fantasy and effervescence of his friend's personality. As a recipient of some of Lytton's intimate, scandalous correspondence, he wrote, all these things dashed off in half a minute are served up as if they were carved in stone, and the more there are, the more marmoreal they become. Rainbow into granite. Like present-day tweets, letters, he argued, may exaggerate or distort the feelings of a moment, especially if penned by a self-dramatizing fantasist and an instinctive ironist like Strachey. There was, as Ian Donaldson remarked, a further piquancy to Holroyd's exercise, that a man who prided himself for brevity should have been accorded the privilege of a sprawling, inartistic, 1,200-page double-decker life operating under the sign of what Lytton once called elaborate and enormous and elaborate accretion. Holroyd's approach to biography at this stage was in fact almost the opposite of Lytton's, a cradle-to-grave account piling up details to construct a full portrait. Holroyd called this the non-artistic or scientific method, quite different from Lytton's method of artistic or literary method, where all the superfluous details were subordinated to the author's intuition and overall sense of design. Between 1967 and 1994, Holroyd rewrote his biography 3 times. Why? If he'd become increasingly uncomfortable with it, it surely wasn't because the sex was covered up. It was the revelation of Lytton's private life which made his biography so memorable and established candour as a new biographical norm. Rather, it was because he felt his book was clumsy and inartistic. He was faced, in fact, with the problem that all literary biographers have to deal with: how to deal with the writings when one reaches them along the line of the narrative. Lytton's writings were conceived, written and published at certain points in his life and have a history which has to be dovetailed into that life. But they also, in a sense, live outside it, exist outside it. That is, in a certain sense, they're timeless. Certainly not just transcripts of their author's life and personality, or products of their moment and milieu. In the original version, Holroyd sought to weave them into the storyline, but he paid a price for his inclusiveness. Chronological flow was interrupted, narrative yielded to analysis, and his evaluation of Lytton's writings was pedestrian, since space was limited, and he lacked a distinctive point of view. So in the 1970s, he recast the book by hiving off the life from the awkwardly titled Lytton Strachey and the Bloomsbury book, Bloomsbury Group, his work, their influence, which was now relegated to a shorter second volume. But there's a price to pay for this also. The two books were very disproportionate, 1,100 pages as against 350, enough to dissuade most readers from embarking on volume 2, which now read as a clutch of disconnected essays. So this solution didn't work either. And in 1994, he tried another tack. He called his latest version the New Biography. It wasn't. Rather, it was a top-to-toe renovation of old materials, recycled a third time. Though it incorporated some new findings and was more sympathetic to Lytton's unconventional sexuality, there was little sign that he had rethought what he called his masterwork. As in the original, life and work were integrated once more. But again, the surgery came at a cost. Analysis of Lytton's writing was severely cut, appearing and disappearing like a Cheshire cat, so that, for example, more space was given to Lytton and Carrington's tour of Spain in 1920, 6-week tour of Spain, than to Queen Victoria. By 1994, however, he had become more outspoken than Strachey in disputing Virginia Woolf's juxtaposition of fiction and non-fiction, substituting for it one between creative and recreative writing. Here he was in step, you might say, with postmodernist thinking, which viewed Woolf's hard distinctions as spurious in any discussion of biography and autobiography. In the days of Google search and Wikipedia, what people want from a biography is the very thing Virginia said they had no right to: art and craft, imaginative recreation more than documentary record. Holroyd was delighted to be called a novelist, or better still, a messenger from another world. Biographers, he wrote, create or recreate a world where the reader may enter. To enter Lytton's world, and I'm already running out of time, to enter Lytton's world was to enter a world of gossip. Lytton delighted in gossip. Gossip was the medium in which he worked and the atmosphere in which he breathed. He read gossip in his favorite books. He wrote gossip in the biographies that made his reputation, concocting the lives of public persons out of private particulars, making gossip a kind of history and art form. Since gossip is invariably personal, the best sort is often sexual, and Holroyd was convinced that these interests, revealed in Lytton's letters, were reproduced in his work. In the preface to the latest edition of his biography, he wrote of the lasting change Lytton brought to biography by smuggling in deviant behaviour, and that his originality as a biographer derived from his sexual temperament and psychosexual insights, pointing specifically to eminent Victorians. But I can't have time to go into this, I don't think the text of Eminent Victorians bears this out. What Eminent Victorians is about is, as the title suggests, eminence, about the way that worldly fame distorts and finally corrodes the deeper, more human values of friendship, beauty, and love. And the trouble with Holroyd's recreation of Lytton's world of sex and gossip was the marginalization of these ethical and aesthetic concerns. But by the 1990s, Britain was a secular society, and religious skepticism was far less interesting to the public than alternative sex. Biographies, he wrote, Holroyd, are written for the age rather than for all time. And sex was now Bloomsbury's most bankable asset. It was the scandal of their lives, not their writings, paintings, or ideas, which turned most readers on. And in this respect, the story of Lytton and Carrington and the complex triangulations of their home life were gold dust. However, even in 1967, reviewers commenting on the first version of the biography were unhappy about all the attention paid to the living and the little attention paid to the text. And in 1994, Peter Ackroyd argued the curve of a writer's life, a writer's career, should be the central movement around which everything else is arranged, and that could include all the details of his sexual adventures may distract and unbalance the central narrative. But when you reduce the attention given to a writer's work, the life becomes just another life, entertaining and revealing perhaps, but also, since same-sex usually repeats all the banalities of heterosexual sex, hardly worth recording at such length. If his writing was of any significance, Holroyd had ignored what Jonathan Bate called the cardinal rule of literary biography, the rule admirably followed by Ian Donaldson in his magnificent Life of Ben Jonson. The life should be invoked to illuminate the work. The biographical impulse must be at one with the literary critical. I shall move, Will, to my end. Biography has been consigned to death and reborn many times. In 2006, Ian spoke of the return of biography. A year later, the Victorian biographer Catherine Hughes celebrated the death of Holroyd's style of cradle to the grave life story, and noted that Aubrey's zany mixture of odds and ends was now considered the height of postmodernism, and that Strachey's pithy, instantaneous, biographical snapshot caricatures were having a comeback too. In 2017, I have one more paragraph after this. In 2017, she sought to recapture the spirit of the Victorian age in the manner of Strachey, from a few specimens or odd body parts. Lady Flora Hastings' bulging belly, Charles Darwin's sprouting beard, George Eliot's supposedly enlarged right hand, Fanny Cornforth's luscious mouth, and Sweet Fanny Adams' dismembered torso. And in her Victorians Undone, Tales of the Flesh in the Age of Decorum, she brought out some very fishy fragments from the ocean depths of Victorian England, which she depicted as a sight of bulges, hairy eruptions, skin rashes, hands, lips, holes, and vaginas. But let me end on a grace note. Like Ben Jonson, Strachey was briefly the literary celebrity of his age. Like Jonson with Shakespeare, Strachey's fame was rapidly eclipsed by Virginia Woolf's. After decades of disparagement, Holroyd sought to resuscitate his reputation and to reinvent him as the evangelist of sexual liberation. But Holroyd's gay pride life was answered by feminist champions of Virginia Woolf, for whom Strachey was an unconscious male chauvinist, part of a homosexual mafia, I quote, which exercised a virtual hegemony over British culture in the interwar period. Yet, Lytton and Virginia were close friends as well as rivals, and maybe what united them was more important than these real and imagined differences. Like Trevelyan, both were children of the 19th century intellectual aristocracy. Unlike Trevelyan, they both rejected Victorianism and sought to revolutionize biography in a night. To conservative critics like Gertrude Himmelfarb, they were both decadent post-Victorians, apostate grandchildren of the Clapham sect. To Hugh Kenner and John Carey, they were failed modernists, backward-looking icons of a sinking island, champagne-swilling proto-fascists, contemptuous of the masses stuck in their Bloomsbury ghetto. So perhaps they have more in common with each other than either Strachey does with Holroyd or Wolfe with some of her feminist admirers. Perhaps too, what Ian Donaldson says of Johnson is also true of Strachey, Wolfe and Holroyd. They don't have a life, they have lives. And the trajectory of literary biography, like that of morals and belief systems, is one of constant flux and reflux, cradle to grave narratives alternating with snapshots, hagiography with pathography, reticence with permissiveness, liberation stories with genealogies of decadence, encyclopedic inclusiveness with disconnected specimens or body parts. Thank you.
I know you warned me, Alastair, that you would go over time. And you were right.
I can never do it. Well.
You can never do it, I know. I'm sorry. But it just deprives us of an opportunity to have an extended debate.
Yeah.
But having said that, let's have some questions. I think you can, yeah.
Should Virginia Woolf be happy about the modern state for biography? Because isn't there now a problem with documentation? I mean, who preserves all those emails who have? I mean, no one's writing letters, and the thing is, you were talking about that's heavily where they go.
Well, I just don't know. I think she might because she might because it would leave more scope for the artistic recreation, wouldn't it? And the documentary evidence would fall away, and as it fell away, so one might get closer to the sort of thing that Strachey did, the sort of thing that she probably wanted to do. She, of course, had a terrible time with her own effort at writing a life of Roger Fry, but she couldn't cope with, she said, how on earth do you turn a pile of letters and unpaid bills or paid bills into a life? How do you do it? And she found biography, she wrote an awful grind. It was the documentary evidence that made it an awful grind. And she was also, of course, hemmed in by Roger Fry's sisters, who insisted on discretion. So she wrote a life of Roger Fry without mentioning any of his affairs, including one with her sister Vanessa, and without mentioning the fact, except in a footnote, that his wife died in a lunatic asylum, which you would think rather sort of avoided the personality. So, yes, I think the answer to your question, Ian, is yes, perhaps she might, rather like the days of email.
In writing yourself, you're in this book, you know, I can recognise, you know, some of the extracts, but certainly not all of them. But in writing about Strachey and Virginia Woolf and Trevelyan, your concept of biography seems to go in a lot of different directions.
Yes.
You know, you follow them into psychology, you follow them into social context, you know, politics, sexuality, immorality. So is that the way, in the end, you conceive of biography? Is it very eclectic business?
Yes, I do, I think. I mean, both Strachey and Wolfe were polymaths. They wrote about a lot of different things, and they had lots of different and sometimes conflicting elements in their views of what biography might or might not be. With Trevelyan, probably rather less so. But Trevelyan was very much a public figure as well as a historian. And so he spent as much time on heritage issues, for example, as he did on being a historian. He was never really a professional historian in that sense. He was an old style man of letters.
Well, perfectly on time. I think we should all thank you. All right, now I'll just briefly introduce you, David, and we'll embark. You're coming at the end of 2 days of symposium. But having said that, we're very excited, and you have a terrible responsibility. You have to wind everything up. You have to bring it all to a conclusion. And every issue that's been raised in the last 2 days has to be resolved in the course of the next half an hour. If it's not, we'll go away dissatisfied. But I don't want to put any pressure on you. David is Professor of Renaissance Studies at Queen Mary University of London. He's the editor of John Donne's Professional Lives, 2003, and the author of Freedom of Speech in Early Stuart England, 2005. He edited the Oxford edition, The Sermons of John Donne, Volume 3, Sermons Preached at the Court of Charles, 2013, and is Deputy General Editor for the series. He's currently preparing another volume in that edition of Donne's Sermons Preached at St. Paul's Cathedral between 1628 and 1630. And in the mid-1990s, he was a junior research fellow at King's College, Cambridge, where he was fortunate to be a colleague of Ian Donaldson. Please welcome David Colclough.
Well, thanks so much, Will, for that really kind introduction, and also for inviting me to participate in this amazing symposium in honour of Ian. And good afternoon to everyone in Australia. I'd also just like to say thank you to David McInnis, who I know isn't able to be in this session. David and I have never met in real life, but I've been so grateful to him for his emails about Ian over the past year, the memories and the news that he shared with me, as well as for his really moving tribute in Paragon. It's also great to be back at the HRC, if only by video. My last, and indeed it was also my first and last visit there, was back in 2006 for the conference on Shakespeare and the history of political thought, which Conal Condren, Andrew Fitzmaurice and David Armitage organised. It was a chilly Canberra July, and in spite of the excellent papers, it could have been a bit of a bleak experience. For reasons I now can't recall, I'd chosen to spend only the 3 days of the conference in Australia, and so spent most of it feeling quite tired. The first email I received on arrival was a job rejection letter. As I walked around the grounds, a half-frozen wombat dropped onto the path, narrowly missing me, and I with a perfectly good pair of shoes walking through driving rain to the National Gallery of Australia. However, the company was good, and as you can imagine, the presiding spirit was warmth and hospitality and collegiality made flesh. Ian overseeing everything and making me eternally glad that I'd made that trip. So my paper today, which was composed in a wombat-free environment, although I've obviously gone out of my way to recreate the feelings of jet lag nonetheless, comes, as Will said, out of the experience of editing Donne's sermons for the Oxford edition, specifically the sermons that Donne preached at St. Paul's Cathedral between 1628 and 1630, and specifically the commentary writing part of the process, tracing Donne's sources, both acknowledged and tacit. And the paper's also partly, as I'll explain, about resisting the rush to judgment, as Donne's sermon is too. And I think it's very tempting with source hunting to pounce on your author if you find him tacitly or silently using a mediating source, and to rejoice in a kind of gotcha moment, especially if you've spent months on various wild goose chases or down the moldy rabbit hole of Patrologia Latina. And I know that I've been guilty of this myself in the past. But sometimes looking with a bit more curiosity and sympathy can pay dividends, as I'll try to show. And I confess that I associate this with Ian because from the very first time I met him during my time as a research fellow in Cambridge, I felt often rather blushingly his wonderful ability to puncture in the kindest, gentlest way possible, so that you were barely aware of it as it was happening, and with that twinkle that everyone who knew him will remember, to puncture any tendency that you had to bumptiousness, any inclination to pomposity or to hasty judgment. So now I'm going to try to share my screen and start a PowerPoint presentation to give you some slides to go with the talk. And of course, we all know that there's nothing better to end a two-day symposium with than a talk on sermons. So here goes. I'm taking as my case study for today a single sermon. This is very much a gnat's eye view. And it's a sermon that Donne delivered on in St Paul's Cathedral on the 25th of January 1628-9. And from now on, I'm going to be talking as though the year began on the 1st of January back then, just to make things a little bit clearer. Now, as you can see from this title slide, this sermon was preached on the day of St Paul's conversion, 25th of January. And that occasion was one that Donne added to his rota of obligatory sermons as Dean of the Cathedral. He was expected in that capacity to preach on Christmas Day, Easter Day, and Whit Sunday. And his other cathedral position, as well as Dean, he was also Prebendary of Chiswick, obliged him to preach on Whit Monday as well. But Donne chose to add other preaching slots to his workload, the most regular being Candlemas, the 2nd of February, and the conversion of St Paul. This one, obviously, a rather significant feast for the cathedral. Now, 4 of these latter sermons on the conversion survive, all in the posthumously published 80 sermons of 1640. Here are their headings there, and all in a separate section devoted to them in that text. As you can see from this table, the one that I'm talking about today was the penultimate that Donne would preach on that occasion. Now, Donne's text was Acts 28:6, and he begins by narrating the context of the verse. I'm sure you'll probably all have it by heart, but all the same, I'd better rehearse his context as well, and I may as well use, excuse me, Donne's own words. St Paul found himself, says Donne, in danger of being oppressed in judgment, and thereby was put to the necessity of appealing to Caesar. By virtue of that appeal, being sent to Rome by sea, he was surprised with such storms as threatened inevitable ruin. But the angel of God stood by him and assured him that none of those 276 persons which were in the ship with him should perish. According to this assurance, though the ship perished, all the passengers were saved and recovered this land, Malta, where being courteously received by the inhabitants, though otherwise barbarians, St Paul doing so much for himself and for his company as to gather a bundle of sticks to mend the fire, there flew a viper from the heat and fastened on his hand. They thereupon said among themselves, no doubt this man is a murderer, whom though he have escaped the sea, yet vengeance suffereth not to live. But when he shaked off the viper into the fire and received no harm, and they looked that he should have swollen and fallen down dead suddenly, after they had looked a great while and saw no harm come to him, then enters our text, they changed their minds and said, he is a god. So that's the context of the text, and Donne proceeds to divide his explication of the text into 2 parts. The first concerns the people's initial reaction to Paul's attack by the viper, and the second their reaction to his miraculous survival. Part 1 then also divided in turn into 2 parts. First acknowledges that it's natural to conclude that if God strikes, as he did by making the viper attack Paul, he is angry. But it then goes on to caution that to apply this general rule to condemn particular persons is uncharitable. As Donne puts it, to argue out of God's judgments his displeasure is natural. But then that natural logic should determine, should end or conclude, be limited in, the zeal of advancing God's glory and not stray into uncharitable condemning of particular persons. Because in this uncharitableness, there is such a slipperiness, such a precipitation, such a bottomlessness, as that these hasty censurers could stop nowhere till they came to the highest charge, that is, that Paul was a murderer. Part 2 addresses the sudden change of mind on the part of the Maltese when they saw Paul shake off the viper with no ill effects, that he was not a murderer, but rather a god. First, Donne considers the dangers of depending on anything in this world because all will change. He then faces the implications of the people's acclamation of Paul as a god. that it shows how easy it is to stray into idolatry and superstition. So together, the two parts of the sermon show, in his words, that there is in man a natural logic, but that strays into fallacies, and a natural religion, but that strays into idolatry and superstition. So throughout then, Donne is bothered by extremes, as he says right at the start of the sermon, and I quote, "Almighty God had bred up St. Paul so he had catechized him all the way with vicissitudes and revolutions from extreme to extreme." And similarly, the people are fickle and they, quote, "pass from extreme to extreme without any middle opinion. Last minute's murderer is this minute's God." So it's these extremes between which Donne wishes to navigate some kind of a middle way. And I'll come back to that idea and why it's so pressing in due course. But now I want to turn to those sources that I've been trailing right from the start. And Donne's sermon is built around two instances of textual manipulation, which might at first sight seem like citational sleight of hand, but which I'm going to argue are intended to have a particular argumentative effect. And they also shed a bit of light, I think, along the way on his compositional habits. Now, the first of these instances is signalled early on, where Donne cites a passage from Calvin and takes the opportunity, not uncharacteristically, to have a sideswipe at Roman Catholic expositors. He, whom they that even hate his name are adversaries of the Roman persuasion, do yet so far tacitly reverence, as that, though they will not name him, they will transfer and insert his expositions of scriptures into their works and pass them as their own. That is, Calvin, Calvin, collects this proposition from this story. Passim receptum omnibus seculis, in all ages and in all places, this hath ever been acknowledged by all men, that when God strikes, God is angry, and when God is angry, God strikes. And therefore, says he, quoties occurret memorabilis aliquae calamitas simul in mentem veniat. As often as you see any extraordinary calamity, conclude that God hath been extraordinarily provoked, and hasten to those means by which the anger and indignation of God may be appeased again. As you can see from the slide here, with the extract there from Calvin's commentary underneath, Donne's quoting accurately, very closely from Calvin's commentary on the Acts and the section on his scriptural text. And in contrast, he's saying, with those hypocritical Catholics who will make use of Calvin's expositions but can't bring themselves even to name him, Donne names him twice, acknowledging his debt and at the same time laying claim to Calvin as his author, Donne's author, or an author whom he and his auditory in the cathedral or all members of the Church of England can claim as their own. He names him again, in fact, a little bit later on, while once again he approves that statement beginning quoties occurrit, and so he pops up again. And so much for Calvin in this sermon, quoted and also acknowledged. But of course, no. That's not so much for Calvin, because if you read the rest of Calvin's commentary on this section of Acts, it quickly becomes apparent that Donne borrowed not only these two phrases, but the entire structure of his sermon from him. The whole of the argument of part one, that when God is angry, he strikes, but one should then not rush to judge particular men, and the argument of part two, that the men of Malta's sudden change of mind from extreme to extreme shows how quickly one can stray into idolatry and superstition. And indeed, he takes his overall conclusion from Calvin that one should seek moderation. It goes even more deeply than this. Donne also takes from Calvin the suggestion, a commonplace one, it's true, but nonetheless, the suggestion that God's afflictions or crosses may be trials of faith rather than purely signs of displeasure. And he borrows Calvin's proof text, Job 4:7, and the conclusion that we must suspend our judgment until God has made his final judgment on us all. Now, you'll either be frustrated or relieved that I don't have time to take you through all of those correspondences. I'm afraid you're going to have to trust me a little bit more than you might by this stage be willing to trust Donne. But here is just that citation from Job, first in Calvin and then in Donne's Margin 2, and a couple of passages where some more of these are apparent. First from Calvin here, about man's reason being carried amiss into extremities. They make Paul as a son of God, whom they took before to be a wicked murderer. And then about judgment, this corresponds pretty directly to this pair of passages from Donne. So if we were to rush to judgment, it might seem as though Donne's simply guilty of the same offence that he's condemned his adversaries of the Roman persuasion for. And it's true that elsewhere in his preaching, he's not afraid of borrowing huge chunks of their expositions, of the Catholics' expositions, without so much as a nod. But I think there's more going on here than that. And Donne, I'd suggest, is, to use his word, tacitly laying claim to Calvin as one of our own. Calvin's expositions as part of the common property of those of the Reformed churches, and as someone whom he's neither afraid to name nor to make use of for the edification of his hearers, hearers who may or may not recognize the extent of the debt to which Donne owes Calvin's exposition. Although I think, given the occasion, given the likely makeup of Donne's auditory in the cathedral, which would have consisted, at least in part, of fellow members of the clergy, they probably would have caught a fair amount of it. Okay, so that really is so much for Calvin. But more revealing, I think, still is another instance, the second instance of Donne drawing on sources silently in his sermon. And much of part one is devoted to establishing parallels between lessons drawn from scripture and those available to the natural man or the heathen, as a way of demonstrating that many of the lessons to be drawn from Donne's biblical text could have been drawn from natural reason and therefore appear in pagan authors, and so would have been known to the men of Malta. And here are four that I'm going to pull out for now and read you. We the Christians have one author of ours that tells us, Deuteronomy 32:35, Vindicta mihi, revenge is mine, saith the Lord. Moses tells us so. And in that we have a first and a second lesson. First, that since revenge is in God's hands, it will certainly fall upon the malefactor. God does not mistake his mark. And then, since revenge is in his hands, no man must take revenge out of his hands, or make himself his own magistrate, or revenge his own quarrel. And as we that are Christians, have our author, Moses, that tells us this, the natural man hath his secular author, Theocritus, that tells him as much, reperit Deus nocentes. God always finds out the guilty man. Next, the same author of ours, Moses, tells us the Lord our God is Lord of lords and God of gods, and regardeth no man's person. The natural man hath his author too, that tells him, semper virgines furiae. The Furies, they whom they conceive to execute revenge upon malefactors, are always virgins, that is, not to be corrupted by any solicitations. Third, sanguis Abel is our proverb, that Abel's blood cries out for revenge, and sanguis Aesope is the natural man's proverb, that Aesop's blood cries out for revenge, for Aesop's blood was shed upon an indignation taken at sacrifice, as Abel's was. And finally, that kind of people are always justly thought to be most subject to this levity, to change their minds. The greatest poet lays the greatest levity and change that can be laid to this kind of people, that is, in contraria, that they change even from one extreme to another. Scindito incertum studia in contraria vulgus. So, in this virtuoso display of secular learning, one author, Theocritus, is named, another is all but named. The greatest poet is, of course, Virgil. One of the tags is described as a proverb, and another is left unnamed. But the most significantly absent name is that of the source from which Donne extracted all four of his quotations, a posthumous collection of Erasmus's adages, along with those collected by other authors. In fact, he takes a whole four from a very small span of pages from this absolutely massive work. Now, the Adages was, of course, the very epitome of early modern common knowledge, collecting quotations and proverbs under alphabetical headings, a gigantic example of the commonplace genre, and one in which Erasmus indulged himself in scholarly jokes, in which he Christianized pagan sayings, and of course overall exemplified the rhetorical technique of amplification, as well as showing off his own genuinely prodigious learning. Now, Donne covertly appeals to this storehouse of proverbial lore and classical quotation, and you can see here where each of those moments of secular learning, each of those tags appears in these few pages of this edition of the Adages. And in doing so, I think he's exemplifying his suggestion that the natural man's knowledge is all but instinctual, however and wherever it's expressed by the ancient poets. And maybe again, he's also to some extent teasing his auditory or inviting them to join in a rather geeky parlor game of spot the quotation. And if you can spot the quotation and spot where I got it from. Now, maybe the immediate effect of this could be a little bit divisive, a smug chuckle in the pews from one listener, drawing a resentful grimace from another, somebody who isn't quite keeping up with this game of Sententia bingo or whatever. But I think the intention overall is not divisive, but inclusive, to draw extremes, the natural man and the Christian, together, and to remind everyone that, as another famous adage of Erasmus's has it, friends have everything in common. Now, what led Donne to Erasmus? Well, note the heading of the section in which all of these quotations are found, ultio malefacti, vengeance for a misdeed. Divine vengeance or punishment is, of course, a concern of Donne's sermon, but more specifically, the Vulgate for Acts 28:4, whom, though he, that is Paul, hath escaped the sea, yet vengeance suffereth not to live, is utique homicida est homo hic, qui cum evasurit de mari ultio eum non sinit vivere. And here's the relevant passage from the Vulgate with the Glossa Ordinaria, which is the text that Donne made use of throughout his preaching. And as you can see here, Nicholas of Lyra's postil here glosses ultio as justitia divina. So Donne, led by his and Calvin's focus on the nature of God's punishment, zoomed in on that word ultio, and picking up his copy of Erasmus's Adages, leafed through till he found the heading ultio malefacti and began to comb it for handy tags. And perhaps it was also the Vulgate's glosses and Lyra's postils that sparked Donne's emphasis in his sermon on charity. Note the comment that the Maltese kindling a fire for Paul and his companions demonstrates their charity. And that's a term, charity, that doesn't appear in Calvin's commentary, but is the subject of the second half of Donne's part 1. And there Donne opposes it to zeal, arguing that zeal and charity are incompatible, and that, like the changing minds of the Maltese, zeal is a sign that one is led by passions and thus driven to extremes. The other extreme that the sermon warns against is, as I've explained, idolatry. And in condemning that, Donne indulges in a lengthy, vituperative and all too typical assault on Catholicism in general, Jesuits in particular, and regicides, actual or would-be, as the worst of the lot. Just as the heathen have a natural apprehension of God, but this leads on to the multiplication of gods and the absurdities of polytheism, he says, so Roman Catholics multiply saints and intercessors, leaving Christ diminished. Oh, and at this point, actually, when he's dealing with all of these questions of Roman Catholic idolatry and superstition, Donne proves that his reading is very much up to date. He's not just looking at these old things. He drops in a quotation from a work on Catholic liturgy, which had been published in Venice only in 1628, but which had clearly reached Donne and which he'd read already by the end of that year. And here is the title page of that work and Donne's marginal reference to it, Gervantus's work on the Missal. However, vigorously and vituperatively Donne condemns idolatry, though he's equally alert to the dangers of the other extreme. And he warns, I do not intend that we should decline all things as had been superstitiously abused in a superstitious church. For instance, though salvation consists not in ceremonies, obedience doth. So you should beware that because pictures have been adored, we do not abhor a picture, nor sit at the sacrament because idolatry hath been committed in kneeling. So in other words, where things indifferent are commanded by law, we should follow them diligently. Warnings to respect God's punishment, exhortations to charity, and recommendations of ceremonies in their good use are hardly uncommon in Donne's sermons, and perhaps especially those preached at St. Paul's and towards the end of his career. But their combination in this sermon and the way in which they're advanced through a form of textual larceny that enlists authors onto our side has a more local and a more immediate motivation, I think. And that motivation has to do with another very different kind of textual suppression. Now remember that right at the start of his sermon, as he was sketching out the background to his biblical text, Donne described how St. Paul found himself in danger of being oppressed in judgment and thereby was put to the necessity of appealing to Caesar. Now on one level, that's just an accurate summary and indeed a quotation. In Acts 25:11, Paul says, I appeal unto Caesar. But who in January 1629, if they'd been keeping up with the news, and we all know about St. Paul's Cathedral and the culture of news, who at that time could have failed to hear the Vulgate version, Caesarem Appello, and then the title of Richard Montagu's notorious Appello Caesarem, published in 1625, condemned by Parliament, and finally called in by royal proclamation on the 17th of January 1629, only 8 days before Donne preached his sermon. After Charles I had spent much of 1628 infuriating the godly, both within and outside the House of Commons, with his apparent favouring of so-called Armenians, Montague had been appointed Bishop of Chichester in July of that year, the same month that Laud was made Bishop of London. Mannering and Sibthorpe, who preached notorious sermons, were pardoned, and Mannering was made a royal chaplain. So after all of that, this proclamation was the King's attempt, as Parliament prepared to meet on the 20th of January, to cast some oil on troubled waters. Now, the complete inefficacy of that sop, to mix my metaphors, is another matter. But what's relevant, I think, is the proclamation's assertion that Montague's book had been, quote, the first cause of those disputes and differences which have sithence much troubled the quiet of the church, and its concluding threat, the proclamation's concluding threat, that if by reading, preaching, or making books, either pro or contra, concerning these differences, men begin anew to dispute, we shall take such order with them and those books that they shall wish they had never thought upon these needless controversies. Now, anyone who had the slightest familiarity with Montague's book would have recalled not only his celebration of ceremony, but his ability to wield accusations of zeal with frightening vituperation, and to lay claim to charity as the exclusive property of himself and his supporters. Quick to judgment and scornful of compromise, Montague was a man of extremes. Donne's sermon, in its commendation of calm over adiaphora or things indifferent, chimed with Montague's ceremonialism, but its vehement anti-Catholicism and its celebration of charity as something owed both to oneself and one's neighbours could hardly have been more discordant with the tone of Appello Caesarem. So on the 25th of January 1629, with this troublesome text so recently declared beyond the pale by the king, with a new parliament about to sit and once again address the question of religion, what better set of lessons could Donne preach than to leave judgment to God, to shun superstition, and to live with one another in charity, as a community presided over by the cathedral's patron saint, St. Paul, neither a murderer nor a god, but a pattern for the vicissitudes of this life, in which we're passed from extreme to extreme, but must strive to occupy a middle way. Now, I wanted to bring all of this somehow back to Ian at the end of my paper, and also the end of this amazing symposium. I'm not going to do that by gathering all of the papers together, as Will has implied as my task today. And indeed, each attempt I made to do that, to turn this back, as it were, to Ian, seemed rather forced. And I certainly didn't end up thinking that Ian necessarily had a great deal in common with St. Paul. And I mean that very much as a compliment to Ian, as I hope is clear. So instead, I want to finish just by offering anything of value in this work to his memory, to recall that, and this is important to this work, that it was because of Ian's generosity that I was asked to write the ODMB entry on Donne, probably long before I was ready to. And of course, without him making it clear for a very long time that he was behind that invitation. And to note and to celebrate the sparklingly wide variety of voices and topics that have been gathered this last couple of days from many corners of the globe to celebrate him and to mark how much he is missed. Thank you very much. That's the
You probably did wind it up, David, by just referring to Donne's appeal and his, I think, his moderation in the sermon itself. Do we have some questions here for David? You can really tell it's the last session, David.
Yeah. Fine. It's what is it now? It's 5:20 in the morning. I'm hazy from.
Okay. Well, I'll keep them here. Well, they can stay. Forced to stay. I'm going to ask a general question. I'm allowed to ask this question because I'm a romanticist. And it's to do, I think, with the genre of the sermon. And I guess it's just to ask what the context here is. I mean, and how Donne's practices of sermons. I mean, it is an area, obviously, of English literature that unless we actually engage with, we, and most of us don't, most of us focus on poetry or fiction or create. But if we think about the number of sermons that have been written, delivered, published or something since, well, since when? I mean, I think from the very beginning of English literature. It's a huge area. And I suppose what I'm asking for is some sort of context within a genre with which I personally am not as familiar nearly as I should be, and I suspect a number of us are not. It's really, how do these practices of Donne perhaps compare with his peers, amongst other sort of sermon writers, either contemporary or even across the ages? Because the impulse to pinch in the sermon must have been as strong almost as in any other genre, because they're just coming out all the time. The sermon has been produced all the time and published all the time. So if I'm an 18th century, priest, I've got thousands of precedents. It is really tempting to go and find one of those books from my library and then just deliver that sermon, so to speak. So there's always the temptation in the sermon to make it a sort of an intertextual kind of performance.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really vital and such a great point, actually. And there are so many ways in which any sermon is necessarily, from the very beginning, going to be a tissue of other texts and other voices. For a start, it is an exposition of the scriptural text. So it really needs to be the Bible written out, the Bible in paraphrase extended. So there's that for a start. There's the fact that you are going to necessarily be guided, if you're following any kind of homiletical pattern, by other treatments of that text. Even if you're not so much of a traditionalist, you're still meant to consult the fathers and so on. And we're told by Walton's, you know, variously reliable or not so reliable Life of Donne, that he had the resultants of the fathers written out in multiple volumes, so he could turn to that whenever he wanted to work up his sermons and draw on any treatment of the text that he was writing on. And you can see from that page that I showed you from the Vulgate that you've also then got an example of that, where your biblical text is surrounded by patristic commentary. But also, I think, and this is a really important thing that you refer to, is the inheritance of other sermons. And in some ways, the reason that we have 160 of Donne's sermons extant is probably because he imagined that they would be reused quite literally. During his lifetime, he printed, say, around half dozen of them, in each case because of being invited or commanded to do so, either by the monarch or by somebody else, the Virginia Company in one instance, but that was it. And then the other 150 or so, he seems to have written out and preserved in order that his son, John Donne Jr., who he imagined would enter the church, would reuse them. So he'd actually be re-preaching Donne's sermons. And I'm sure we're also all familiar with scenes from 19th century novels in which boring clerics are always the ones who are the butt of the joke, that they retreat to their study for hours on end in order to find the right old book of sermons that they'll preach one for on a Sunday. So these things have a kind of life and a recycling of their own over time. In fact, what happened with Donne's son is that whether or not he did re-preach his father's sermons, what he also did was try and make a tidy sum of money out of splitting them into 3 folio volumes and having them printed over the course of about 20 years. But your point is, as I say, a really vital one, and I think it says something particular about this particular genre that does, to some extent, largely distinguish it from others. The fact that it is so much a process of both borrowing, reproduction, and interweaving, and to that extent, I guess one of the other things I would say is that you can certainly find yourself, as somebody who works on this material, slipping quickly into assessments of quality and thinking, yes, Donne really does stand out here. Lancelot Andrewes stands out here, and then reading your way through any number of volumes of sermons preached and printed at this time that simply wash over your head, and you're neither the wiser nor the more awake afterwards. I don't know if that's a good enough response, but that's certainly a really helpful question to have. Thank you.
Thank you, David. That's very good. I suppose what I was wondering is one of the things that I'm wondering, is there a different concept of authorship with a sermon than there is, say, with a poem? Can we distinguish between a kind of secular possessiveness and a devout, I don't know, altruism, that somehow the words aren't yours when you're dealing with God's word, in a way that your own words are less, you feel less possessive about your own production than you might if you sort of publish a secular poem or something. But I guess. Yeah.
There's definitely a tension there. I think that it's not sufficiently clear-cut that authors of sermons always present themselves as being mere vessels of the word of God, although they do like to use that as a kind of topos. They're also perfectly happy, of course, to publish their sermons very much under their own name, to draw attention to the uniqueness of, or certainly the specialness of, their own voice, and to distinguish themselves from other preachers and say, either implicitly or explicitly, how much better they are than them. So there's a really interesting relation going on there between that almost subsumption of oneself into becoming, as I say, some sort of vessel on the one hand, and on the other, still retaining very much that authorial identity. And the fact that so much of the production of the printing presses in this period is sermons also shows that those authors are very willing to make that something which is associated with them. We might also think, if we turn away even from printing to sermon attendance, to also think that sermons are associated with particular preachers, and the phenomenon of sermon gadding, of people heading off to one parish church rather than another to hear a particular preacher speak, and moving outside their own parish to do so, means that there's that combination of charisma and individual style that clearly drew people to some writers, some preachers more than others.
Thank you. Now we've got a couple of comments online that I'll read, David. One is just to thank you very much for your insightful and lovely delivery. That's from Kate Flaherty. The other, again, Peter Holbrook says it's a wonderful talk. Could David comment, he asks, on the status of uses of anthologies, such as the adages in the period? Was that seen as somehow a vaguely disreputable shortcut to the classical authors, or not at all?
That's a really interesting question too. I think that it would be fair to say that many authors would go out of their way to suggest that they have drawn their classical citations from some original, especially in cases where they want to use an author who isn't particularly obvious. So if you're citing a very familiar passage or a very familiar commonplace from Seneca or Virgil, then essentially nobody's going to be able to track it down to necessarily say you definitely got it from here. One of the reasons I think that my hunch, my hypothesis claim here about Donne and the adages is correct, is just, as you can see, because of where they're all bunched together. But I do think that a lot of the time, especially when they're in a mode of, as it were, rhetorical display, authors would be keen to suggest that they have gone ad fontes, as it were, and that they have read whatever it is they're citing. And they'll do that largely, I think, by trying to put it into a fresh context. And again, what they're doing in that process is something that maybe ironically is an Erasmian lesson, that is that wherever you get your sources from, it is the use to which you put them and the originality of your deployment of them that's what counts. It's not simply the use. These are common knowledge, these are held in common. So how are you going to deploy it? How are you going to make it new? Status, though, also is hard to pin down, because everybody is using these anthologies, whether it's something like the adages, where you actually have proverbs gathered and reused, or whether it's, say, any other kind of florilegium. In the case of sermon writing, you have things like the Catena Aurea, which gather together the commentaries of the fathers on the Gospels, and so on and so forth. So everybody is using these shortcuts, and many of them are covering their tracks as they do so, but many readers are also familiar with what's there, even if they're not going to think in their own heads, oh, hang on a bit, wasn't that pages 373 to 78 or so and so? They're still going to notice that something maybe is amiss if you do it quite often.
Early versions of Sparks notes. Now, I'll take one more. Okay, Ian.
Thank you. And David, the same practice with the genre occurs later, of course, still subsequent centuries. So your point about the sermon, for instance, in the case of Jonathan Swift, the Dean of St. Patrick's, you have the case of only a handful of his sermons survive, but we do know that he gave a whole lot of sermons to the priest taking over from him in his parish, so that he had had a store of text. And of course, many of the usual assault on the preacher is the boring preacher. Of course, Swift has a famous sermon against sleeping in church, where and you know and so the idiosyncrasy or the charisma and style of particular authors and how they appropriate it. But I think really a great insight of so much of your work is also the topical circumstances that can be brought to actually illuminate, you know, why quote at this point and why that particular thing, even on a text which is more or less being prescribed to preach upon. But anyway, thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. And yeah, I mean that's a good point to end that point too, isn't it? That it's about the occasionality, and that again, bringing the preacher's task to some extent is to either choose or to have prescribed this text on this day, and then to say, okay, why here, why now? And without making it only here and now, because it has to have the context of edification, it has to have the context of the broader sweep of Christian history and so on and so forth, but it still has to be here and now. And I guess, you know, to go back to differences between preachers, I think Dunn is consummate at balancing those things and at making his sermons, or at least the really good ones, there are some stinkers in there too, it's true, making his best sermons really speak to here and now, all of us together, and to something of a much larger scale. So thank you.
We'll make this the last question.
Oh, thank you, David. At the height of the British Raj, Mahatma Gandhi was profoundly affected by the Sermon on the Mount. He had never read anything more beautiful than that until he read the Bhagavad Gita. I wonder if in English literature there is a more beautiful sermon than the Sermon on the Mount.
I'm tremendously glad that this is flagged already as the last question, although it might have been better. I mean, what a difficult question to. I suppose rather than actually answering it directly and saying, oh well, I picked this one by Dunn that he preached in the Chapel Royal in 1630, I would probably say that that is one of the things which throughout the history of preaching, both in this period in the 17th century, but also prior to it and after it, preachers are, as it were, continually reflecting on. They are confronted with an example of preaching which is so succinct, which does not draw on authorities. Inevitably, it's Christ, he's preaching its tempore, which of course is regarded as a bit of a vice in my period. You should have prepared at least a bit, unless you're a godly, a puritanical preacher. But you're presented with this lapidary, wonderful thing, and you're presented with something which is speech in action by the word in action, Christ as the word incarnate. And so every single sermon, to some extent, is an aspiration to imitate, not to outdo, but to aspire to both the content and the affect, I guess, and the effect as well of the Sermon on the Mount. So is there one which exceeds it? I don't think that's a question to answer, but are they all absolutely in both dialogue with and following on from Christ's words there? Then absolutely yes.
Thank you, David. I think that's a wonderful place.
Thank you all. Thanks so much.
I'm just going to say a couple of things to wind up with very obvious things, but important things, and that's simply to thank Phoebe, who I asked to come here just to help us out if we needed it, and she has very kindly sort of answered my request. Thank you, Phoebe. And of course, Thomas, who has sat there patiently. You'll naturally agree it's been a work of art from Thomas, not from me. I did none of that. He has been orchestrating the whole thing for the last 2 days. There just hasn't been no blots. It's absolutely a model of that should be done, and it's deferred to the people asking questions. It's just superb. Thomas, you're wonderful.
Thank you.
The last person I'm going to thank is probably the most obvious, and that's just to thank Ian Donaldson. And I know I speak on behalf of all of us. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for Ian, we wouldn't be saying the things that we're saying if it weren't for Ian. And many of us, like me, will remember times in their respective careers when he's been just an extraordinary support, help, and the source of both consolation and advice. And so thank you, Ian Donaldson, and thanks everybody for coming.
Well, thank you so much on behalf of all the speakers and all those present today. You just presided over us with such grace and truly in the spirit of Ian. Thank you so much for your generosity and your